Welcome back, everybody, to
NPR.
That's exactly what I was trying to do. Welcome back, everybody, to the fourth episode of Journey Before Destination.
Third.
Well, it's
Third part, I
third,
guess.
third book, fourth video.
A little bit of JBD.
We're going to be talking about how to whittle a candle out of wood.
And then,
trying to do.
and then after that, we're going to be talking about the third book in the Stormlight Archive, Oathbringer by Brandon Sanderson. Everybody here has read the book, and we're all ready to discuss it, give our
full
thoughts.
spoilers going forward. We won't be spoiling anything past the third book until after Chris and John have left, because Kyle, Cody, and I, Scott, have read up to the fourth book. We have not read the fifth one yet.
Yep.
It was just released a few months ago.
I haven't finished Dawn Shard yet, so...
And we haven't read Cody and I have not read any of the novellas either, unless you have.
You read the Edge Dancer, right?
I've read some of Edge Dancer.
What's a novella?
Okay, I've read... It's
a small novel.
Yeah,
Oh.
Edge Dancer's only like 250 pages.
It's
I
like
like
vinegar and
small.
vinaigrette. Small vinegar.
Or Burro and Burrito,
Small burrow.
which is a donkey.
Yes. People often talk about why it's called a burrito, and the leading theory is when you roll up your pack on the back of your burrow, it
I
looks
thought
like
that
a
was for
burrito.
babies.
Is that why you roll up the Taco Bell bag?
No, that's to trap in the heat so that the heat doesn't escape from
So
the
everything
Taco
gets
Bell
nice
bag.
and moist.
Nice and moist in the Taco Bell
Mhm.
bag.
I thought it was named after a play on the phrase "I could eat a horse, but I could eat a donkey."
But you don't
Mm.
eat
Eat a
meat.
burrito.
Except that's not a
I
think that's a phrase.
I could eat a horse, but I could eat a donkey. Small
You
donkey.
know, they're riddled with diseases.
I'll eat 4 burritos.
Yo como el caballo.
Oh,
I
are we about to
eat
do half this in Spanish?
horse.
Are we doing Spanish and English?
Yo
Takes on this?
como el caballo.
If you'd like to listen to this podcast in Spanish, listen to our telecast channel.
All right.
Simulcast, sorry. Okay, so...
Journey Before Destination.
Journey Before Destination, we're going to be talking about the third book, Oathbringer. We've been talking about how we're going to format this video just a little bit, because the first two were basically just a stream of consciousness for the most part. It's not going to be super structured, but at least here at the beginning, Scott wanted to get all of his criticisms of the book out of the way first. I think, at least from my perspective, this is the first book where while I was reading it, I had criticisms of it. After going back and rereading Way of Kings and Words of Radiance, the first two books in the series, I found some nitpicks and things that I didn't really like, but that was only after reflecting on
absolutely.
it. This is the first book where I was like concerned about things that I was reading in real time. So,
Real fast. There are now 3 of us, in the time of making this one, there are now 3 of us that are caught up to the series prior to Wind and Truth. There are still 2 of us who have not read Rhythm of War.
correct.
Chris, what's your favorite book so far? Just right out there, right at the bat. You got 3 choices.
Probably Way of Kings.
Really? The first
Frankly,
one?
yeah.
Okay. All right. My most enjoyable one to read was Words of Radiance. I ran through that book.
It's hard for me to say there's a wrong answer here. Obviously it's just like a subjective personal opinion, but I see discourse around this series and there isn't a whole lot of consensus on which is the best book. A lot of people say Way of Kings. I think up until recently, actually, I think each of the first 3 books has been my favorite at one point or another. I think Oathbreaker is my favorite at this point. But it started with Way of Kings, and then it shifted to Words of Radiance, and now it's Oathbringer.
Kyle, what are your thoughts?
So I have the unique problem in that I have read all of these books back to back in very short periods of time.
It's one cohesive story.
And so, yeah, it turns
It's
into
like-
one cohesive story in my mind.
It's also like Michael Jordan having to figure out his favorite World Series. Nope, his favorite NBA championship ring.
Three-peat.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
The double three-peat.
So, like, and even having gone and read Edge Dancer, which I didn't think I was going to enjoy, it's a very good little story, and it slots right in between Words of Radiance and
I imagine it
Oathbringer.
has much smaller stakes in general, too. It's probably easier to digest.
compared to the other two.
Compared to the others, yes, there's not as world changing, but for like all of the characters involved, it absolutely still has a similar feel.
Okay.
Because it follows Lift doing Lift things between the two, and regardless of how, comedic Lift tends to come across, it's still a very serious book.
the stakes, they're getting big. They're getting pretty big. How big are the Edge Dancer stakes? Do they do anything?
They
Or do you just learn?
You learn a bit. It really cements home what Lift was doing and what Nail was doing.
Oh.
Yeah, Nail plays a very big part in it.
There's a whole lot of cat and mouse?
Surprisingly, yes.
Okay.
Lift is probably Nail's biggest foil.
So it takes place before Words of Radiance?
It takes place between Words of Radiance and Oathbringer.
Yeah.
It basically picks up almost right after her interlude chapter.
Right.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah, a few months afterwards, and she does her own thing in there, and then that explains a lot of things that happen in both Oathbringer and in Rhythm of War.
I have not heard one person say Rhythm of War is their favorite book.
I did like it.
I like it.
I like it.
It's. I think it's just because I have only just read everything, but I would maybe consider it one of the best.
Is it like saying Scotty? We're sticking to Michael Jordan references. Is it like saying Scottie Pippen's your favorite
I have no idea
player
what that
for the
means.
Chicago Bulls?
I have no idea what that means.
I don't really know.
The analogy is
like-
breaking down a bit, but,
But is it because of comparing it to other great books? Because like I loved Way of Kings, I loved Words of Radiance. I did not give Oathbringer a fair trial because I was
Quite sick.
middle of death, mid die, and that
in fact,
was,
some might say that was the only thing keeping you here,
Dude.
keeping you holding on.
it was the only thing getting me through work. It was the only thing getting me out of bed in the morning. It was the only thing making me go to bed so I could get out of bed in the morning.
Well, how's that for a testimonial, Brandon?
Yeah. I
So-
looked at whoever you were pointing at.
Please sponsor us.
I will say, even with
Please, I mean, you might want to turn off the podcast for a bit while I talk about what I'm going to talk about, Brandon.
I'm gonna.
No. Take the criticism. and I
I'll,
think
I'll be honest.
You can make it better.
Rhythm of War had me riveted the whole time.
Yeah, I was never uninterested.
I spent 3 months not reading Oathbringer. As soon as I started Rhythm of War, I couldn't stop it. I read that in like a week.
I mean, I'm the opposite.
It took me like 4 days to
For
read Rhythm of
Way
War,
of
and it's the biggest
Kings-
one so far.
For Way of Kings, when I first started, like, it took me a while to get into it. It was like a new story. I didn't know who all these proper nouns were. And by the end of it, I was like racing through it. In Words of Radiance, I devoured that book in, like, we recorded the next day. I talked about this after the duel. I'm like, oh, he's in prison? I guess I'm just going to finish his book. And I didn't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Oathbringer,
Oathbringer.
it was like less than a week that I'd finished that when I devoured that.
Chris was like,
But with Rhythm of War, it took me, like, I had that book for a month before I finished it, I think.
Chris was like, he was like, hey, John, you wanna race on Words of Radiance? And I was like, you know who you're talking to, bub? Yeah, we're gonna race. Open the book right there while I'm in the middle of driving us home.
We'll get to my issues with Rhythm of War in the next
In the
episode.
Next one, yeah.
But for now, let's get to our issues with this book, just so that we get them all out of the way, and then we'll slobber all over it for the next X amount of hours.
So, Oathbringer was your favorite? Sorry.
I'll talk about it right now. So, in these criticisms, I would have said that the best written one was Words of Radiance, but unfortunately, my criticisms do have to start with the second book, because the reread did not allow that book to hold up to scrutiny at all. Shallan's portion of the narrative totally destroyed the narrative structure to me. And I'm going to start with that because it's a fundamental reason why I think one of my biggest complaints occurs in the third book, which is I feel like Brandon has no idea what to do with Yasna. And I think the reason that I feel that way begins in the second book. And so...
Well, yeah, I mean, he writes her out of the second book.
I think he doesn't know what to do
immediately.
First quarter.
And I'm about to write a little bit of fan fiction. Because it is such a slam dunk of a scene to me. Let's just pretend that Shallan and Yasna get to the Shattered Plains.
I like this fan fiction.
And they get to the Shattered Plains, no drama, but then there is some manner of assassination attempt on her. We could even say that she thwarts it with the help of Kaladin, therefore demonstrating Kaladin's value to Shallan and Yasna in one fell swoop. And it's this event that spurs on this idea that, oh, Shallan says we should infiltrate the Ghostbloods. Like, you want me to train to be a Lightweaver? We should do that. And Yasna would be like, are you crazy? You'd get yourself killed. There's no way you could trick them. And then Shallan says, it worked on you. The fact that has never happened in these books is a crime, I think, because that's so juicy, and it makes me think that it did happen in these books, and then it got rewritten, because in this rewrite that it feels like the book is to me, we have Shallan being led to the plot by a series of blatant contrivance, where basically what I'm saying is one lucky thing occurs after the other to allow Shallan to get to there. It sure is lucky that this super rare Xanthid is following the ship, and that wouldn't matter all that much, but it's the reason she survives the ship crash, or the ship sinking. Then she washes up on shore, and it sure is lucky that Yasna's trunk also washes up on shore full of Stormlight. And it sure is lucky that she happens to wander in the exact direction she needs to intersect with a party of travelers that we know, but that doesn't matter, who are going exactly where she's going, and they have a fire, otherwise she would have died of hypothermia. And it sure is lucky that they run into the person who organized the hit on Yasna while they're going there. And it sure is lucky that she kills that blah, 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 and then finds herself in a room with the Ghostbloods. All because of these... If it were just one contrivance, like it's a contrivance that Star Wars starts, sure is lucky that these droids happen to find on this whole planet the guy who knows the guy they're looking for. Mm-hmm. But if it didn't happen, the story wouldn't have happened. These series of contrivances ruin the narrative structure to me, because if we look at even like Kaladin's or anyone's under this magnifying lens, we don't find it, and I don't know why it's occurring with Shallan, and I think it's a symptom of him not knowing what to do with Yasna, and I don't really know why. He wants to... And to further expound upon that in the book we're actually talking about, she doesn't do anything. She comes back from the dead, and the first thing she does is insult Amaram, and then she feels bad about it because she did a bad job of it. And then she doesn't kill Renarin, and then she's used at the end as a gag, where Shallan is like they're talking about who could be king, and Shallan's like, have you guys ever thought about? And then it literally does a cutaway gag of Yasna bursting in, interrupting Sabario and his mistress. Mm-hmm. And she's like wearing a crown. And then that's it. And I feel like he's cheating the character and the reader, because she's one of my favorite characters. I'm more interested in her, and it's probably because she has done so little, and I know so few things about her in comparison to especially Shallan.
Also, just the first book really set her up to be
shrewd. She is a shrewd operator, and nothing gets by her. And that's why I think we haven't seen her butt up against the Ghostbloods at all. What are we doing? Mm-hmm. That's like a match made in heaven. The drama and cool ways they could maneuver around each other, but they just don't.
Quite literally, all we got in this book was her saying, "Man, hey, you really did a good job, huh? Go back to being my ward." And then we are able to place that there's trauma at the very beginning of her life. Yeah,
we know that she has some sort of manic episode that we don't really have any more details on.
5 years old was an important time in her life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping we do get more answers.
Absolutely.
Because it feels like there has to be answers there. He wouldn't have set it up.
She actually dies in Wind and Truth, and we get nothing.
Well, unfortunately, I'm saying a lot of this with the knowledge...
Timestamp it so that we can call that out in the comments, the prediction.
Oh, no.
With the knowledge I have from the fourth book, I'm stating everything I'm stating now. We get basically nothing from Yasna, and that's really upsetting. And I don't know why. It almost comes across as not to light your pants on fire, Brandon. It feels like cowardice. Where like you're afraid of the image that you've crafted for us regarding Yasna.
You've said something similar about the Ghostbloods.
With the Ghostbloods, that's another one of my criticisms, but it's more for the fourth book, so I'm not going to touch on that now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't want to dominate this. If you guys want to respond, feel free to respond.
No,
I do have more.
I think you are. Hi, everybody. It's me, the leading apologist for everything that Scott has problems with.
I have my own rebuttals as well.
So I'm not going to disagree with what you're saying. What I will say, and maybe this is a cop-out answer, but I am being contrarian, is Yasna is a very, very interesting character, and I do think the second and third books, and to a greater extent the fourth book, don't give her the time that I think the character deserves based on how she was set up in the first book. That being said, it's hard to elevate her to primary character status when most of the story has been this quadrumvirate of Kaladin, Shallan, Adolin, and Dalinar. And so, but yeah, they have a lot of stuff that they do in these books.
I know Yasna way less than a lot like Renarin, who gets no time. I think she might get more time than him.
I was just comparing them. Because, like, we get very little time with the Ghostbloods. We get very little Renarin time. And we get very little Yasna time. And I can understand from a storytelling aspect, they feel like the characters that have the most answers. So, like, if you just
he just decided that. But you could just say, no, actually, she is still figuring out with us, and we figured out with her.
Mm-hmm.
You could, but I can understand also why he's scared to give her too much screen time to almost reveal things too quickly.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He could just say she doesn't know. He's the god. Brandon Sanderson, I mean.
Does that kind of diminish her character a little bit? Because up to this point, she has had all the answers.
Well, that's specifically,
like she has.
at least to me, is specifically showing, not telling, by allowing us to learn with her rather than just telling us she knows.
Mm-hmm.
I have the utmost faith in Brandon Sanderson to write a story that at the end of the day, I will find Yasna's character believable. And I'm going to stick to that.
If you allow me to continue, these are much briefer.
I do have.
Oh, sorry.
I do have one interjection, which is primarily directed towards the series of contrivances argument, which I'm not necessarily going to dispute as not being there, because they definitely are. I would, at the very least, posit that is not something that falls or disables the narrative function of the story. But this might just be because I come from, a background with a lot in the way of D&D and mythic fantasy and other stuff like that, where the main characters of the story do just fall into contrivance after contrivance, and it happens because they are the characters of the story. And that's the reason.
This to a higher standard.
Sure. And so, my final cop-out answer, and maybe it's not a cop-out, foreshadowing for later, is maybe it's not just Deus Ex Machina. Maybe it is actual capital D Deus Ex Machina.
So something similar
that's
occurs.
kind of what I was trying to get at.
Something similar occurs in Attack on Titan. No spoilers, don't worry. And I'm not going to harp on this, but I will say I find it really hard to believe that with what we've been presented, it could ever be as satisfying as the way it is explained and laid out in Attack on Titan.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless.
I
think it was.
If you look at a lot of stories, like you said, there are a lot of contrivances, and some are more explicit about why those contrivances are there in the first place. For example, I really like Lord of the Rings. Hey, we're talking about epic fantasy here. Lord of the Rings. Great story. I've been doing a bit of deep diving into some really collegiate level literary analysis of Lord of the Rings. And when you really break down a lot of the plot in Lord of the Rings, there are contrivances in there that are very heavily implied to just be the will of God.
Yeah.
And it doesn't draw attention to itself to the point where you don't even realize that it's happening. But a lot of times characters will talk about, forces at work in this world that are helping us.
The Valinor.
Yeah, the Valar,
Valar,
or
rather.
specifically God, Eru, in Lord of the Rings.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of stuff happens just because of the will of the gods. And
You could even look at the ring in that way.
sure, and it's frustrating a little from somebody who really appreciates the writing that Tolkien would lay those seeds in there. And I understand, like, he has some very has some very religious and spiritual undertones in his writing, and so yes, God does have a plan in his world. But yeah, it feels like it takes a little bit of the agency away from the character, and it diminishes a character like Shallan when all of these things pile up to get her to where she was going to go anyways.
And to make it more egregious to me is, like, if any one of those things hadn't occurred, her whole plot either couldn't function or she would die.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, my big thing with it is always going to come back to the reason they're a main character. Like, the reason those contrivances happen is because they're a main character, and vice versa. They're the main character, therefore the contrivances will happen to them. It's one of those things where it's like it's a normal person would just fail. Whatever they needed to do just wouldn't happen. They don't get those lucky breaks. That's why they're not a main character.
Yeah.
That's, just kind of the background I'm used to with it.
I
That's
Chris
why
just
I
not
said-
good enough for me.
Maybe
Chris,
for you, but
Chris,
that's
you were
why it
trying
works
to
for me.
jump in for your snippet every 20 minutes.
well, it's in my contract.
Is that time here? Oh my god.
No, it seems like the epic fantasy genre has its foundations within the mythology and theology realm.
Like the Bible? Got him.
All those-
Sorry.
Some would say the
And-
Bible is the first epic fantasy.
and
Yeah.
that
all those contrivances Jesus had.
maybe a part,
Literally.
maybe a part of reading such stories is a suspension of disbelief when it comes to those contrivances.
Yeah.
Not to say that they're good or bad,
Yeah.
or that they have a place in it or don't.
Especially when I'm presented with so many other characters that I don't have to suspend my disbelief to this degree
Mm-hmm.
for her to be at a place. Like, literally, all these things happen so she can be at a place.
Yeah.
When she could have just been there if Yasna hadn't been assassinated.
I do
quote,
like
unquote.
your rewrite,
Yeah.
quote
Thank you.
unquote. Because then I would have Yasna to pull along Shallan instead of being given Shallan.
I thought about it for literally 5 minutes. I'm not saying this is great or anything. I thought about it for 5 minutes, and it was such a slam dunk to me that I'm like, this had to have been in his head. He had to have thought of this exact scene of him being like, well, it worked on you, didn't it? To Yasna.
I want to keep talking about this because I still have stuff to talk about. And to Chris's point, 100%, I am in agreement with you. I am such a smooth brain when I read stuff like this because I just let things happen. I just read and I'm like, yep, this is cool.
I was gonna say it's a story that's being told to me, and
Which is probably the last thing Brandon Sanderson wants a reader of his work to think. It's just this. He probably doesn't want you to just shut your brain off when you
No,
read his
Because
book.
it feels
honestly,
really, there's
I
quite a
think-
lot of payoff for not shutting your brain off.
I think he's enjoying it regardless. Like, as long as you're enjoying the story, I don't think he cares. It's probably better, but I don't think he cares as long as you have a good time with it.
but I think part of the art of telling a good story, to Kyle's point with the D&D thing, the main characters will have contrivances. I think the point is to hide them,
Right.
to make them feel natural. Like, you can't tell me that Galadin doesn't have contrivances,
Oh, yeah. No, they're right there.
but we enjoy his because they feel more natural to the character.
right.
Gotcha.
I mean, tell me a
Well,
contrivance.
his-
Other than his first contrivance of meeting Syl. Everything is a and then.
No, his first contrivance is going to the Shattered Plains.
How is that a contrivance?
He goes
Everything,
there as a slave.
but everything that we were
It's just
presented.
it's so interesting that he goes there as a slave, so he gets to meet Dalinar.
But it all makes sense in the world that was built because he is literally
Exactly.
a slave in war. None of what happened with Shallan makes sense. I have to make these mental gymnastics to be like, oh, it sure is convenient that she ran into these people that we know who happen to be going the exact way she's going.
That's because everyone's going that way.
Or they could have been going the other way.
It seems so convenient that he became a slave in Sadious's armies so that he could be shipped over to the Shattered Plains. You can
He
force it to
grew
look
up in
that way.
Sadious's place.
Actually, I will push back on that because the slave caravan was not going to the Shattered Plains. Shallan convinces them to turn around. That does happen.
But they had cargo. They had parchment.
But no slaves.
But they
Or
were
no, they
taking
did.
the
They did have
parchment-
slaves.
weren't they going to Thalen?
They were going somewhere. They were
I
not.
thought they were taking the parchment to the Shattered Plains.
No. Well, the parchment belonged to Dovlakov. I think they might have been going to the Shallow Crypts. I think that was the
Oh,
city.
that's a cool name.
Well, either way, it sure is lucky that she found that she would have died of hypothermia.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
100%.
And to your point, what I mean is Kaladin grew up in Sadio's lands. Kaladin grew up. We saw what happened to him. To the line of things that led to him being a slave with Amaram. Of course, he would become one of Sadio's slaves. Of course, he would be sent to the. It's absolutely understandable that he would be sent to the Shattered Plains if he became a Shash slave.
The fact that Amaram let him live.
Yeah.
Why would you ever allow that loose end?
Well, that's the thing.
That's the thing that got me when I read that.
That's the only contrivance. And I don't even think it's really contrivance because we see that Amaram, like, he just can't do it. He's willing to kill these men, but he can't kill the man who saved his life.
I do not believe that at
because
all.
he wants to. That's the thing. He wants to be the image that he's painted himself.
That's
of.
too big of a loose end. I could not
So,
believe that.
no,
part.
I'll side with Scott there. I think at that point in the story, Amaram is
What's
trying
one
to
more
be
dude?
good.
Sure, but what's one more dude at that stage? You've
Regardless,
already...
this is what I said. I'm not going to make any friends on this first part.
Yeah. If we don't have anything more, we can talk more about specific plot points later on in the story. But
My point being was not every contrivance is going to be a banger.
Oh.
Not every one is going to be good.
Yeah.
I think every character has them. I think they're just very well hidden.
I don't even think hidden is the right word though, because, like I said, it sure is lucky that the droid just happened to fall into the hands of the guy who knows the guy they're looking for. That's not a hidden contrivance, but it sure is lucky that this Russian guy just liked John Wick's car and killed his dog. The story would not have happened if that didn't occur.
Right.
But Shallan, if it were one, literally the Xanthid, if that had just happened, I'd be like, oh, wait, well, maybe there's something to these Xanthids, and that would be it. But then every single other thing, it's these compounding issues.
one of my criticisms of the book that I'm going to
We haven't even
share.
talked about the third book's criticism.
We need to get to Oathbringer at some point, guys.
Yeah, here's a criticism about the book we're actually talking about 30 minutes in. The pacing of this book
Yes.
is very frustrating to me. Or maybe not frustrating, maybe that's too strong of a word. It's confusing to me. Because the ending of Words of Radiance makes it apparent that the end of the world has started.
Yeah.
This is the apocalypse. And
The start
Then-
of Oathbringer kind of dials that back.
It feels like a hurry up and wait.
Uh-huh.
right, like the Everstorm gets summoned, and we're meant to believe that this is going to destroy the world. And most of this book is everybody just kind of having a good time in Irithiru and hearing about how terrible that Everstorm is, but it never really feels like the amount of urgency necessary for that kind of event is in anybody's minds.
Right. Like,
We have these moments like when Dalinar goes to see the Thalans, and he sees the absolute destruction because the city's all made of wood.
Yeah.
And like it hits a little bit, but then it really is like he goes back to Irithiru and is like,
Damn.
all right.
Sucks for them.
Yeah.
yeah, because
I guess
like,
we'll do what we can.
Because,
Well,
at the beginning,
yeah.
or, like, at the very end of Words of Radiance, we see what it almost feels like mountains being ripped out
Yeah.
of the ground and thrown around in this
You have
full apocalyptic storm.
a full-on Super Saiyan battle
And
happening.
then everyone ends up in the mythic city in the clouds no one believed is real. And then it's just kind of like, cool, this is life now.
Mhm.
But even like cool things were happening, like, well, not cool. I mean, Adolin murdered Sadius, but then Dalinar steps up and he's like, "Stormfather, you're mine now. All right, here's the words.
He's so tsundere.
And it's like, dude, Oathbringer is about to be crazy, and it's quite literally. I was recently playing Left 4 Dead, and it's quite literally like you get to the end of a chapter. And like you're running for your life from a tank and a horde and all this stuff,
And then you're in the safe room.
You close the safe room door, and then it's like, cool. Let's chill out here for a little bit, let's kind of let the blood flow down.
And unfortunately, it feels like most of the book is that. Now, I think the end of the book, the climax, is
It goes
some of
from-
it's
It goes
a big
from
payoff.
it goes from like a 4 to an 11 really fast.
Well,
But-
there's 3s and 5s early on in there too.
Right.
It does feel though that the overall, like I said,
Pacing.
the pacing is a lot slower than had been built up.
That's part of why it took me like 3
Especially-
months to get started.
If you compare the pacing of Oathbringer to Words of Radiance had like 4 Sander Lanches, at least 3. Oathbringer had a baby Sander Lanch at the end of part 1 when what's her name, Shallan, takes on that one unmade and it runs away.
Mm-hmm.
The Night Mother.
Midnight Mother.
The Midnight Mother. And then, like, I don't even remember what the end of part 2 was. Part 2, the end of part 2 was Odium entrance. And then part 3 was them going to Kolinar. And then part 4 was them getting out of Shadesmar. But like each one was its own little separate story, and like none of it felt until you got to the very end like crazy.
And
Like, it was like,
and none of it, weirdly enough, none of it felt connected.
It was like connected, but like when you look at the mass of it,
Right. It's just kind of
This is
big,
really interesting to
interconnected
me.
like somewhat disconnected stories that are happening.
Like, I have the totally different, like, real quick, just gonna say, unfortunately, the second book did not hold up to my scrutiny on the reread. The third book really did. If anything, I like it more.
I'm not saying we,
But no,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that as a thing, and as a foundation for what I'm saying here. I felt like the third book, for you in particular, John, because you really attached to Dalinar, I thought this would be like a slam bang. Who cares about the action? You want to see more Dalinar when he's a little boy. Like, you want to see him young, and like that's what brought me through this book. Is I wanted to keep reading to get to those flashbacks.
Mhm.
And then when we were out of the flashbacks, it was so interesting to see the dichotomy of how different he is.
what
dude,
happened?
I felt like I was being teased for 3.5 parts. I felt like I was being teased for 3.5 parts, and like when I started to feel my little Sander Lance rise up, I was like, oh boy, we're getting giddy. Here we go. Okay. All right. Oh, Odium? What? I sent chapters upon paragraphs of everything to you guys. Like, yo, this is getting crazy. It's about to pop off. Here we go.
I would like to circle back to what Cody was saying. Right.
What was he saying?
It was
Pacing.
pacing. Right. I would have loved to have seen, like, in the
I thought this section was going to take 15 minutes.
in the very first chapter of Way of Kings, where we are the POV character of some guy, don't know his name, don't care, because it's supposed to show you how cool Kaladin is. And then he gets
Sin.
Yep.
I thought we were talking about the
He gets
first
killed off.
chapter, real quick.
No.
Oh, the prelude?
Yeah.
So that would have been great if, like, we had a couple chapters in there that were like point of views from like different cities or like
The
villages
Everstorm.
with the Everstorm
that
coming
would've been
through and
cool.
all, like, show me the
That
apocalypse
would have been
happening.
really cool, actually.
That would have been really interesting too, because like all of the Parshmen acted differently based on where they came from.
Yeah, like they were.
That
they
does happen in
absorbed
Edge
the,
Dancer.
The
Oh,
culture.
really?
Uh huh.
That's cool.
I just want to get these I only have a couple criticisms regarding the third book, so I just want to get through those real quick. And none of these, I have plenty of criticisms for characters' decisions, but I don't find that a problem with the acting. That's a problem with me that I have with the person in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about those as we go through. But first, it sure is convenient. It's Shallan again. Isn't that great? Luckily, it didn't ruin the book for me.
Always Shallan.
It sure is convenient that Shallan happens to butt heads against the one unmade who I guess has some sort of PTSD regarding Lightweavers. That's lucky. And it sure is convenient. I guess you have to do a lot of mental gymnastics, but I don't buy it. It sure is convenient that she is in a bar and happens to bump into a spy in training that can teach her everything she wants to know about how to be a spy. You can do some mental gymnastics. It doesn't make sense to me that there would be like spies for the High Princes hanging out in these dive bars. I can get that they would have spies, not Dalinar because he probably didn't like that, but probably Navani. Because we know Yasna certainly had friends in low places with that assassin.
Mm-hmm. And her information network.
So the idea of it isn't absurd at all, but it is absurd that she just happens to bump into one who likes the ghost blood signal and is like, but you could introduce me, huh? And that's lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And if that hadn't happened, the reason that's not such a big deal to me, and it doesn't ruin the book, is because if it hadn't happened, nothing really changes. She is a little bit more incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
What a shocker.
You're making me want to go off on the tangents of, like, characters showing up and, like, why they're there and stuff. You talking about Shallan and doing the ghost blood thing made me think to when her and Adolin go to talk to Sadie's wife, and Mraize is there. And I want to talk about Wit at the very end. You know, like, I want to play the game of why was Wit there. I also kind of want to play the game of why was Mraize there. Because I feel like they have a lot more in common than we think.
And that actually leads into my final criticism for this book. And it's not really a criticism, it's more of a worry. I am worried that Wit, we've talked about this before the podcast, I'm worried that Wit has turned into a tool for Brandy rather than a character. Because it really feels like... you brought this up. Why is Wit there? And it's starting to kind of sound like because Brandy wrote him there.
I don't know. I'm going to have to go through
I can
Mistborn.
choose to trust.
I'm going to go through, because I have Elantris and Warbreaker and a few other books already. I haven't gotten to reading them, and I'm going to get Mistborn here shortly, so I'll get
Is Wit in those?
Wit is in everything.
Really?
He is a through-line character for every single book.
Oh. Neat.
You don't necessarily see him as Wit, but he will be something that is recognizable as, like, that storyteller character is going to show up. He doesn't usually feature big time like he does in Stormlight, but he will be everywhere. He's one of those characters that you can just be like the DiCaprio scene from Wolf of Wall Street, where it's just like the pointing me.
No, that was from
from
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Anyway,
But yeah, that you'll get that for him for every book.
but despite that, it doesn't change this idea in my head that he's like there because he's the through line character. You can tell me that he's there, and Brandy can tell me that, oh, I have a plan for him. He has a plan. He knows where he's doing, and I'll just be like, okay.
But he does not read as an author insert.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious because he is.
That's the problem.
Do we have any other front-end criticisms that we'd like to talk about?
I talked about how I'm worried Yasna has nothing to do. I don't have anything else for this book.
Okay. My final thing, and I don't need to get into it all that much, but it is a creeping worry of mine that the story is getting very big at this point.
Like the MCU.
Yeah. And that's probably one of my a criticism that I'll go into more in Rhythm of War, but I see it creeping forwards in this book as well. And it wasn't as noticeable or as irritating in this book, but I did start to
It's
see
overwhelming a bit in the fourth one.
it gets overwhelming. Yeah. That's all I'll say there. We'll wait till the next book to go into it more.
That scares me because I've heard you guys say that before, so that's automatically made me try to think, oh, I need to go into this thinking bigger. And I feel like I'm seeing little bits of it, And right now,
This book is a good primer.
Right now,
for
that
that,
Right.
scares me.
So
Especially because they go into shades.
I do want to throw something out. Jess has started listening to the Way of Kings. She's had a bunch of very different criticisms to all of you guys.
Yeah.
Good for her. I'm happy.
Do you
for
know
you, Jess.
one of the funniest things I've heard so far is just the repeated Dalinar's a bad dad.
Dalinar is trying to be a better dad.
I think Dalinar is a great dad.
She was talking about stuff that I had to explain to her. No, Jess, that's a guy thing.
I know he's an alcoholic and he's angry and... Am I
He's
talking
like-
about my dad or Dalinar?
Let's begin.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I think a good place to start is at the beginning.
I think that's probably a
Very
great place to
good
start.
place to start.
So, one of the interesting things about this series is that the prologue is the same scene, the same inciting incident from a different character's point of view.
With Eshonai this time.
Eshonai, best girl Eshonai.
He was dead.
Allegedly.
I'm blushing. You know,
I love
wanna,
Eshonai, though.
You don't want to
Love
talk
it.
about contrivances? I feel pretty contrived that he killed Eshonai
Okay. All right.
off screen.
Adolin killed Eshonai.
No, Brandon Sanderson killed her off
I mean,
screen.
if we're to believe that she drowned scared and alone, then it
Yeah.
wasn't Adolin. It was
The
water.
It was the actions of God.
It was the Stormfather.
I guess, I mean,
Or
if
maybe
we,
the Everstorm.
if we want to really hammer it home, he's the one who literally summoned the storm.
That's a good point.
If we're going to blame anybody, Adolin and the Stormfather can share it, I think.
Yeah. What do we have to say about Eshonai here?
Brandon
Because
Hot.
what I like...
Wow.
She's maybe underage in this scene.
Actually, there.
I kind of got that naive
I
take
retract
on
my
it.
statement.
Yeah, because this was 5 years ago.
I kind of got that,
6 years ago, actually.
youthful naivety from her.
Yeah, because she's like,
in this scene.
what, 12?
I don't know.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah. What I like about that is, from Eshonai's point of view, she doesn't understand everything that's going on around her. Not only because she is a Parshendi and she is in Alethi lands, but also because she is young and clueless and kind of not aware of everything that's going
And
on in this.
that
So
really
interesting.
great scene where she's like, "Is this the Shattered Plains? Where are we?" And he's like, "No, this is the Shattered Plains." And she's like,
It was.
"Oh no!"
It was actually kind of really adorable that like she's like. Everybody realizes she just loves to run off and like go see things and experience stuff. So she's going from door to door, and she opens it up, and she sees probably the 4 most important people in Roshar, and she's like, "Oh, I shouldn't be here."
Yep.
And
And
they're like, "It's okay, come on, you
Yep.
can speak English,
They
come on."
recognize her.
Yeah, as a translator.
yeah, specifically, I wanted to call out her conversation with Gavilar during the prologue, and something that Gavilar says that almost feels like it would be an offhand comment if it hadn't come up repeatedly throughout the story, is that I believe Gavilar tells her that he must unite them.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
this is one of my
He
notes.
uses that phrase.
the
he
OG
says-
unite them.
Gavilar says unite them while talking to Eshonai, which is heavily implying, like we've been hemming and hawing about this, you and us, in the second book especially. The second book was like pointing at this idea that Gavilar was seeing visions.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to heavily, blatantly imply that if he's saying unite them, that's what the Stormfather, he is getting these, like that's literally what the Almighty was telling Dalinar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
So-
can assume that he's getting the exact same visions.
It is
yeah.
heavily implied that Gavilar has been receiving those visions too.
And there's one other really interesting detail that I feel comfortable sharing with our 2 unspoiled friends here. Any ideas?
I feel very spoiled being friends with you guys.
It says where she's speaking to one of the 5, and one of the 5 says they were led by a
Yep,
voice
Clade.
that spoke the listener rhythms that told them to purchase Zeph.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Venli was with him when he followed the voice.
yes,
Yes.
isn't that interesting? So that implies right at the start of this book that we know this is the 3rd book. He's hearing voices from something that speaks their language. Is there some sort of Spren guiding him? But why would a Spren want him to buy Zeth? And does that imply that this Spren knew what was going to happen with Zeth? They knew who Zeth was somehow. What does that mean? And it's right at the beginning of the book, and it's such a little detail, but I just breezed past this on the first read.
Mm-hmm.
But on subsequent reads, it tinged the way I saw the rest of this book.
Yeah, it's like, and we get something like this too. Call it a contrivance. But the first book's prologue chapter is from Zeth's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And then each subsequent prologue chapter talks about how Zeth got there. Because Zeth was the slave of the assassin
Mm-hmm.
that Yasna was talking about, and she released him. And now we get this other bit of information
I'm so
about how
excited to read
Zeth
the
got
fifth
there.
one, dude.
So, I did a lot of homework until I got tired of doing homework,
Mm-hmm.
and I went back and I reread the prologue chapters and all the epigraphs from the first couple of books. And there's a lot of things that we just never really talked about.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the most interesting things, Gavilar, before he died, saying his last words, which is very honorable, very important to Zeth, he also gave Zeth a stone.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
The same stone that he shows Eshonai.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's like
which is described as a black light sphere that he said was very special and can even hold a god. And I find it very interesting that at the very end of this book, he puts the thrill into a perfect ruby or something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk about it at the end because I
don't think
believe
you will.
No, I think this comes up in this book.
Yeah.
Right.
It might not be explicitly stated. Maybe it does. We'll talk about it at the end.
Well, we're getting into theory number 1. I think that is where the shard of odium is being held.
You think?
And it can only be released by using Stormlight.
Oh, so you think he's trapped?
He's bound. He's said that explicitly.
But like literally physically bound, you think he is trapped in a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I guess it's not very clear what is binding odium to Roshar. Whether it's some kind of magic from honor and cultivation, or a spell, or a curse, it's hard to understand what could hold him here. I don't think it's that.
Yeah.
What I gathered from Eshonai when she was looking at the thing, my words were that she thinks to herself that the forms of power had been associated with a dark light, a light from the King of Gods. The King of Gods is obviously odium to me because he wears a crown.
Well, I see it as more. I see that, and I think the King of Spring.
Oh, and also the sphere itself glowed with a dark light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it was negative light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The same light that we see all the, what are they called? The fused. They have that same similar described
Void
dark
light.
Yes.
There is another king that I think that could refer to,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll get into it. But
Okay.
So that's the prologue.
Still with the prologue.
Okay.
The only thing that I've really enjoyed trying to do now is pay attention to characters who were described. You guys have already told me, oh, Nail's here.
Isn't that interesting?
There's also a hobo that looked at Zeth and was like, do you see me? And it's like, that's Yezrian. Was Yezrian.
Mm-hmm.
Poor guy.
Tough, huh?
Yep.
You have ideas on that. Nail was talking to somebody that was described as a thinner, Alethi-looking man who kept glancing over his shoulder. My thoughts is that this is another herald, but I don't know which.
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
I will tell you who.
Half a point to John.
But you are correct.
That same Alethi-looking man, in Yasna's vision of it, showed concerns for Ash, which we now know as Shalash, and recognized that Zeth was carrying, quote, my lord's own blade. Which I thought to myself, I'm like, okay, maybe he's not a herald, but like, maybe it's because he had Yezrian's blade?
He does have
Yezrian was the
That's
king of the
Windrunner-
heralds?
Windrunner sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Yezrian was considered the king of the heralds, and that is the king that I think is being referred to.
And Elokar invited both Nail and this herald.
yes.
Interesting.
What does he have to say of him? And what's more interesting there is at least the brief little snippet of conversation that she steps into. They feel like contemporaries. Like, it doesn't feel like... If I were in the presence of two people who are heralds, Scott, I wouldn't be like, hey, what are you doing later? You know? What's going on? Yeah, I was thinking this would be a good idea. You think? Yeah. I'll bump by your place on next Tuesday.
Yeah, these people are supposedly like 7,000
And yet
years
he's
old.
talking to them like they're contemporaries, like they're in on something, like they are together on it.
Mm-hmm.
Here is the next thing that I noticed that I thought was very interesting. Zeth wore white because it was a Parshendi thing.
Yes.
And they told him, if you were to assassinate a man, he is entitled to see you coming. And to me, that is a very honorable thing to do. And now that we know that humans came later, it tells me that honor and cultivation probably spent quite a bit of time with the Parshendi.
That also belies this idea that if that is honorable, that you can apply honor to dishonorable acts. And I think that's a theme that's sprinkled throughout this whole series.
Mm-hmm.
Dishonorable act meaning like assassinating somebody. Yes. Yes. They go into this in a bit more detail about what, and Kaladin wrestles with this as well. What does it actually mean to be honorable in keeping a promise?
Mm-hmm.
What if keeping that promise hurts other people? You know, what if that keeping that promise means that you have to betray another?
It also kind of entails this idea that honor is something that lives in us. It's not something that lives outside of us. We decide what's honorable.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with this?
Yes, and I think that's
personalized. Yeah,
I think that's kind of Kaladin's arc throughout.
Oh, I don't mean like person to person. I mean people.
Oh,
as in a people. There cannot. It's like there is no honor if there is no one to say what is honorable.
Yes, I don't think that contradicts what I was saying.
I'm just saying, in a bigger picture, it kind of primes us for the stuff I'm going to be dropping later.
Yeah. But I think that's why Syl has such difficulty talking with Kaladin about this, is because I don't think she gets to decide.
Yeah.
Or maybe she does?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
But who is the decider?
I have a lot to talk about that specific point later.
So, going forward, to add to that very honorable thing, I don't know yet. I don't know the history of Roshar exactly. I can speculate, but just the pieces that are being laid out before me in the prologue views are so interesting, because it's like it's right here. I'm pointing right at the tip of my nose. It's right here. It's at the edge of my vision. You can see your nose when you think to look for it.
You bringing that up is one of the main reasons why I think rereading these books is so rewarding.
Dude, I bet it was like, the ride of the roller coaster, but now it's like going down it a first time again.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like it introduces all this stuff and you're like, okay, I guess that's just stuff. But then it builds on all of that in the subsequent books and you're like, wait, what all was there? You know, what did I miss? It's like, it was like right there in your face.
I don't know if you guys noticed this. A person turned into bugs.
What was that?
Well, we all know that the interlude chapters aren't canon.
Oh, that's the way. That should be how we read it.
That's where the fan fiction comes in.
Exactly. Oh. Those are actually all his favorite Patreons.
Oh. Yeah, because he definitely needs crowdfunding for these books.
So, the other things that I looked at, and I'm starting to look at everything with... the idea that humans came second. You know, the big drop happened.
Spoilers.
So looking at the prologue chapters with that in mind now, it's interesting because you have to discern the lore that can take place before the humans and the lore that takes place after.
It's kind of like we have to do our own little version of, what's the word that Yasna is? The Vera, whatever.
Hot.
Veristitalian?
We have to do our own version of that kind of work where we are parsing together this history from two different perspectives.
Yeah. What is human history? What is Parshendi history? What is legend? What is completely made up? And what is hyperbole? Yeah.
So something I thought that was interesting, when Zeth first summoned his Shardblade, quoting exactly what he said, according to legend, Shardblades were first carried by the Night Radiants unaccounted ages ago, gifts of their god, singular, granted to allow them to fight horrors of rock and flame, dozens of feet tall, foes whose eyes burned with hatred. Now, the only reason I bring this up, it feels so common sense to think, oh, well, we're just talking about people. We're talking about people that fought Voidbringers. But, like, before humans were here, was there anything that the Parshendi had to fight? Or, like, when Odium first showed up, did he make these things happen? And the Parshendi were the ones with shard blades?
I am... If it's not just rhetorical, I will answer. I will say no. I don't think any of the Parshendi had shard blades, though I do think it is probably possible for them to have.
We see Venli bond to Spren in this book.
Exactly.
But we also know that they have gem hearts.
I disagree.
Okay.
We've seen how Voidspren act. Voidspren just literally fly in their own hearts and change who they are.
Right.
I don't think I can go into it yet, but I disagree that they could have.
The other thing...
Okay.
We'll save that for you guys, because I don't have a lot of theory crafting I can do on it. It's just something that I look at it in a different light now.
Something I will say is they make it clear that the heralds came first, and they demonstrated these power over the surges, and then the Spren sought to emulate the herald's powers, and they gave normal people the ability to control the surges.
Okay.
That's where the Knights Radiant come from.
So maybe Spren... Maybe there was a certain type of bonding that happened with Parshendi, but nothing like to what they do with humans.
I 100% agree with that.
I will agree. Yeah, I will agree with that. My thing was they would not have been able to do shard blades because
they
had
anything to mimic.
Correct.
Because I think
That makes sense.
Doesn't Eshonai talk about how when you go out into the storm to change your form, you bond with a different Spren?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah, you have to basically trick a Spren into entering your own gym.
Yeah. And there's like, you can do, I think it's like a wind Spren, a life Spren.
You can do any Spren.
But to get the specific forms. Or maybe they, in theory, I think you could bond with any Spren, but the forms that they know, they can only bond with certain Sprens because they don't know how to bond with others.
No.
They don't know what to bring, and they don't know the mindset they need to be in.
Because they have to be in a specific mindset as well as having the Spren.
And they don't know the rhythms.
Yeah.
Can a person made out of bugs bond to Spren?
This is a very interesting question.
They can bond to many Spren.
Could each bug bond a Spren?
It's like General Grievous. They'll have so many swords.
So,
This is now 2 episodes that we brought up a General Grievous comment.
if we're going to theorycraft here,
About General Grievous?
I don't know if the bugs in Aemia are native to Roshar, but if they are, then they'll probably have gem hearts. And if the Parshendi have gem hearts and they can bond Spren with them, then maybe they can.
I can answer that to some degree, but I'm not going to.
Don't you dare touch on something that can be Cosmere-esque.
I don't actually know enough to be able to answer it
Before we keep
consistently.
theory crafting, the other thing that I thought was really interesting was when Gavilar is on his deathbed and he looks at Zeth for an answer. He mentions a Thetacar and a Restares and then Sadius trying to determine who hired the assassin, and then was shocked that it was the Parshendi. Absolutely thrown off by it.
Yes.
Like, they were the last on his mind.
No, they were not the last. They were not on his mind. He had not conceived of them doing this.
And when he asked why, Zeth was like, I don't know, man.
They didn't tell me.
That's not my job.
They pointed me in a direction.
Not my monkey, not my circus. I'm just the guy with the blade.
That there's quite a lot of heavy implications with this idea that the Parshendi weren't on his radar. What does that mean for what is happening right now? Right then, that banquet.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Does that mean that this whole thing is not even basically a publicity stunt? If they aren't even on his radar for anything like this?
What if he really thought, he's like, okay, I'm gonna show this thing to Eshonai. She's gonna take it back to the listeners. The listeners are like, we gotta hear this man out. we gotta hear this out. And he foolproof. They're gonna listen to me. They're gonna agree because I know I'm right. Because I feel like Gavilar's the kind of guy that's like, yeah, I'm way overconfident about myself. God's talking to me? You kidding me?
I mean, it's like what we were talking about with Kaladin, where, at least from his perspective, I mean, I can kind of buy it. From Gavilar's perspective, he's the chosen one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, Gavilar has serious main character energy.
I do find it interesting that the third name he brings up is Sadius.
Mm-hmm.
So I really think that, like brothers, he has a moment where he looks to the Almighty. He's like, "Can I trust Sadius?" And so he's like, "Yes."
Yes. We
He's
like
like,
them.
"Knew it."
He didn't say Dalinar.
Does he trust his brother?
Because he
or
trusts his brother with his life.
I don't
Or
trust any of mine.
He doesn't think that highly of his brother.
Oh.
He would never think that Dalinar would. Maybe it's not that he trusts his brother. It's he thinks his brother would not betray him.
Or
He just thinks he's a tool.
that. Like
Oh.
how can my sword betray me? I'm holding it.
Right.
That would be so
Which
sad.
we've already
Which
seen.
we talk
That's
about-
not that foolproof.
We talk about that. Well, we can talk about that in the Dalinar flashbacks. The relationship between Dalinar and Gavilar. It also gives. Not only does it give us flashbacks to Dalinar's life, but it gives us the most screen time
We
for
have
Gavilar
that we've had so far.
Yeah.
And
And I
it's
drink all that up.
I do, because it's like Gavilar has been dead this entire time, but his presence in the story has been felt throughout this entire time.
What more could Eshonai have given us? Because it felt like it didn't feel like she had answers, but man, it felt like she knew where to get them.
So, I think
Is this a criticism you have of the actual book that you touched on? I don't think you mentioned it when we were talking about criticism.
I was sad to see her die off screen.
Yeah.
I was genuinely upset about that. I thought, I was like, she's not dead. It was like movie style trope. It's like, nope, off screen, we're good. She's coming back for round 2, baby. Cue the Stone Cold music. We're getting a round 2 with Adolin probably. I don't know what's gonna happen. But she's best girl. She's gonna come back. She's gonna be the one who bonds with a Spren.
When you say you're sad like with
I'm
the
mourned.
book or
I
sad at
mourned.
the book?
I was sad at the book.
You're
When
genuinely
Venli-
disappointed because
Yeah.
that was a storyline you wanted to
Honestly,
explore
it
that
made
got
me
cut off.
No, I was a character in the book. I resonated with Venli when she's like, "My sister's dead."
Yeah.
That sucks. I
Inter-
killed my sister.
interesting parallel that we have one sibling that dies prematurely, and then the second sibling takes up their mantle and becomes a
yeah.
Knight Radiant.
I got some
'Cause
to
that is-
take a term from one of my favorite
And
YouTubers.
also got messages from God.
Yes.
To take a term from one of my favorite YouTubers, I got some pretty floppy notes, and we're gonna be talking about stuff like that.
Chris is so excited right now.
Chris,
I
feel
have
free
a
to
theory.
check in.
I have a theory.
Okay.
I have a theory.
Literally at the prologue.
Okay, we know that the Parshendi's souls can carry on because that's how their gods work, quote unquote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Venli's
Little light orb
Spren
is
Timber.
Eshonai.
is Eshonai.
Timber.
Interesting. I have not considered this.
That's where my mind is right now.
Okay.
Because we don't really see her until we don't really see Timber until after
They move her body.
yeah. So that's
No, you're wrong.
I'm wrong?
Because
I'm glad I didn't want to bring
she
no one
already, Eshonai had a ball of light following her around, and I
Yes.
think that was
Okay.
Timber.
Never mind.
But that'd be cool.
I
would
made a
love that.
point. I made
I
a
would
point
love
to.
I was gonna say there's some stuff that breaks that.
I made a point to call that out in our previous episode, where I talked about the odd Spren that, as described, is
touching
nothing
me, I'm
like
so
we've
sorry.
seen before. And even Vinley doesn't really know what Timber is. Vinley throughout this book is like, "Are you a Star Spren?" Like, she doesn't use those words, but like asking, "Are you a Star Spren?" to Timber, and Timber doesn't answer.
Mhm.
Which-
Timber can't.
It is
speak.
interesting. Timber just resonates to the songs.
Yeah.
But I guess that's also. I guess that's actually also could be because you're seeing it from a Parshendi's point of view, who hears the world.
That's interesting.
There's something else going on there that I think we just kind of haven't we are only going to experience through Venli, so it might be just a quirk of that kind of spread.
I want
Right.
Rhythm of War to be a musical.
I seriously wish it was. It would have been great.
That's something that I feel like any live action adaptation of this story would really struggle with is
Yeah.
how musical it is supposed to
Especially
sorry.
because there are whole. I mean, there are certainly snippets
The
of
Hobbit.
scenes where conversations take place with rhythms,
Right.
where you'll be like curiosity, and then somebody answers in, you know, disdain or whatever, and then it was like sadness, and that's it.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I feel like would be very hard to translate.
Yeah.
And
if I were a filmmaker, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Well, you'd have to. The big things, you'd have to build rhythms for every emotion,
And you'd have to make sure that the reader or the viewer can understand it.
right?
Yeah.
And the thing that would be so hard is because all of the speakers that use rhythm do not facially emote when they use the rhythms. That's a human thing that we do because
They keep talking about how they wear it on their skin, their
Right.
feelings.
all of the listeners speak their emotion in a rhythm. They don't emote. Their face doesn't say anything. So you have to have a whole bunch of character actors who have a flat affect face and speak in a very precise manner.
I also enjoy how much biological sense that makes, because if you're a carapace person,
Yeah.
it's probably
Face-
hard to make facial.
And especially if you change shape constantly,
Yeah.
your face is going to look different.
Exactly. That's a great point that I didn't even consider.
Like,
You
all of their-
literally morph.
That's one of the things that's like they don't identify each other by facial structures. They identify each other by their pattern.
Yeah.
Yes, John.
I'm sorry. It didn't matter. It was just a joke. I was just going to say that I can only imagine Eshonai training all the Parshendi in Warform to be a man.
You must be swift as a raging chasm fiend.
Just because it seemed a little unclear if we were all on the same page, we're aware of why the Parshendi wanted to kill Gavilar. Right.
Yes.
They did not want Gavilar. Gavilar had revealed to Eshonai that he was going to bring back their gods.
Mm-hmm. And they were like, no,
Uh-oh.
thank you.
Nope. Please no. Let's get this superpowered slave to kill him.
Yeah. And Gavilar is so surprised that the Parshendi would do this because he thought that they would want that. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't crossing.
Do we
into the book
believe that was? I have so little faith in Gavilar and his intentions and the way he treats people, because of the way he maneuver in these flashbacks. The way he starts to talk to Dalinar feels like that. It feels like, you're my sword. I don't care if you're drinking. What do you do? You're pathetic, you know. And it's almost like he's this whole peace treaty thing that's happening. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about it. To say it's a means to an end is like giving it even that too much credit.
Mm-hmm.
The Parshendi are just like weird little guys, but there's something about them that I can exploit.
Right.
And I think that's I'm willing to give him that much.
You could probably even say, because it's like the Parshendi are an oddity to him. This is my read at least, but I don't think this peace treaty actually plays into any of his plans. It almost feels like he's contrived it just to gloat.
Mm-hmm.
That, hey, look what I'm about to do. Aren't you going to be happy about that?
That makes sense too, because if you look at the flashbacks, like he was like, man, we should really try to take the rift without bloodshed. That would speak volumes about my leadership, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That would,
Nope,
we got to do it.
Yeah. And he's always past looking. He's always like, I want to be like the Sunmaker, his ancestor who conquered Alethkar, and he wants a legacy, and he's willing to walk over anybody to do it.
We done with the prologue?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing we start to see, I love when Dalinar takes people into his visions throughout this book. And this is the first time in chapter 1 he sees. He like stays for a little bit too long and lets the destruction of this Kolinar or whatever the city is wash over him because he just wants to feel it. And he sees in the distance Odium's champion, and he looks at it and it has 9 shadows, and it's very cool. But the thing that I really love is he makes a note that says that the eyes of the enemy champion are familiar, and there's so many different ways we can read this. Does he mean familiar in that he literally sees his eyes and knows the man's eyes? Does he mean familiar in that the feeling of it is familiar? Like, there's another like read where, is he seeing like the thrill in this man's eyes like that? Is he seeing his own eyes in this champion and hasn't clocked it? There's so many different ways to read it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious how you guys see it.
Well, now or then?
Why not both?
Because then it was, it is another Lethe. He knows this person. What was my first thought?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, Amram, is Sadius not dead? Is he going to come back as like a weird revenant guy and he has to fight him? That would be cool. But
I didn't even consider the idea of like necromancy. Why can't that happen?
why can't it happen?
Go ahead.
But then at the end, and Odium's all doing the stuff, and he's like, "You were supposed to be my champion." Blah 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 blah.
favorite part.
It is Luke striking down Darth Vader, and it's Luke's face.
So you
Yeah.
think he's seeing himself and hasn't clocked it?
Yeah.
In that moment.
Okay. I kind of had the reverse idea where when I read it, I thought of it as like, this is a warrior's eyes. Like,
Sure.
this is a
Yeah.
killer's
Like,
eyes.
yeah, something like that.
But now that Odium's like, you were supposed to be my champion, now I start to think, well, who is going to be his champion?
Mm-hmm.
And is it somebody that Dalinar is going to know? Does Odium, but then that's the thing, is like, does Odium know who his champion is, if it's not Dalinar? I'm not sure. I think at this point, it means that it is somebody else's eyes, whose face he doesn't recognize yet.
I don't remember what I thought when I first read this, but I get the feeling that
So you think it's a premonition?
Yes.
You
So
think
he's
this is
seeing
of
the
the future?
future.
that's what I was going to get to, is because
That's another good question. Is this like, why is he seeing it? Is it directly like a, hey, like from Odium? Like, hey, guess what's coming?
that's
your
what
way?
I was about to say, is
Yeah.
Odium has been shown, I believe, in this book to be able to interact with these visions.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
So
At the end of part 2.
at the end, when Tanavast's vision is coming to a close, that's a great time for Odium to
Dude.
just be like, look what I got coming for you.
Yeah.
And at this point, Odium is fully on board, knowing that he's got Dalinar on lock.
He's been courting him
Bro.
his whole life.
Yeah.
This
And so that vision is ready. When you're ready, I'm here.
Welcome.
sorry,
This
you
is just for you.
you started saying Tanavast, and it's been so long. I thought you were talking about Taravangian. I'm like, what the f- are you talking about?
I had a split second too.
This old man's like, come here, down.
Oh, he's so frail in the audiobook.
Yes.
You want to catch these? Oh my!
What about you, John? How do you see this champion? You have a lot of thoughts.
When I saw this, exactly what you said raced through my mind. But I felt like the reason why it was familiar to him is because I think Odium has a very close relationship with the Thrill.
That's yes.
And
So when he sees the familiar eyes, it's like this man is enraptured by the thrill, right?
yes, it's familiar to him because you don't see another character that has a relationship with the Thrill like Dalinar does.
Right. I mean, that's like...
That's
That's
why
his-
he wins, kind of at
that's-
the end.
I do.
Mhm.
Because my notes to it too. My notes for
I killed those children.
my first notes for the flashback chapter. And this is coming. My first notes were the chapter 2 flashback chapter, where Dalinar described the Thrill as being musical,
Yeah.
and I'm like, that's so interesting. That's so interesting to me that the Thrill is musical to him, because now getting to the end of the book, I'm like, is the Thrill native to Roshar?
Or even yet, like going further, does that mean the thrill is a rhythm?
Exactly.
What does that imply?
What about
Because the
other
thrill
ones?
is like a thing.
Because we know
Does
when
that mean like the rhythm of
The-
whatever is like
the
a
other
thing?
Unmaids, the Heart of the Rebel, like, it's just a beat. You have a heartbeat there. It's a big ass heart, and
Mhm.
like everybody was dancing to the music that was excess, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
And-
so there's two things
Genius.
here.
and we know that when a listener takes a void spren in, they hear new rhythms.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. I
The
think... okay.
rhythms of the gods.
So this complicated things for me, because it seemed to me
sorry, I
that
just kicked the door.
It seemed like to me that the Parshendi were the creations of honor and cultivation, and honor and cultivation were who created the rhythms. Odium was not involved in any of that, which makes me think that the Unmade were created after Odium came to Roshar and adopted the Parshendi.
Well, how about this? They were unmade
Yeah.
after Odium came to Roshar.
It's in their name. He tainted them.
He didn't taint them. He unmade them and rebuilt them.
And like we
Same
even see that with the Midnight Mother, where like she gets like a sense of this thing had a purpose and it wanted to understand, and now that's all it's trying to do is understand. That's why it's killing these people.
That-
It's not malicious.
That absolutely vibes with Odium's MO. Reconstitute his own
Yeah. He even
piece-
said,
like, because the Unmade are shards, splinters of Odium. Like, I think that's stated. But yeah, he, after making them, he has recreated, like, twisted them to a new purpose. I like that idea.
Because like one of the defining characteristics that you always kind of see in literature is like hatred cannot build anything; it can only corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So him coming to Roshar, he could not add; he could only change.
God of War.
but
He tears down Olympus
I
through his
feel-
hatred.
I feel like Odium had a special relationship to the Thrill because it felt like the Thrill was just everything he wanted from something here.
To
The
be,
thri-
I like that.
Because the thrill is like pure passion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that
Exactly.
idea.
And like the reason why I thought that
It's like the
his
favorite
relationship-
son almost.
his relationship with the Thrill was so special is because you talk to Ja'Nat, the Taker of Secrets or whatever, and she's like, "I'm not of Odium," and I'm
Yeah.
like, "Okay, you're an Unmade. Are all the Unmade not of Odium?"
Oh, so
Maybe not originally.
Okay, so maybe whoever said that was wrong. That the Unmade were splinters of Odium. Maybe that was just the best analogy they had at the time. But okay, I had never even considered any of this. Such a smooth brain. I'm just along for the ride.
You guys made me want to, like, you guys set my focus to think big. I'm like, dude, there's things we don't know anything about. The wording the wording that is used here is so important. I do feel like he groks Thrill. Odium groks Thrill so hard.
I love that. I love the idea that the Thrill is like I said, his favorite son, basically. Because he's like taking after his daddy so much.
Dalinar grokked the Thrill really hard.
Yeah.
So like that's why to me the most immediate thing he recognizes is this thing that was all over his past.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a whole lot of it since we met him.
Because the thing that we're getting from the Thrill, like you said, is just that sheer intensity and passion. And what does Odium say he is? Like he originally, when they asked, "Who are you?" or Dalin's like, "Are you Odium?" He's like, "It's a fitting name, but I would prefer passion."
Mm-hmm.
So I think you might be onto something even more there.
Immediately looking at it, I'm like, this is probably Dalinar. This he's been grooming Dalinar, right? Dalinar's been getting groomed. And I'm like, what? Kaladin, I think back to that arena thing where
Something
it's something deeper. And I'm like, man, that's something, huh?
Passion in
That's something. He's a passionate man.
Yes. And even Shallan, I keep bringing this up, but Shallan in the Chasms describes literally Kaladin as, "You are such an odious man," to his face.
Yeah. In the chasm, she also calls him she thinks he's a passionate man. That's how she describes him.
She describes him as passionate in Oathbringer like 400 times.
Yeah.
She wants to be passionate with him, you know what I'm saying? Well, Vale does.
And it's like, yeah, is that a red herring or is that foreshadowing? Could the champion be Dalinar or could it be Kaladin? I think those are our best guesses.
If we are
Interestingly,
to
though-
interpret it as he is, like, if we are interpreting the eyes were familiar, as in literally, I've seen those eyes before. Kaladin or Dalinar. Those are the two.
Yeah.
What if it's like Teft? How crazy would that be?
Adolin.
Okay, like
So
this idea that there's also this idea that Odium's already beat Adolin. Adolin gave in and killed Sadius.
Also, to add to this,
the the line. It goes so hard when Adolin kills Thaddeus.
I'm not my father.
My father thinks I'm a better man than him, but he's wrong.
Also, dude, Aelin to me kind of gets put on an island and gets pulled back a little bit during this book. My note near the end in part 4, Aelin opening up to Shallan about killing Sadeas, and only receiving a simple "good for you," quite literally, response when seeing him and also seeing her like swoon over Kaladin. That dude, like, he was like, Elhakar's dead. He's like, don't have time to mourn right now. He sees Kaladin is shattered, and he's like, I gotta keep him talking. I gotta keep him rolling.
I love it so much.
He's taking care of everybody, and nobody's taking care of him.
Yeah, dude.
And I'm like,
Adolin is such an A+, man. I love him.
If Adolin starts hearing the Odium voice, I'm gonna be like,
The mightier the hero, the harder the fall.
What's so interesting and funny, genuinely funny, but I do think it's an interesting, and I buy it, aspect to his character is he is so horrible at hiding the fact that he killed Sadeas. But every time anyone brings it up, they're like, oh man, Adolin gets really rocked by this. He must have really thought highly of it. He did think maybe he thinks Dalinar's in danger, and meanwhile Aelin's like, they're gonna find me.
He's got such a reputation that he's got such a reputation for being a Boy Scout that literally nobody could suspect him.
Yeah, they look at him like, look at that dog. Like, the dog it's a golden retriever holding the bloody knife, is shaking, and they're like, he thinks he's people. That's so cute.
Like, Sadeas' wife is like, I think Dalinar killed my husband, and he's like, no, he didn't. And she's like, calm down. I don't think Dalinar actually did it, but I think somebody in his army did. And he's like, you think somebody in our army would do that?
And Shallan's like, I need to get him to stop talking. He's just gonna ruin this.
Yeah. I didn't think about the premonition or the vision being something of the future. I did not even think about Odium corrupting any of these visions.
I didn't think about him corrupting this vision.
Based on what we see at the end of this with Renarin, I think he would. I think a big part of why Vorens distrust being able to see the future so much.
I was about to say
is because they think it's from Odium. Because I'm pretty sure Odium can see at least some of the future.
We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Well, I know a pretty smart guy that said you can't trust anybody who says they claim to see the future.
Something that I just picked up on that I think is kind of interesting. The Almighty created these visions. He created, in that one in particular, that Dalinar's seeing in Chapter 1, as like this is what could happen. Mm-hmm. Isn't that interesting? That it's kind of like a prediction. It's almost like a threat.
Oh, I took everything as a recreation of past events.
No.
Like that one in particular is like a destroyed Kolinar, which is something that didn't happen.
Did once? Did it not?
No.
What about the Noadon chapter?
That's what the Stormfather is saying, is that this is like crafted specifically for you.
Okay. Gotcha.
I
still took everything as like, this is roughly what past events look like.
I'm saying the only one is that one.
I see.
The rest absolutely.
The very first one is, here's what could come to pass if you don't succeed. The world will simply fall away into the void.
Dude, what if Gavilar's last words, one of the most important words a man can say, was his last-ditch effort to be like, yeah, dude, I saw my brother as Odium's champion.
That's what I saw
that was my brother's eyes as Odium's champion. If I can get him to be a Knight Radiant, maybe I can stop the world from being with a capital F.
A lot of bleeps I'm gonna have to do there.
Just bleep with a capital F. It's gonna be real clear what that was.
Fun.
Sorry.
I think we can move past that. I didn't know this is gonna be tough.
This is gonna be a 30-hour episode.
Because I have a lot to say. And this is Chapter 1.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
After that, after Chapter 1, I think Sadeas' death gets revealed. They find his corpse.
Mm-hmm.
Shallan's going on her little adventure to solve it. But in the middle of that, Kaladin goes back to he's like looking for his parents' village.
In Hearthstone.
And Syl says something very interesting. Syl says that she remembers Kaladin's parents. Which is like, weird. What? No, you don't.
Yeah.
And her response to "What? No, you don't" is, "Everything is connected." And there was another voice, and I quote, "A pure voice with a song like tapped crystal, distant yet demanding." Huh?
What?
What? What are you talking about, Syl? It doesn't get alluded. It doesn't get elaborated on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are meant to believe that Syl meets Kaladin at the beginning of Way of Kings in the slave caravan.
Heck of an assumption.
Well, yeah, that's how the story is played out. But then we get a little bit more to that. Well, maybe Syl was around Kaladin a little bit prior to that.
That's what I kind of think.
But then the timeline gets pushed back further because Syl says she remembers Kaladin before she was fully awake. And the reason Kaladin has the name Stormblessed is because he could move like the wind in battle. And I think that implies that Syl was with him his entire time in the army.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if he was starting to awaken right before his brother died?
Right. Yeah.
And then we get,
So I think-
know your family. Maybe she's been with him most of his life.
And the implication with her saying everything is connected, what does that mean? Is she saying that, like, there's some invisible network of knowledge? That's kind of what it sounds like, but what does that mean?
Mm-hmm. And I think there is some credence to Syl being there a lot longer than we originally thought, because in Kaladin's flashback chapters in Way of Kings, it seems to imply that Odium has also been grooming Kaladin. Because even then, they talk about how he has had this darkness in him and this, like, anger. And so maybe the thing that was balancing him out besides Tien was Syl's presence. Maybe not. But this is my theory. Based on what we know what the Skybreakers are doing right now, killing all of the potential Knights Radiants to prevent the next desolation. I think that Helleran was there to kill Kaladin, not Amaram. That's my theory. Because he was sent there because there were rumors that there was a potential Knight Radiant in Amaram's army. And Helleran was sent to find him and kill him.
How metal is that he went there to, if that's the case, which I totally believe. I think that's the case. How metal is that he gets, like, he is hunted by the prey that he was there to hunt?
What ways do you feel Kaladin was groomed by Odium in his flashbacks?
Just, so, we talk about how passionate man, odious man, how he's just had this anger and this darkness in him in the present day. I'm saying that shadow was with him even at an early age.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, one of the, especially...
And it was even the chapter where he fights the other farm boy. He says, I have never felt more comfortable than when I had a weapon in my hand.
He grabbed that spear and something was just correct.
And one of the things that I love people's descriptions of just looking at Kaladin, because they never really describe his features. But even just at rest, everyone describes him as something to the effect of an oncoming storm.
Intense.
The intensity is just so overwhelming.
And I said it in our first episode, it seems like Kaladin is only at ease when he is committing violence.
Sorry, I realized after asking the question too, it's also like the line, he can't learn to stop caring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I look at what we now know about Odium and how he wants to take people's pain. And Kaladin's got a lot of it. Mm-hmm. And he seems to be an infinite source of pain.
Right.
Because he cares about everybody.
Yeah. I mean, jumping to the end here, but Odium is pleading with Dalinar at the end to give up this pain. And Dalinar rejects it because he says the pain is who I am. It's mine. Yeah, Kaladin has just as much pain.
If Kaladin gives into Odium, Odium will be unstoppable. If Odium's power comes from the pain of others,
I don't think it does. I think you can just take it from them.
I think it fuels him.
I don't know if it's that literal. I think it's more give in to me.
Yeah.
It's not.
I am the well you scream
This
into.
is it's the opening of the door.
Mhm.
Further on, I love that scene with Kaladin at the when he's like all despondent. He has no Stormlight anymore. They see him crawling into Roshone's mansion, and they grab him, and he's just like with his family again, and he's like a little boy again.
Dude, it was so fast.
And then he's like, "Well, fantasy's over," and immediately just goes into officer mode, and the guys are like,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And they see this Shash-branded maniac, and they're like, yes,
and
dark-eyed.
And he's been on the road for weeks. He has not bathed. He's been in the storms
And
several times.
There's just something about he just exudes this authority, and they can't help but just respond to that. And
Again, a common trait of
Mhm.
everybody who interacts with Kaladin.
and how did you guys feel about his interaction with Laurel?
I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah,
It's very interesting.
it's very upsetting.
I didn't take a single note on it.
Neither did I. But I am upset by it, not for the ways you might think. It's just like sad on both ends.
Mhm.
Like
It was very professional.
neither of them expected exactly this to happen.
Yeah.
How could you? And we are recognizing that, at least to my eye, Kaladin feels nothing about her. And he sees that and is like, man, that's sad. She was like pretty important to me in a past life. I'm not even that person anymore. And she's like, you are not the person that I knew anymore.
I mean,
Yeah.
quite literally, like, he decks Roshone. He's like, that's from Moash.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, he's like, okay, sorry, that was out of line. Don't worry, guys. I'm contained. I'm not going to do it again. And she's like, listen, you still can't just come in here and do this to him.
He's so
That
dramatic.
is my husband.
And then he goes outside and flies like Superman.
Yeah.
And he's like, the Radiants are back.
Your saviors are here.
Yeah.
Hold on. He got a little brother again.
Oh,
Hold on.
yes, of course.
I also gotta say the tension with Lirin.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
What does that expression mean when his son starts flying is literally the second coming, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And
You're still upset with him?
yeah, what is he thinking? I'm so interested in what he is thinking about Kaladin when he sees that. Is it this inevitability where he sees Kaladin as like, you are still going down this path of, like, I don't care if you're a flying, glowing man.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go kill people with that shard blade.
I don't know. I don't care if you carry the power of God.
Yeah. It's like, it very much represents that Lirin is his son's father.
Yeah.
They are both uncompromising in their wills
Yep.
Yeah.
and their beliefs.
Lirin is a die-hard pacifist. He will not allow for violence.
It's even like I see it as even further than that. It's like, as silly as this sounds, it's like negative violence rather than no violence. He wants to actively aid people who have been victims of violence.
Mm-hmm. Undo the pain that has been done to others. Yeah, and
Boy, he would be good for the Heralds.
No.
No.
No?
No.
He wouldn't be good for the Heralds?
No.
I don't know. It's noble. And I think there are heralds that represent that noble virtue. Not all of them,
It's noble, but also naive.
Dude, the Heralds just need somebody to lean on. That's not each other.
though. I think...
Like, can somebody who's been through what they've been through be fixed?
Can
Quote,
anybody who's been through what they've gone through understand what they've been through except one another?
Yeah.
It's a rhetorical question, but yeah, the idea about, I think Kaladin being in war recognized, I don't know where I heard this quote, but it's, rare is the opportunity for courage without violence. I think Kaladin understands that in order to be brave and to be a hero, you have to be able to inflict harm, even if you don't want to. Because unfortunately, the
I
people
think that's
that
a
you'll...
sad truth.
Yeah, because the people that you will have to inflict harm on others will not have the same reservations.
I think I would, while I don't necessarily disagree to the entirety of the extent, I think it is not necessarily that in order to be a hero, you would have to. but you have to accept that someone will have to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you get people like Desmond Doss in World War II who refused to carry a weapon as a medic, and he saved over like 76 people over the course of 3 days under fire nonstop.
Right.
And that feels like someone who would represent Lirin.
Yeah. I think that's actually a great comparison.
But
But I also think that in both cases they're the exception.
right. When there is an enemy that is hell-bent on your destruction, there's no half measure. There's no compromising peace.
And
Someone's going to have to fight them.
right, and it makes me, when you make that comparison, it makes me feel like calling Lirin naive is a little harsh. Because maybe Desmond Dawes was naive, but god damn it, he lived his truth. He was uncompromising as well. I don't have very many negative things to say about Dawes.
But he would never have said the rest of his men should be like him.
That's a good point.
That is a very...
Yep.
Lirin explicitly tells Kaladin, I don't want you as my son if you're going to be a soldier.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want to have anything to do with you if you're going to hurt people.
There's the difference. There's definitely the difference. Yeah.
What happens next in the plot?
What's Kaladin's brother's name?
I don't remember.
Tien.
No.
Or the little one?
The
new
one that's still alive.
Oleron.
Yeah.
What does that stand for?
I have no
I don't
idea.
know. Actually, I
I
don't
don't know what Kaladin
Only
stands
one
for.
left.
That's how they pronounce it in the audiobook. I guess it could be Olarin, which would kind of have the same stressed syllables as other Alethi names.
I've been loving
A lot of Lyns.
I've been loving the discrepancy between spelling and pronunciation.
Lyn is very popular in Alethi names.
Yeah, what does it mean?
It's in
Unto.
Lord.
Yeah.
Born
It's
unto.
It's
Born unto.
a suffix, yeah.
Yeah. Also, like you said, that scene with Kaladin and Laurel, it just kind of makes you feel sad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not in like a very emotional sadness. It's just kind of like a pale sadness of, man, I wish things could have turned out differently.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not...
How starkly different it could have been. And in some ways, I'm willing to say better, especially for Kaladin. Imagine how easy it would have been for him to just live this fantasy life.
Mhm.
If just Roshon hadn't sent Tien.
Mm-hmm. If he hadn't gone with him.
Yeah.
I find it also really interesting that Kaladin later on, when he's trying to work his way through everything, doesn't even
He's
think about
pointing at
Laurel.
me really aggressively.
Yeah.
Almost said.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
it's a lot of contrivances to get Roshon in Hearthstone in
Sure.
Kaladin's story.
Sure.
Because that was his parents trying to force something there.
Right.
You're right, but like,
Even Laurel
I
trying
think
to force something
They might
there.
have been forcing something there, but there was still something there, whether it was unspoken or not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
At the very least on Laurel's side.
But-
For sure.
But
Kaladin,
him-
I think, just never noticed.
Yeah.
I think it's like Peter Pan, where in Peter Pan, isn't that an absurd thing to say suddenly, huh? So Peter Pan, like, I'm pretty sure J.M. Barrie would agree with me when I say this. He's the author. Peter Pan's, like, whole deal is that he is surrounded by girls who have grown up faster than boys do.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Wendy sees Peter Pan and is immediately like, oh, you're cute, and I think you're cute, and I want to smooch you. And Peter Pan's, like, literally incapable of being more than a boy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, ooh, boys are gross. And Tinkerbell, Tiger Lily, and Wendy are all, like, have the hots for this little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Because they see him as a contemporary, obviously. It's not pervy.
Kaladin is Peter Pan.
That's what I'm saying.
He has a little sprite that follows him around that's a lady. He can fly.
At least in that moment, he was Peter Pan. He was still a boy, and Laurel had grown up faster than him.
Yeah. And it seems, even in this scene, in this book, that Laurel has grown up a lot more, and Kaladin is still kind of that little boy, because he still has this impression of her and Roshon
Mm-hmm.
that hasn't evolved past the day he left Hearthstone. Because he's like, how could you, be married to this man? He's cruel, he's terrible, you know who he is. And Laurel's just like, it's been years, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't like it at the start, but I've grown to accept it. It's my
I
life.
learned to live in the cup I was poured into.
Yeah.
Plus, she seems to be in charge.
Yeah, that's exactly as well. Like she made the situation her own. She won.
Because
in that
one
scenario.
of the things is the only reason he had any real legitimacy was because of her to begin with.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, the only reason he was even instantiated as, like, regent of the area was to act as her governor. And then, married her. So all of his legitimacy in the area comes from her. So at the end of the day, when she grows up, she would be in charge. Because if she gets rid of him, she still has the power. Yeah. She's still the Light Eyes who is connected to this area. She was born here. The people trust her.
Yeah. I just find it interesting that her describing her situation, she doesn't say it with any malice or sadness or resignation even. And maybe that's just a front because she still has these negative feelings towards Kaladin. She doesn't want to show any of those emotions. But I don't think that's true. I think she, exactly as you said, she learned to accept her situation.
And also, like, Kaladin has gone through so much in, that period of time. It's very hard to fathom that the life you grew up in after going through that could have changed.
That's kind of what I was saying.
The one good place you have left.
Like, that chapter in particular just really hammers it home to the reader. Like, how differently these paths, like, how wildly different the path he went on made him. Like, you can see the person he could have been if he had stayed here in that chapter. Not necessarily, but one of the versions of him. What happens? I need help. What happens? I know Kaladin starts going from village to village, warning them of the Everstorm and stuff.
Also trying to catch up to the Parshendi.
Yeah, like trying to learn where the Parshendi went. What happens outside of that? Like, I know he gets to some bigger city that I forget the name of. That's how he gets, like, he decides to stop the charade of pretending to be a Parshendi slave or a slave.
So,
right.
What happens with other people?
Well, everybody else is back in Irithiru.
Yeah.
And they are preparing for the war that is coming.
Remember Dalinar is, like, he's, like, talking to all these different diplomats, or, trying to talk to all these different people.
There's a wedding.
Oh, Dalinar and Navani got married.
Oh, yes,
and they couldn't get any of the, what are they called, guys? Ardents to officiate it, so they got the Stormfather to do it.
And what's so interesting...
Good get. Very good get.
Great pool.
He's like the god of oaths. But what's so interesting is he says something along the lines of, maybe you'll remember better, but he says something that spurs a thought in Dalinar's head that the nature of the oath isn't what is important. It is the factuality and the literality of the oath. Mm-hmm. So an oath made flippantly is just as important as an oath like this, the one Dalinar is making with Navani.
Here's the quote. I respect all oaths. There are no foolish oaths. All are the mark of men and true spren over beast and subspren. The mark of intelligence, free will, and choice. Oaths are the soul of righteousness.
And this sparks in a thought in Dalinar where is this how honor was? That honor would have honored a flippant oath, like an oath not to eat the last cupcake, as much as he would have honored the oath that Navani and Dalinar have right in this moment.
Or that he would appreciate that oath more than, like, I want to protect humanity and the Parshmen.
Yeah.
He's like, sorry, can't do both.
Yeah. And it's just really interesting. It's these kinds of thoughts that Dalinar is in a special position to have because he has just recently learned that his god is dead. Mm-hmm. And, but maybe he wasn't even the god that they were worshipping, or still worshipping, or ever worshipped.
Right. I think this is a point that I really want to discuss more because it is something that Kaladin really struggles with in this book, is what does his oath mean to protect those who can't protect themselves, to protect those that I hate, so long as it is right. Who does that apply to? I think Syl understands that he was thinking about specific people or groups of people when he said those oaths, but Kaladin's like, well, it doesn't have to be specifically them. Like, it could be anybody that needs protecting, right?
He probably hates Moash now.
Right. And he was definitely thinking about Moash when he made at least the first oath.
Yeah.
And Syl kind of pushes back on that. But she doesn't push back so much. She's just like, I don't understand. I don't want to talk about it.
It makes her actively uncomfortable, it
'Cause-
feels like.
We fast forward through everything else that Kaladin did in part 1, but like,
Oh, no, I didn't fast. I just wanted to jump back over to the Uathiri part, because I don't remember what was going on. I still have stuff to say
but
about that.
with like Kaladin, like, he caught up to this group of Parshendi, and then he realized, he's like, the Voidsprin said like, hey, there's a guy here, and he's like, these guys don't know what they're doing, and I surrender.
Yeah.
And like, he learns to love them, he learns to attach to them, he
Do
learns
you
to take
think-
care of them.
That's an
Like,
important question.
They're just people.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
That's the thing. It's
In
like-
that moment, was he making the decision? Like, obviously, he could have just slaughtered all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he had enough Stormlight to fly away at that point. But either way, was the decision he made right there specifically, I can learn stuff from these people and learn maybe where they're heading, maybe they know more, and I can bring that to Dalinar, or I can help these people.
I think his intention going in was like, oh, they're Voidbringers. I know what Voidbringers are, and then seeing them as Relaine,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
seeing them like him, like,
He's like uniquely situated to see them as
exactly.
people.
He's like,
Yeah.
oh, these guys aren't gonna survive out here. They were struggling to make a fire.
Yeah.
Their food was starting to go bad.
And John, you've talked about this specifically, and I think it's great that it parallels Kaladin and his struggle in this book, because you've told me, man, I kind of have mixed feelings about this book a little bit, because I liked it when it was simple.
Simpler.
When it was just the red demon-looking mother, those are the bad guys.
Hell yeah.
And now it's more nuanced, and Kaladin has that exact same epiphany
He's
in
like,
these
he's
scenes.
here with the reader. It's so interesting.
And it's
Yep.
one of those things where, like, it parallels Kaladin. Like, the situation he's in now parallels his previous time, because immediately he sees them as runaway slaves,
Mhm.
which he was.
Like,
He
exactly.
like,
I've been exactly where you are.
even if his point, the very first rationalization of, I need to at least be able to see what they're going to do because they're the enemy, might be why he initially tried to talk himself into doing it, because he could have just left.
We also see the first, like, overt example of Syl being, like, cunning.
Mhm.
Because she is pretending to be a normal Windsprin
Mhm.
to hide from this. And, like, I feel like that's something
And
that
he
we
recognizes that.
would never see from Syl prior to this moment.
Right.
Because it feels like a lie.
Yeah. And so the big point that I wanted to bring up here, this is the only thing that if this is the only thing I talk about in this episode, I'd be happy. But it is Kaladin chafing against his oaths in these scenes, and what it means to be a Knight Radiant, and what it means to be a Knight Radiant of a specific order. Because Kaladin very clearly, he's a Windrunner, and he's taken these oaths to protect those who can't protect themselves. But he also sees the plight of the Parshmen in this situation. And Syl is like, you need to see them as the bad guys. You need
Very one-sided.
you need to keep this simple. And Kaladin doesn't want to. And I came to
Pushing back. He's pushing back on her. I said this.
and I've spoken with Scott and John about this a little bit, but I think the issue arises because Kaladin obviously is sympathetic towards the Parshmen, but the reason he is sympathetic towards them is because of the injustice done against them.
Mm-hmm.
And justice is the domain of the Skybreakers, not the Windrunners. The Windrunners have to maintain their oaths and promises. The Skybreakers have to enact justice. And it's interesting that Kaladin is in this unique situation because the Skybreakers and the Windrunners are so closely aligned with each other. They both hold the surge of gravitation, I think.
Yeah.
And so they're related to each other. Their goals are sympathetic, but they're not the same. And it brings up the question of the difficulty of a complex human being devoting themselves to a single order of Knights Radiant.
There's
To
10
a
surges,
single-
right?
Yes.
So he's acting out of his office,
Mm-hmm.
in essence. And
And it's not the first time he's acted like this. Because
No.
Amaram.
so this has to be, and he has that problem all the time, acting above his station, right?
Yeah.
not
Dalinar called down on
acting,
him.
not acting his
Words.
parts. So what that tells me is that his entire problem, his entire issue, is the fact that he cannot stop himself from doing that, which is interesting.
Because he's
I-
passionate.
You
His
have
passion.
you have made me want to read one of my notes verbatim. This is a little bit of a sneak peek. I have decided to share you, not right now, but I will share with you my whole theory, all of you.
Okay.
Here's a little bit of a sneak peek for it, I guess. I'm just going to read it verbatim. This is from chapter 36 later in the book. Almost certainly me reading too much into this, but I'm going to cook a bit. Dalinar asks Evie if Min can change like Flamesprin can change. With my theory in mind, this could be spun in a way that suggests Min are mutable and change until bound by an oath. Maybe that is what the oaths that Radiants take are meant to do. Keep people from being mutable or to set the changes in stone for the future. Kaladin has seemingly changed for the better, or maybe it is more accurate to say that he has become more of who he has always been, thanks to these oaths.
The reason why I asked about the surges is because I think I just now realized this whole time I've always been treating it 5 as 5 and 5. 5 for honor, 5 for cultivation. But I think it's 10 surges from cultivation, 10 oaths from honor.
Ooh.
Them working together that way.
Interesting. So, like, cultivation is the natural aspect of Roshar, and honor is, like you said, the oaths.
Honor's oaths determine what order you're in.
I believe the way I've heard it described was that cultivation produces the life and change of Roshar, and honor provides the laws that make sure everything flows as it should. Honor is not necessarily just oaths, it is the laws of nature. Whereas cultivation is the changing of states, and honor controls how those changes have to occur so that there isn't just random chaos all the time.
Yeah, I don't think you have the surges without both. I think that's what we're getting.
The thing that I have that could even possibly push back against that, I first off love that, kind of vibing with it. I can't mention it because it's in the 4th book.
I don't know
Well,
why
dead silence.
I don't really know why I pair honor and cultivation so closely together.
I'll say this. I'm very confused by this. Even before you said that, what I wanted to mention in the 4th book, because of there is the energy they use to use their things, right?
Mhm.
What do we call it?
Stormlight.
It's Stormlight.
What do Azure and...
They don't use Stormlight.
No, but what do they call it?
Investiture.
Investiture.
Right.
So, with this idea that, let's say, like even Lift uses Stormlight, implying that it's from the Stormfather.
Do we know that Lift uses
Or sorry,
Stormlight?
I didn't mean to say Lift. I meant to say Edge Dancers. Like, we
Right.
know Edge Dancers have Cultivation Sprint. So, they're using light from the Stormfather, Stormlight, light that comes from his Everstorm, his High Storms.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't vibe with me. In fact, it almost feels like the ultimate expression of nature and its laws is a storm. So why did that come from honor?
I think it goes back to what we were saying, is they like what John said, they are more intertwined than we
That's kind of what
giving
I'm
it credit for.
almost inexorably intertwined. As in, it almost feels like one cannot be without the other.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that in mind, is honor dead? Because we know cultivation isn't. She talks to Dalinar.
Right.
But
In the flashback.
And she's talked to Lift.
And then I feel like you have to ask yourself, too, like, if the Stormfather feels so interwoven between the two, how does the Night Mother connect to the two?
Mm-hmm.
I think they at least somewhat expound upon it. The Night Mother is an analog to the Stormfather, but from cultivation side.
That's what I get.
Okay.
If the
Stormfather
Stormfather
is to honor what the Night Mother is to cultivation.
Right, but it feels so easy to pinpoint he is a storm. Like storms bring
like
rain,
what
they
is-
create growth in the world, but he's bound by oaths from the Stormfather. He's the biggest part of honor. It's still so cryptic about the Night Mother that it's like
And do you think they would kiss each other if they met?
probably on the lips.
Well, and also
be
what's
moist.
interesting is we're saying that something so powerful.
Thorny.
we're saying that the storm
Storms
is
and
the ultimate
thorns.
representation of nature, but nature is also growth and life, and the storm is so destructive.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I want to bring up, the Stormfather constantly expounds on his nature. I am a storm.
I'm unbending.
Yeah, I cannot be anything other than what I am. I am the storm.
Mm-hmm.
Like Trump.
When we hear about the Night Watcher from cultivation when she interacts with Dalinar, she says, I gave my daughter like a life ungoverned by what it is to be reflected by the humans. Like, she is what she was, she's allowed to grow as she saw fit rather than being guided by anything else. So the Night Watcher, much like the Stormfather, is a spren unto itself.
This is very complex stuff, and I don't know if we have great answers explaining all of this yet.
One thing that really turned me off about the Stormfather, he has full access to these visions, all straight up 40K, or for whatever 4K, probably 40K at this point. He's got highest resolution, but like he has all access to these visions. Doesn't explore him at all.
No.
Yeah, the Stormfather. Yeah.
In fact, like Dalinar was like, I want to feel the storm come. I want it to happen.
And he's like,
And-
that's weird.
Yeah, and Stormfather's like, he's like, no, I don't know why you want to do that. It's just, it ends here. And he's like, I just want to let it wash over me. Whatever. Like,
I had never even considered this idea. Why wouldn't he? He does know about them. Like, he knows how they were made. You'd think after all this time, he'd analyze every detail himself. Because what else is he going to do?
Not that. That's
Yeah.
not his job, I think.
I think that's just interesting to point out.
Yeah. Well,
Like-
I think that shows the difference between the humans and the spread.
Yeah.
Is that Dalinar is intensely curious about this, but
Actually-
the Stormfather is like, that wasn't even why I
Curiosity's
was...
not in my playbook, dog.
Yeah.
But-
I'm the Storm. Like, I'm not a movie watcher.
Does a storm read the book before it blows
Actually,
it away? No.
It makes more sense that we've even started talking about it too, because Honor was probably like, listen, you need to choose the best person to take these visions. And he's like, okay.
Picked the wrong guy for the job, though.
But no, like, he's like, all right, Gavilar.
Yeah, he's the king. He could probably do change.
Yeah, good choice,
Do you
good
think
choice.
there was that's something to explore? What kind of logic was behind there,
But
if
I
there
think,
was any?
I think
Also-
it was quite literally he made a decision and then was like, here's the visions. Cool.
The other
yeah.
thing. The other
He has
thing.
no reason to watch them. That's not part of his oath.
The other thing that I'm getting at is like, clearly, Tanavast would have given the Stormfather the visions a long time ago, sometime before he died,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been minimum 4,000 years ago.
Right.
I think we see in this
So,
book
like-
that we know it was stated in this book, at least by the Stormfather, that Honor died after the Recreants. After.
Okay,
Which was less than 4,000 years.
so about 2,000 years.
Oh.
So it's
The
he's
Stormfather says shortly after the Recreants.
Yeah.
Recreants was some 2,000 years
to
ago.
me, that was, in my mind, that was the killing blow. Like, he didn't die immediately from it, but he died from the wounds of it.
Okay.
So who has the Stormfather been picking since then?
I don't think he's picked anybody.
So why now did he pick apparently Gavilar first, followed by Dalinar, when there was like instructions to
Millennia.
find someone?
But, so, I think the reason is because now is when the plot is happening.
Well, obviously, but like,
no, but like
Man,
I say,
that's a contrivance, huh?
I say that tongue in cheek, but like this is when Odium is making his play. And so the Stormfather is like, oh crap, I need to find somebody.
Yeah, he's just been vibing being the Storm for 2,000 years. He's like, oh my god, it's.
Maybe,
Yeah, oh, I didn't realize the sun was so low.
maybe there was a sign. Maybe maybe Honor was like, hey, when this happens, find the champion.
Like there was, yeah,
to
maybe
give
that
visions
was some
to.
oath that he made with Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And it might have been when Alethkar is united. When there is a king over the throne again.
That seems like
And that's why he was like,
It's
oh,
plausible.
he did it. He did the thing.
But
That's
the-
my guy.
we
That's
also,
my guy.
we also haven't seen
that's
anywhere else in the world. We've only really been focusing on Alice.
That's
Yeah.
presupposing
We-
that Gavilar was the first.
yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Because, like, how long ago was the Sunmaker? Within recorded history, and the Recreants kind of isn't.
It was like 80 years before Gavilar or something.
Yeah.
Even if it's
I thought it was
800
even longer
years, who
than that.
cares?
Yeah, I thought it was.
I don't think it was crazy
two-
long.
I thought it was. Like
I think it was.
wild.
I thought it was like 400 years.
My brain just screamed the number 80 at me. I don't know why.
digits.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it
Um,
was like 400 years or something.
But
So, like, that could have been it.
yeah.
And we just don't know, because the Stormfather doesn't have to pick an Alethi. He could have picked anyone.
Yeah, there's that. The only dude that calls him a god king.
I mean, it's
calls himself a
fitting.
god king.
We don't know that. It's fitting that he picks somebody from Aletheia because that's where the storm is the strongest.
It's true.
Mm.
Maybe he couldn't pick somebody in
Yeah.
Shinovar.
What
Who
if-
know- maybe he has literally less
What if-
influence the weaker the storm gets. I don't know.
What if that's part of the purpose of his storms? Is to watch over the world.
We know Dalinar can look through the storms with the Stormfather,
Mhm.
so yeah.
Kaladin has as well.
Yeah,
And
he's
it's-
flown.
And it seems to be that that's what is implied, is that he is watching everything that is going on in the world.
We don't know that the Sunmaker didn't have visions.
I mean, we don't know
don't.
that
but we know
anyone
that
didn't.
he's in the visions. So it could be
The
literally.
Sunmaker's not in the visions.
Not that we know of. We haven't seen.
Oh, you're saying we don't know that he's not.
I thought that's the king that's in the.
No.
visions.
No, that was Noah.
Noadon is
Yeah.
That's way
Oh.
further back.
I mean,
I thought that was the Sunmaker.
to,
the
No,
whole
no.
to
time.
be 100%
Okay.
fair, we are making that assumption based on what Dalinar thinks. We don't 100% know that was Noadon either.
Well, I mean, he calls himself Noadon.
Yeah.
Anyway,
We don't know
and
enough.
he's literally writing the book.
Maybe.
Regardless, it's good that you bring up whoever brought it up. You get credit right now. I don't know who it was. That the Stormfather uses these storms to look because if we fast forward a bit, when Kaladin's been hanging out with his little pack of slave people, Barshendi,
Yeah.
and they get to this bigger city, and the storm is coming. Kaladin's like, "This is my moment." So he storm lights up and he flees. And as he's flying away, he sees all of these people, all of the Parshendi preparing for the the high storm to come, and he sees a bunch of humans pinned in that are just there.
Mhm.
They're about to get totally swallowed up by the storm. So he decides in this moment, and he flies over there and he's like yelling at the Stormfather, "Hey, just this once, hey, there's like a bunch of people, you're gonna die. You can stop it right now, dude. You can stop it right now." He's like, "I'm not that kind of. I don't do that."
That's not part of my oath.
Trying
I'm
to
a
stop the
storm!
storm. And Kaladin does something really cool and
He
interesting.
parts the wind.
He he tells Windsprin to like slice the wind away from him.
Dude, a lot of Windsprin showing up around Kaladin in this book, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like that has something to do with the next oath.
Okay.
It's like, I think that's like Super Saiyan 2.
Okay.
I don't think
Okay.
it has nothing to do with the oath. I think it's about him.
Oh.
I think-
Talk
I think,
further.
I think he specifically has some weird thing with the Windspren. Because, like, when they were in Shadesmar, they're just spawning
Yeah. Like,
around him.
they
And
never
everyone's
see-
like, what the what
That's
is going on?
That's why I think it has to do with the next oath. The next oath. Yeah.
Yeah, the next
okay.
The fourth oath.
because the whole time, Syl is like, say the words,
Say
Kaladin.
the
Come
words,
on,
say the
man,
words.
say the
You
words.
know
You
the
know the
words,
words.
say
You
the
can do
words.
it. Come on. And like, it's like building up, and I'm hearing the Vegeta music happen. Like, he's about to do it on the moon. Yeah.
May have
And then
an
he's
M
like,
on his face?
and then he's like, I'm too weak. I can't do it.
Yeah, it's like
Let me tell you, I know the next words. That hits so hard that he says, I cannot say them right now.
Oh, man, you just gave me chills. I'm so excited.
Well,
so it happens in the next book.
It's one of those things where you know,
what I like about that scene, we're jumping way to the end,
Oh, man, we just got a good John laugh in there.
is what does Kaladin mean when he says that? Does he mean I don't know the words? Does he mean I don't believe the words? Or does he mean I'm physically incapable of saying them?
I take it as I am incapable of believing that oath. I know exactly what I'm about to say, and I know what its ramifications mean if I were to say it right
because he
now.
said I'm not strong enough, right?
He said, yeah, I'm not strong enough.
I know. My understanding of that is he says I can't bear the pain of accepting that oath.
Exactly.
I want to be careful about talking about this too much while I'm in the room.
Regardless.
You're good.
I
wasn't gonna
We're not
say
going to
it.
spoil anything.
I'm still
It just
scared
hits
right
really hard knowing what the words are.
It's real obvious what they are once you hear them.
Is it a similar moment to like Mr. Incredible? In the
I'm not
first
sure.
Incredible,
I'm not strong
When,
enough.
yeah. 'Cause
Oh,
she's
is this
like,
a workout to you?
Oh, I thought you were talking about when the robot popped his back.
Oh, I love that part.
I've been wanting to have a stretch like that.
Yeah, I bet you
What's
have.
so interesting about the wind sprint, I love that scene as well. Like, even Adolin sees the wind sprint streaming behind him, and he's like, how do you compete with that? Like, even he's falling for Kaladin.
Man, I that man.
But
Oh
like
my.
the sprint are like, we never see wind sprint on this side. They're so connected to the material world.
Yeah, I don't
physical
think we
realm.
saw anything flame sprint, wind sprint,
Isn't that interesting?
anything like that. Like,
There are certain spren that just
there are
live-
natural element sprints, and then there's like whatever the sprin were that are created by cultivation and honor.
So I think Yasna
the
talks
other,
about this.
The other thing that I've noticed, just 1 second. All of the spren that you don't see in Shadesmar, that only show up for things like the wind or fire or stuff like that are natural world occurrences, they all look human.
Wind sprint don't.
Yes, they do.
How?
They
No,
look
they're
like
like
small...
brick.
Occasionally they'll change shape, but they look like small people.
I mean, Syl does. I don't think I've ever heard anyone describe a wind
Yeah,
sprint
they're
as a
like
people.
ribbons of
Yeah, like
yellow.
Sometimes.
or
Sometimes they
leaves.
form like... That's why
Well-
he wasn't weirded out when she was a little girl talking to him. Because sometimes they will show up as like a small person and mimic someone's voice.
Okay.
Flame spren look like dancing people.
Yeah.
All of the spren that live only in the material world are creations of people's thoughts about the world.
Right.
So all of those spren exist because people attribute things to those objects and places in the world.
So they're just personification.
That's what I'm saying.
But the point I was going to make is I believe Yasna talks about this, I think in the first book, where there are natural spren and there are emotional spren.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
And it seems like the natural spren spend most of their time in the physical world, and the emotional spren spend most of their time in Shadesmar. Because they see all kinds of creatures like fear spren and anger spren while they're in Shadesmar, but rarely do they see wind spren or flame spren, natural spren.
There's an obvious implication here that's staring us in the face. What in the world drew those wind sprint to Kaladin? Was he windy? Was he particularly windy in that moment? Was it something he ate? Was it because he's on the, like you're saying, on the cusp of these new words?
Maybe
But why? We see wind sprint being drawn to wind, or even causing it in the material realm.
Or in this case, parting it.
Yeah.
What is that?
What does that mean?
Because we always ask the question, do wind spren make the wind, or do they just drawn to it? And here we see wind spren
Influencing it.
influencing it. At the very least, at Kaladin's behest.
Yeah.
So, how strong is that connection? Where does
I
the
can't
wind
remember-
end and the spren begin?
This isn't a spoiler, so don't worry. I can't remember if was in this book or a previous book. I have like a mental image of him, like, I think it was in this moment actually, of like him the Windsprinter like casting around him, and they're spinning around in a circle, and he like throws them, and they cleave the wind as the blade. Or maybe I'm just imagining.
No, that happens at this point where
Okay.
he deflects all the
Alright.
wind around the people.
So in that moment, it's like he is wielding them like a weapon.
So, a part of me is thinking like Naruto in a way.
Sure.
He's a Jinchuriki of
I don't think you're allowed to say that word.
of the wind spread.
You're gonna have to help me. I don't know what that means.
So maybe when he was born, he was like dying as a baby, and his dad is such a good doctor that he like somehow bound some wind.
We're going a
spirit
bit
into
crazy
him
here. I
so
don't
he
know
would
about that
live.
one.
Okay, well, I don't like where you're going, but Taravangian. He was being strangled as a baby, and that's why people think he's...
Oh.
Yeah, it's like that.
He was bonded with his friend.
Do I bleep?
Yeah, you have to now.
All right.
You have to
All right.
now.
Even though it's a word you can use.
It's my word.
Okay. I think we're getting a little off.
We are, sorry.
Off topic.
Kaladin saves the slaves. Kaladin is like, he splits the wind, and he can't save them all, though. Like, it's pretty actually harrowing. Like, we see, like, he's, like, looking at big chunks of rock, just smash them against walls and stuff. Some of the ones he
Yeah.
can't save.
It was pretty tough. Also, is this the first that we saw some of the fused showing powers of Surge
Surges?
Binding?
I think it's the first time we've really seen the fuses fused in action.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Because I remember, like, he turned around...
Oh, no, the Moash fight.
Oh, did that already happen?
Yeah. Because
Oh.
he's being... Yes. Unless it's an interlude. Is that an interlude?
I think it's an interlude.
I think
Okay,
it
then it's the end
is.
of part one.
I remember you see a couple of the fuse take off after him, and like it's a cool little fight, but he can just tell like they're not as familiar
Yeah.
with it as he is. Because as soon as those guys get in, he's like, "Okay, Windsprint, you're done," and you just watch that one ragdoll off, and I'm like, "That's my thing. That's my thing. I love it when that happens." And like he just like lets the storm take him, but not before he gets like one more. Before that happens, though, I just find it a little bit weird and a little bit of a red flag that this is now the second time that I can think of that Syl has just flat out claimed Kaladin.
And-
Like, she
okay.
owns him.
Mhm.
Because, like, there was that one sprint, there was that void sprint that, if I go back to my notes somewhere, Kaladin makes note that it looks like a Shin. When he reveals himself, she just shows up in this very flaunting kind of like girlfriend way. That's like, back off, everybody. He's mine. She did the same thing with Stormfather.
Stormfather, yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't necessarily like that.
Expound upon that.
Why is she allowed to take ownership of him? Because that's what it feels like to me.
Do you think that's a violation of Kaladin's... of Kaladin?
I think so, yeah.
Expound upon that.
To me, that is the personification of the oaths that he's said.
Oh.
He
So
is being
that-
shackled by these
Yes.
oaths. Like
And
a police officer.
The oaths are claiming him.
Like, I say that semi-jokingly, but it's like in a hard-boiled detective is like... I think it's a line from... It might be Breaking Bad, where Mike is talking, and he says, the longer you're in this job, the more it starts to feel like all of these laws that you're following are just shackles keeping you from doing the right thing.
Hmm.
And it's almost feels like that.
And I don't know, man. The way that I caught it this time, when she said it against the Stormfather, it felt different to me this time, or compared to this time. That time was like oh hell yeah, dude, she's coming back. She's not dead. You got me, Brandy. She's here though. Now I'm like, anybody else get a red flag? That's like a red flag.
It's like a violation of Kaladin's freedom, almost.
It is,
And he
yeah.
seems to value that above almost anything.
Right.
But it's completely glossed over. Barely even touched. The most it's touched upon is him sort of making the conversation happen with Syl about whether it's right or wrong to protect these Parshendi.
It's certainly glossed over for me because I cannot help but implicitly trust Syl.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I don't.
that's interesting. I
I-
can't help but see that she wants what is best for Kaladin at every turn.
But
But I do absolutely see this, like, hidden, not even hidden, this idea that what she is doing is manipulative in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
because yes, I think she wants what's best for Kaladin, but I don't know if she knows what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Or if he would agree with what Kaladin thinks is best for him.
Sure.
At least.
see, I'm reading that as my first impression was, oh, that's Syl's personality. She's possessive. Whatever.
It could just be like an offhand joke.
Right. However,
I don't know about that.
it's in this book that we learn that
Like to ignore a lot of red flags, don't you?
You're learning a lot about Cat Cody right now. That's interesting.
We
No
learn
comment.
we learn later in the book that she had a previous Radiant that she was bonded with. So that might not be obsessive, that might be protective. Because she's been through that loss before and she's like, "No, stay away. This one's mine."
I'll be this guy. I've invoked your
Like
name
when she
before.
was killing the Death Sprin.
I've invoked your name before, Anya Taylor-Joy. You can be my Syl, and you can absolutely have me. Okay?
You can claim me.
I will be yours. Just want to put that out there. All right? Open offer. We will not bang! We will not bang.
This house rejects the Sillidan ship.
Well, hold on.
No.
Oh, yeah, this thing. Well, hold on.
This is my house.
Hey, she's
mind.
grooming him.
Dis-
She's
disregard.
thousands of years
Disregard.
old.
Thought that sentence was going to go somewhere else.
Oh, my God. I have fun
Right.
talking to you guys.
Not in this house.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Anyway, let's move away from Kaladin.
Real quick,
Oh,
I just want to bring up something Jess was talking about that was so funny
Go
related
for
to
it.
this. So she has just recently, like I said, she was just getting through Way of Kings. And she was just talking about she does not necessarily care for Kaladin's chapters.
that is a rough take.
Okay, you can stop talking.
Here's why. She said, he's too sad for me.
Okay, I can understand
Okay,
that.
absolutely.
If there's one criticism,
And
Yes.
This
I
guy's pretty
disagree.
sad,
she said one of the...
Not sad enough.
She's like, I really don't like Syl right now because she's the best part of Kaladin's chapters. And, he went
You could say
and she
she's
just
the light
like,
of his life.
she's just like, you're going... She's having such a problem with the period where Syl leaves right before he goes to the honor chasm. Because she's just like, oh, you're too sad for me to handle. And then she just dips.
well,
And she's like, that bitch.
here's the thing. If Jess thinks Kaladin's sad in book 1, she's got a big storm coming.
Literally.
Actually, he seemed pretty fine in book 3 till Elokar died.
So that is interesting. That he does seem to be evening out, so to speak.
They're even going through the weeping, and he's like doing okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it is because he got to see his new little brother. That probably changes things.
Even before getting to Hearthstone, the weirdest the biggest thing they talked about was Syl was like, "Come on, Kaladin." Oh, forgot to even think about this. She was like, "Hey, Kaladin, what do you think about?" About
Girls.
Shallan, huh? What do you think about Shallan?
She has the girl-
huh?
Like,
You
and
know?
it's so interesting to me that she ships Shallan and Kaladin, right?
She does, but it's like she's betrothed to Adolin,
That's what I'm saying.
and then she has the balls to be like,
So?
"Well, you're better than Adolin."
Okay.
That's not very honorable.
Kaladin is like, okay, hang on.
Hold on a second. You don't say that about Adolin.
Maybe that was just me.
That's like
saying that.
That's like my best friend behind Moash.
But it's so.
Now that Moash is gone,
But that is such a good thing to point out. How is that not just blatantly dishonorable?
yeah,
You are advocating that it is better if these two people break up because you can be happy that way.
So now that makes me think that because they have not said their oaths are not on the line here.
I think so.
Even though they're betrothed.
That's paralleled with Dalinar and Navani's wedding.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
like,
the oath doesn't come into
Now
play until
here's-
you actually swear it.
and if I remember correctly, like the very end of the book, Shallan and Adolin got married,
Mhm.
and there was a Kedek
Yes.
that was about
Yasna,
that.
Yasna
Yeah.
wrote.
So like,
Somebody get the book and we can
If-
read it.
Do we
I
have
can
a
in a second.
copy?
Yeah,
I do.
I can in a second.
It'll take me a bit to get it, but I'll get it.
with that, if Syl is like, come on, it's not weird if you Veil.
Do you think Kaladin even entertains that idea? He obviously has feelings for Shallan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he would ever even think of betraying Adolin like that?
No.
I think
at the end of the book,
Adolin tries to just sabotage it himself.
I think
He does.
I think there's a section at the end of the book where that really confirms to me that Kaladin would not, because he sees Shallan and Adolin standing there together, and he's just like, whatever they've got, they absolutely deserve. I don't want to have any part in messing with that.
He's just too much of a martyr.
Mm-hmm.
He sacrifices his own happiness for the happiness of others, which is honorable but sad.
And it's also selfish in its own way.
I
idea
think we're
that-
missing the bigger picture here, guys.
You are making that decision without them even understanding the stakes.
Yeah.
Both of them realize that. I think they're misinterpreting the situation. Both of them are willing to give Shallan to the other person when they really just deserve each other.
Oh.
Caitlin.
It doesn't.
I don't care.
It
It's
doesn't
there.
work. The ship name.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Let's
let's move away from Kaladin.
move. The last thing I wanted to mention is the dichotomy between Syl wanting Kaladin to be in a relationship and Pattern not. Because Pattern's No mating.
Do you think Renarin is going to end up with his cousin?
Yasna?
What?
Well,
No.
Why do you think that?
No.
Where is this coming from, Chris? Would you like to talk about
Rule
that?
34
I'm
did
just
you
like,
see?
I've never seen Yasna be so filled with so much humanity.
Oh.
No.
But
I'm
we're
an
dealing
idiot.
with her cousin.
It's the name of the parts. United, new beginnings sing, defying truth, love, truth, defy, sing beginnings, new unity. That's the Kedik for the marriage.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you, because I was not going to find it quickly.
Yeah, you couldn't have picked the two most asexual characters.
I actually-
They're perfect.
No, I don't. I don't think
There will
I don't
be
think
no
Renarin's
mating.
on that line.
As they are written right now, Renarin has not shown any attraction to anybody.
I have some to say about Yasna on that front, but we'll wait till the next book.
Yasna gets the last laugh on Shallan. Shallan's like, I don't really want to be your ward anymore. The end note for the Kedik is Kedik written by Yasna Kolin on the occasion of her ward Shallan Devar's
That's actually pretty awesome. So Shallan is having a bit of a crisis while they're in Urathiru. She is this truth has just been revealed at the end of the second book. And she's doing her classic Shallan thing where it's out now. They hammer that home. It is out. Like, we cannot stamp it down. But that's exactly what she starts doing, is let's just live in this reality where that's not the truth. And even Pattern is like, but it is, though. And she's like, okay, okay, it is. and then she just keeps, she has to remove it from her mind. Like, make a conscious effort to cease thinking about it, even though it's right there at the surface.
doing that a lot.
Doing that a whole lot.
She gave herself multiple personality disorder.
And do you buy it?
Yes.
What?
The multiple personalities.
Yes.
Yes. Mostly because they were becoming in such conflict with each other that Shallan's actual personality wasn't getting a say anymore.
This says a lot about me. I
fully
don't
believe
care.
she was believing her own lies.
This is something that even in real life, like psychologists will argue about, whether or not, big air quotes here, whether or not DID, dissociative identity disorder, is real. Big air quotes. Is it a physical, like, brain chemistry thing that is occurring that forces our mind into separate parts and actually gives different identities in your brain, more than just hearing, like, schizophrenic voices in your head.
Yeah.
Literally different people inside your head that you can have conversations with. That's what seems to be occurring with Shallan.
Mm-hmm.
But even in real life, people are like, how is this real? how real is this, and how much of it is just a mental illness? It is as real as somebody with trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Trauma isn't brain chemistry. Trauma is like learned behavior, right? So this idea that you can, it's kind of what tulpas are about. This idea that you can like accidentally alchemy your way into having DID, if that's how, big air quotes, real it is. And I don't buy it. I don't buy Shallan's, and I mean that in the like most charitable interpretation. She is not well. I don't buy that she is literally creating and having some sort of manic identity fracture within her brain. I think this is just a cope. And it's no different than me I mean, it's way different. But it's on the same level of as me wondering what Tybalt would do in this situation.
Sorry, when you asked the bipolar thing, I genuinely, my thought was that she coped so much into creating the disorder for herself.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's
Just wanted to
generally
make sure.
my understanding of how it's supposed to work. It was so traumatic that she needs to repress it because she cannot physically handle what she went through. But at the same time, it needs to be there. It will not go away, so it needs some kind of voice.
What I'm trying to get at,
And
though,
so
is...
in order to protect Shallan, you need another character that can handle it.
What I'm saying is, even at this point, when I was reading the book for the first time, mainly because I don't like Shallan, I'll admit to that, but I was reading this being like,
What?
I don't believe you. I don't believe that there is a literal new identity in your head. You are coping, and that is all it is. You are not being taken over by some ethereal, like, new sphere dweller that you have created in your mind. This is you coping because you don't want to deal with what's in front of you. And
I don't know if those are mutually exclusive, though.
Yeah, I don't agree that those are things that
I
are...
really think they are, because one is saying that she is creating an entity within her mind that has the option to take over her.
Mm-hmm.
The other is that, like me, imagining what Tybalt would say in this scenario.
It's being so deep in the character that you can't
She's just a better actor than me.
I mean, we can argue about it, and I'm nowhere near qualified.
I don't even see it as an argument. It's just like I think there is no wrong way to see it, I don't feel.
I'm nowhere near well-read on the topic to make a statement one way or another. I will put forth a conversation stopper to say maybe it is just cope, but it is real enough to Shallan that she believes it wholeheartedly.
Absolutely.
And is there any difference at that point?
Yeah, I was gonna say
anything that I could say that might push that back is in the fourth book.
Mm-hmm. I think I know what you're talking about. But we can get to that later.
Something that I caught in my notes that I think is more interesting after hearing your thoughts on the Odium champion vision.
Mm-hmm.
Shallan recognized that Renarin was both cold and shocked to hear Dalinar's description of Odium's champion.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we know that he is a truth watcher.
Right.
And he can see visions and potential futures.
Something to note as well, Shallan's the only one in the room who seems to clock that he is like, what?
Mm-hmm. I think she clocks Renarin quite a few
lot.
times.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only time I remember
that might just be like a consequence of the POV chapters because Shallan is with Renarin a lot.
At least in this instance, like I made a note of this because in this instance she literally says no one else seems to notice.
Yeah.
I think that's a compounding factor of the fact that Shallan does not want to be present.
And she's just like paying attention to
what does she do all the time when they're in meetings? She's drawing.
Yeah.
Also, it could just...
So she's looking at people because that's how she copes with just not trying to be in her own head. She focuses on putting images she sees onto paper. So of course she would be the only one to see Renarin. Renarin's not someone that people look at naturally, and Dalinar's talking.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly nobody would look at Renarin.
It could also be just the foreshadowing, setting up what Renarin is. It can be multiple things. It can be all of those things.
Yeah. What do we think?
What I'm getting at is, what if Renarin also recognizes the face?
Yeah, that.
If that when Dalinar
Let's
says
talk
it's a
about
face
this.
I recognize, because I'm assuming he says basically the same things we read. It
Right.
was a glowing eyes and a familiar looking face.
Right.
If Renarin sees the same thing, like, if they both recognize the face, then that means it's somebody close by.
Right.
And that means that is a premonition of the future.
I don't think that narrows or expands our list of who it could be anymore. I think Renarin would have the same reaction if it was Dalinar or Kaladin.
Or Adolin.
Well,
Or
let's.
Adolin,
It could just be even more mundane than this. Like, he describes this champion, and it's just something that is verbatim what
Renarin has already
has
seen.
in his Truth Watcher vision.
Because we know he, from the beginning, he's been having visions.
And
since at least,
Words of Radiance.
yeah.
and I think this could be, if we see it that way, the start of him, like, falling into the despondency we see at the end when he thinks, I'm about to die. Yasna's about to kill me.
Yeah.
He sees that and he's like, man, it's real.
Yeah.
I don't know. The feeling that I get just makes me narrow it down more. More so to, I think it is a premonition of the future, and that it isn't just him recognizing the thrill in the champion's eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
To
think
me,
It's a specific person.
retrospectively, it definitely to me seems like he's seen all of this before already. So when Dalinar describes it, he's like, "Oh,
This is
Dad's describing what I've seen, and I've seen Dad destroying the world."
Mm-hmm.
Or Dad's describing what I've seen, and I've seen me getting killed by my cousin.
Yeah.
Well, because he already saw the whole champion thing, Dalinar falling to Odin.
No, the point that I'm stating is someone outside of myself is stating something that I haven't told anyone.
Mm-hmm.
These are real.
Yeah. They're visions of what will come to pass, and he sees his own death.
so
That part never seemed to that part didn't seem to bother him as much as
I disagree, because like it was like a huge revelation when he doesn't die. He gets hugged, and he's
Yeah.
like, "He can change. It can change."
Mm-hmm.
this isn't set in stone.
Yeah.
Which implies that all of his other predictions have come true up to
Yeah.
that point. I don't know which ones.
I love that. This is a bit further on. I love that scene after they banished the Spren guy, the Unmade, in the tower, and he's like muttering to himself with Yasna there, and he's like, "Over here, yeah. What's this?
Yep.
And he's just like fiddling with stuff on the wall, and I was like, "What?
What are you doing,
This
dude?"
weird." Like Shallan just sees him in the corner, he's like, "Weird
Yeah.
behavior."
Yeah, at the time you think, oh, that's just Renarin being usual weird autistic Renarin, but then you realize that he's
in the midst of a vision.
I love the idea.
well, I think he's talking to Gliss.
Yeah.
So there's that.
He's talking to Gliss, and Gliss, it could be like Gliss. Maybe it is a vision he saw, and Gliss is like, you remember it was something like over here, and he's like, yeah, it was over here. We don't really know what that conversation's like, but he's doing something. Love the idea of that. I love the idea that they can record stories on gems.
Yep.
Also,
Also,
huge fan.
it's an interesting role reversal because we have seen that same type of scene play out with Kaladin and Syl, of other people walking in on their conversations, but it's always been from Kaladin's point of view. Now we're looking at it from the viewer's
side.
point of view,
Yeah.
It's like
about what Kaladin must have looked like talking to himself.
you do look a little
So
crazy.
in part one, Shallan decides she wants to figure out a second murder happens. A second murder happens exactly like the first, and boy is Adolin sweat.
Yeah, just imagine Adolin.
I didn't do this one.
I don't think I did it.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do this.
and Shallan can't quite draw Irithiru. She can't quite get
There's
it to look
something
right.
blocking.
There's
like,
something bothering her.
Something's warping her imagination of it. Almost.
It's almost like her drawings are being unmade.
It actually reminded me of weird. This isn't weird. It reminded me a lot of House of Leaves. This idea that Irathiru, before they purged the Unmade out of there, it was like this thing that was drawing you in, and that's what the drawings that she made, no pun intended, were seeming to imply, that it was like a maze, literally and figuratively, trying to trap you in its innards.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think of House of Leaves.
Oh, yeah.
It's got there's some really striking imagery in the
Dude,
book of what Shallan draws.
I hated and loved it.
The horse hole.
Yeah. The 9-headed horse black hole.
And then there was like the disfigured domino.
John sent me a message like when he was reading through it of just, he sent that image and he's like, that's pretty like crazy stuff. I'm like, what? It's a horse hole. What do you want?
And if anybody saw Shallan drawing that, they'd be like, okay. I think this is the one.
You need a break.
I think this is the one we gotta worry about.
Madam Radiant, Brightness Radiant. Are you okay?
Do you need a drink?
Like seriously,
Yes.
though, what the?
She looks at him. What? You never seen a horse hole before?
Oh man.
Anyways,
These are all over Vadenar.
but
we get an interesting.
Can't go down the street without seeing a horse hole.
We get to see a couple of characters that we don't normally see interact together. We see Shallan and Bridge 4.
Yeah.
well, hold on, real fast.
Okay.
Because the Bridge 4 that happens right at the end, right? Like when they're going to fight the Midnight Mother.
Well, in particular, we see Vale
And also
interact
Rock gets
with Bridge
stabbed
4.
in the hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She has what feels like a very natural bonding moment with Adolin, and they have the chauffeur that is Pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But this is like the first time he tells her, he's like, oh dude, you have a shard blade, that's amazing. Also, he's coping by going and cleaning Gavinor?
No.
Gallant. Yeah. He's spending time with Gallant because Gallant can't spend time with Pureblood anymore, and that's just the saddest thing in the freaking world,
dude.
man.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
so tough.
also, Adolin can't
Sureblood.
can't spend time with Sureblood anymore.
But to add to that, a grieving Adolin who doesn't have anybody who's recognizing it, Shallan's just like, I really don't want to just be out here with these horses.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, it's like, dude, he lost a really important part to himself.
It's almost oxymoronic, where she is so good at observing people, but like so clueless sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were talking about her in the first book with Yasna, where they're talking about the murder of Yasna's father, and she's like, why are you making me read all this?
Yeah. She says it to Yasna's face.
Yeah.
And so that's the second time you've brought up how Adolin is a rock for others, but doesn't have his own rock.
Man.
And I'm like, this has come up twice, and I don't think the book draws attention to it.
Uh-huh.
Which makes me think, is this intentional, or is it a coincidence?
Maybe Adolin will become the champion.
It feels intentional. It feels intentionally ignored. But, because just a little bit later, a few chapters later, he's like, dude, Shallan, you got a freaking shard blade, dude. You know how to use that thing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm your guy. Let me teach you. I'm gonna go get the safeties. And she's like, oh god. Oh, I gotta wield the shard blade. She creates Brightness Radiant.
Mm-hmm.
And Brightness Radiant can handle any of that. Brightness Radiant's perfect for Adolin.
I did, at the very least, I liked that scene of her, like, I drew so many swordsmen, I know exactly how to stand. And he's like, that's great.
Yeah.
He just pushed her over.
What I really...
and it just really shows that that is so Shallan to me, that she can observe it on a surface level but not understand it.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, she thinks maybe she understands it better than she does with the
Perhaps it's
observation.
all an illusion.
She did recognize something, though. Or at least the way that I kind of looked at this. Maybe I read the scene wrong. Over time, she became more relaxed because she recognized his passion for swordplay. And related it to her passion for drawing.
Right.
And that allowed her to slip back into herself. And while even still wielding the shard blade, she was paying more attention to spending time with Adolin.
That was the first scene that I could... This is just coming from me. What do I know about romance? But that's the first scene that I, from the outside looking in, absolutely buy these two people falling for each other.
Mm-hmm.
They are breaking down their walls, at least from Shallan's perspective, and we are seeing Adolin, like the real guy, teaching her, and he's being so poetic about the stances. and like what it means and the philosophy of it. And it's something she hadn't even considered. It wasn't on her radar. And she's realizing in that moment, this is the man that I'm betrothed to.
Yep.
And it's this kind of scene. We kind of touched on this in the first one. In the second book, when we were talking about that. It's these kinds of scenes that they have that I see. And I'm like, these two people do not deserve this. This is a murderer and a woman who refuses to own up to the consequences of her
Also
actions.
a murderer.
Yeah.
Also a murderer. And they do not deserve to be happy together. I'm looking at that and cannot help but think that. Again, we touched on this, but you kind of derailed us, Cody, at the end of the second book. Is what Adolin did all right? Is it okay that he killed Sadius? On a surface level...
Oh yeah, you gave us the most cop-out answer.
Yeah.
Did I?
You
You were
said
like,
What did
a
I say?
Skybreaker would say yes, a Windrunner would say no.
I was asking, do you feel like it was a messed up thing?
Or no, would it be okay? A Skybreaker would say that was okay. And I strongly think that no, it was not okay. That was not your venue. This wasn't the battle, like a battlefield. If it were, Sadius didn't know he was going to be attacked. You did that not to protect anyone, out of pure spite and pettiness. He killed him because he said something bad about his daddy. In that moment. That's how I read it. And I think it is not a good thing. That is a thing, if it were real, in the real world, he would face punishment for that.
We've got books to go.
Yeah.
So, they spend some time together. It's really cute. You have that really fun scene with Pattern, where Pattern's like, he's like, inappropriate? Like, dividing by 0? I'm like, oh man, I love you, Pattern. Don't ever change.
Like that.
Don't ever change, okay? And then he's like, they kiss, and he starts yelling, "No mating,"
No
and stuff
mating.
like that. I'm like, man, that's so stinking cute. But then he says something like really freaking cryptic. If I could
Interesting.
just
Wow, isn't that just a description of Pattern all together?
right up his alley, if I could find it. He says, "Well, she creates brightness radiant." He's like, "Shallan, please, what is wrong? It's because you hate me. I can die, Shallan. I can go. They'll just send you another one to bond with." Guys, what the hell does that mean?
I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah. I think he has self-esteem issues.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad.
So, yes. Odd that he would just start with, "You want me to die?"
Yeah, you want me to die? I could just die.
I could just die for you.
If you don't like me, I get it.
Which raises an interesting question about how do Lightweavers break their bonds? Do they stop believing their truths?
I think it's they believe their lies.
Yeah.
The interesting thing to that, I don't think this is, there's no, it's tough. Every fiber of my being says that Pattern had the best intentions when he said that. But that is like the most manipulative thing we have heard ever.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally saying, I'll just die. If you want me to die...
If that's better for you, I'll just die.
Yeah.
I'll just let it
Also,
go.
like, it's like, what's the context here, Pattern? Why are you saying that? Why would that make things
They'll
better?
just send you another one.
Why would that be better? Like, because that implies that Pattern is not right for this role.
At least he feels that way.
Right. And it's like, he doesn't give any clue as to why that
And
is.
aggravatingly...
I guess it's not just journey before destination for the humans, but it's journey before destination for the Spren.
Very aggravatingly, Shallan also doesn't seem to... She seems to understand more than the reader, that much is clear, but she doesn't be like, if I heard that from my Spren, I'd be like, what? No! What do you mean?
Right.
But she's just like, whatever, no.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, from everything I understand about the story up to this point, logically what he says makes sense. If he were to die, the Spren can die, but the Knight can bond with another Spren.
But that implies
makes sense to me.
there's something special about Shallan, because he's like, they'll send another one.
Right. Why would Shallan deserve another Spren?
Especially after killing one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's because the world ended and it was Shallan's fault.
Okay.
That makes her special.
All right.
I'm not
I mean-
elaborating.
Okay.
I mean, yes, it could just be that Shallan is a main character, and she needs to be a Knight Radiant. That's not very satisfying, but I get it.
Maybe it's the fact that not everyone can bond to Spren.
Well, that's definitely
So
true.
the importance of having the people that can is so
Look at what's
important
the
that
bridge for.
that the people that sent the Spren Council that sent me will send another for you.
Right, because you're already trained.
Yeah.
You're already bought into the system. It's be easier to get you back up to speed rather than try and train somebody new.
Yeah.
And there's a
Or find somebody
with Pattern
new.
in particular, there's like an overt fatalism with the way he just behaves.
Mhm.
He's like, he even says in the second book, at the beginning of the second book, he's like, I see patterns, you're gonna kill me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it seems he's come to terms with that. I'd be like, maybe don't bond to this one then.
Yeah,
Red flags.
Yeah.
Red crimson flag.
And yeah, it's like, is Pattern unique amongst the cryptics? Is he the only one that has this kind of disposition? We don't really have any other cryptics to compare him to at this point. Which,
But we will soon.
Not really compare, but we will have another cryptic.
yes.
At the very least, he thinks it's worth dying over.
That's probably a good takeaway here.
That's
Now,
honorable.
I don't know I can't remember. Does he say that he went against the rest of the cryptics' wishes?
Like
Like
they
they
was
didn't.
just a Syl thing.
Well, Syl's her own bag of worms on that front. I think.
She's more than a
I don't
To my
remember-
recollection, I thought it was, again, I don't know for sure because mainly hate Lightweavers, hate Shallan. It's my understanding that it was like the cryptics were, it's like we were saying, like the Spren Council will just send another.
Mhm.
Like they're
I
working
know-
together toward this aim.
I know the cultivation Spren absolutely did that with Lift.
Mhm.
I think the reason Pattern was so messed up at the beginning is because they didn't. He
forced his way.
He forced his way through, and that's why he's so messed up. Is because they couldn't take any preparations to protect him. Because the transition is very traumatic, as they describe it. Which is
Bro
what
just called dibs, then he yeeted himself into the waters of Shadesmar.
basically is what I think. What happened is that he saw something in Shallan that's like.
That's why the first thing we ever saw him do was climb up things and jump off of them.
Yes.
He was doing the only thing he knew.
That's
The
right.
last thing he knew.
So, like, clearly he's like, this is worth dying over. And even if I'm the only one who made the decision, I know there's others who will.
Mhm.
So Shallan explores, is she trying to solve the murder mystery? That wasn't a cut. I just interrupted, okay? I know it sounds like a cut.
She learns that breathing in Stormlight will cure her alcoholism.
Drunkenness, yeah.
Yeah. And she has... And,
What a raw deal. That you can cure drunkenness, but not addiction.
But, like, man, tough.
Taft, huh?
Tough, huh? But... dude, how does the alcohol work in Roshar? Okay, the different colors mean the different levels of alcohol. We knew that with Dalinar when he told his boys, he's like, 1 cup of orange, no more, no less. Well, you can have less, okay.
No.
You must have 1 cup of orange.
Be sociable, Adolin. But why does 151? Like,
Yeah, I don't know
that
anything.
is exactly
it's
what
like
it is.
it's moonshine.
It's moonshine.
Yeah, that exactly. I don't know
Okay.
anything about real life alcohol,
So,
so I was just imagining
They do go through and describe
like
stuff.
50
It's-
proof, you know.
They're not
Or
all
100 proof,
wines.
rather.
They just call it wine, and it's a bunch of different kinds of spirits that have been distilled and infused with different things. So it's a lot closer to like gin than what we would understand for wine.
I'm remembering a note from that Naz guy that we talked about from the second book.
Mhm.
That's interesting. For some reason, she's a girl in my head. I don't know.
Oh,
That's interesting. I don't know.
I believe in the audiobook, Michael Kramer reads those notes.
Okay.
okay.
I don't know why she.
But I also
she was a
remember
girl.
him like laying down the rough rules of the different colorations as well.
Right.
Mhm.
And that's just an after effect. That's something they do to it.
Okay.
So the color is added after the
It's just a
flavor.
dye.
Yeah, it's dye, and the flavor's added afterwards. So they just
Okay.
get the appropriate strength and
Oh,
whatever infusion.
really?
Yeah,
It's dyed.
yeah.
That actually
That-
makes sense.
that's
I thought
why-
it was
that's-
like a natural
That
color.
no, that's why they say Horneater White is clear. It's not white. It's clear. It's just moonshine,
Hmm.
and all the rest of them they have basically just taken.
They have a
some-
spectrum of strength.
Yeah, some of them are like whiskeys. Some of them are like gin. Some of them are like wines. Real.
For some reason, my head goes to sake rather than any of those. Like, it's
Oh.
different strengths of sake, like rice wine.
Alcohol content's alcohol
I
content.
have no idea. I don't drink in real life.
The only difference in making it is like what
In
flavor.
real
it
life. I
comes
had to make that caveat, I guess. I don't drink in real life, guys.
So she uses the ghost blood symbol to scare some people into telling her stuff. And then a few days later, she gets a cryptic note from him saying, like, hey, we know you used our symbol. That's fine. We don't care. Here's your mission. Figure out what's wrong with this place.
Mhm.
There's something dangerous here. And it's like, okay.
Great, dude.
So we know that the Ghost Bloods also have a problem with the Unmade. We know that, like, they had problems. Like, but we don't know what their intentions are.
Right. At the very least, we know that the Ghost Bloods are not aligned with the Unmade.
Yes.
And maybe you can extrapolate that they are not aligned with Odium. But the Unmade, at least in Urithiru, is so far removed from Odium, I don't know if you could jump that far.
Mm-hmm.
But they, clearly, they're also already here in the tower.
Yep. And when they go to Sadius's wife, Adolin and Shallan do, Mraize just happens to be there being her bodyguard.
Yep.
And she orders him to go get some wine or something and some chairs. And Shallan's like, well, I'm going to use this time to get away. And he basically bribes her with something on Helleran, information on her brother.
You do what we say, and we'll scratch your back, so to speak.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't he also promise to get her living brothers to the tower?
Mhm.
I don't know if it's that scene
Oh.
specifically, but he also
That has been a
promised...
promise. I don't know. Again, I agree. I don't know if that was that scene,
yeah.
but that is something that...
That
And in
was-
fact, I think it might have been before, because I think she's like, but where are my brothers in that scene?
Okay.
And they're like, we're working on it. That kind of thing. Maybe.
It was also right before that scene, Amaram shows up at a meeting with Dalinar. Like, he shows up into like one of their conversations about like how they're gonna handle everything and who they can get on their sides, like country wise.
Mhm.
And Amaram shows up into that auditorium. I just thought it was interesting. This was something I took note of. She could have swore she heard Yasna whisper to her, "Don't judge without more details."
Whisper to who?
To Shallan.
Okay.
Yasna's not there yet. Yasna has not made an appearance, but she swears she hears Yasna whisper to her. And at first I thought, oh, this could be just like the Yasna in the back of her head.
That's
The
certainly where I go.
personification of Yasna.
Mhm.
But like, what kind of weird interaction can you do from Shadesmar, huh? Or like,
That's
You know?
Are you implying that maybe an else caller can
Like-
send message, like cast sending?
maybe.
I mean, one of the things you can do in Shadesmar is you can grab one of the beads and infuse it with Stormlight in a command, and it will become the thing in
But
Shadesmar.
that also implies that that if she's sending that message, that Yasna knows what's going on in Urithiru at that moment. Why would she?
I was
Yeah,
gonna
that's
say,
true.
there's more to it that's really
and
weird to me.
Yasna was not in Shadesmar.
Hold on.
Well, at the end of the book,
Urithiru.
she's with Wit.
Yeah, because she comes through the gate, and she describes her path through there.
Oh, yeah.
She comes from the Shattered Plains.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Okay.
she was never at Urithiru in Shadesmar.
But
Hmm.
it's just still a weird thing to me. At the end of it, I said, just something you should chew on. Talking to future
It'd
John.
be cool. I think that it's just circumstance doesn't allow it,
But-
but I would love the idea she can just touch someone's
What happens
soul and
right
talk
after
to them.
that?
She can touch my soul.
Adolin gets real snippy with Amaram.
He's
And-
named as the new Sadius.
Yeah, he's the
Amaram
new
is.
Sadius. And this does not sit well with Adolin. And Dalinar makes him leave. And Shallan's like, this is my first opportunity to get out of here. And she does. she's like, yeah, I really don't like that he has that blade. That was Helleran's blade. Like, that means he killed my brother. And Aelin's just like, don't, oh boy.
You didn't
no one
hear?
cued you in on this, huh? Kaladin was the one who killed the one who had that shard blade. That means Kaladin killed your brother. And you know what she does? She just tucks it in the back for later. Doesn't even acknowledge, doesn't even think about it. When Kaladin shows up, doesn't even cross her mind.
Would, you're in that position, somebody you consider, if not a friend, at least a confidant. You learned that they killed your brother in self-defense of their like leader, right? It was on the battlefield. How would you feel?
Rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is probably... I am the resident Shallan apologist. Everything Shallan does, I will make excuses for.
Listen,
I'm
there with you now.
I do find one or two things per book where I'm like, this is gonna be an uphill battle. I don't think her reaction to this information is strong enough.
Listen, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. And if the world attacks me for it, the world attacks me for it. If I get canceled here, so be it.
I don't care that you broke your arm.
Women hold on to things for a long time, okay? And then they use it at the most inopportune moment for you. All right? Here's the thing. This went in her back pocket for that fight that comes later.
All of my faith that I hold in Brandy Sandy agrees with you. But everything else, every bit of intuition and instinct in my mind is telling me she is written that way because I can't have this happen right now. And like if I were in that position, I think that's a burned bridge. I can't be friends with this guy.
Knowing that this guy killed my brother.
I don't care if it was in self-defense.
My brother that was the best of our house.
According to her.
And like the suffering that happened because he never came back, that's a burned bridge.
I would say according to everybody but their dad.
That's all her
Yeah,
fault.
good point.
What?
That's all her fault.
And that's why she buries it.
Yeah.
It is a difficult thing to work through because it's not like Kaladin had any hatred towards Helleran.
Yeah.
It's a perfectly reasonable outcome for the situation. And he didn't do it out of malice. He didn't hate Shallan, so he went and killed her brother.
And if Shallan chapters were, I'm sorry, Brandy. If Shallan chapters were better written, I can imagine a world where we even have this kind of, it reminds me of Gurren Lagann. Okay, here we go. I can imagine a world where Shallan has this moment where she is like, he killed Helleran? Oh my god, he killed Helleran. Why couldn't he just die like the Dark Eyes he was? And have that, like, sudden moment of, that's the normal state of things.
That's
Shard bearers kill Dark Eyes.
That's also a really strange...
and then feel immediately guilty for it. And it reminds me, I'm sorry, I just want to, don't move away from this real quick. It reminds me of Gurren Lagann. Because in Gurren Lagann, the main character starts getting the hots for the hot anime lady. But then his brother is the one that inevitably she falls for. But then right after she falls for him,
dead.
He dies. The brother dies. And there's like, later on in the series, there's this moment, it's all subtext. There's this moment where it's revealed that part of the reason his brother's death affected him so much is because there was that nagging thought in the back of his head that was like, he's out of the way now. Mm-hmm. And he feels so guilty about that, even though it wasn't in his control. And it reminds me, because that's such a beautiful thing that could have happened with Shallan, and it doesn't. Mm-hmm. And it's so aggravating because there's so much juice and meat there that she can work through, and she just doesn't. It's so boring.
Yeah, it's Luke from The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Where he thinks about killing Ben, and then he doesn't because he feels so guilty that he would even think about it. It feels like Shallan and Kaladin's friendship is grown to a point where she would never carry out any kind of vengeance or revenge against him. But at least give her that inner turmoil, dealing with it.
As much as what were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Keep going. You're fine.
I'm moving away from this, so
That's fine.
Speaking out for everybody, please.
Okay.
As much as I dislike Shallan, I think one of my favorite parts in this whole book happens around this time, where she is telling the story.
I was just about to go there.
She's like illustrating this whole magical play, and it's not because the play's so beautiful, although it is. Don't get me wrong. But it's such an effective horror beat where she finishes the
Yes.
story,
And there's
then
one shadow left.
one of the audience members stands up and walks away. And you're just like, what? I didn't make that one.
No, it was like, so she looks back and you see all these shadows that she's also made of people watching, and then they disappear, and as the light of the illumination starts to go away, there's one shadow left.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, hold on a
What?
second.
I'm not making.
And then it
that
just
one.
gets up and like crawls away, like it's not even human. And I'm like, dude. Also, there was 3 amazing story beats that happened. I can only remember 2 at the moment. That set up for the end of the book, and this story was one of them.
It's really interesting to me. It's a push and pull that you have with me, Brandy Sandy. It's a relationship. It works.
Oh my!
It is so obvious that she is a worse storyteller than Wit. And it is so obvious that you're writing it that way. And it's so
It's
good.
blatant in this one.
Yeah.
Because they told the same story. She told the story to Pattern, and then he told the story to her.
Yeah.
And it's like, also, another loving moment for me with Pattern, where she describes Pattern like standing there like a little kid inside of the lie, just absolutely loving it.
But I mean, that also tells us more about cryptics and Pattern. He is literally inside the lie. It is a truth to him in that moment.
Yep. But those are the best ones.
What I loved about that is, John, you said that, and you were like looking around the room with like awe and wonder on your face, and I'm just trying to imagine Pattern do that as well, and he's just a fractal little squiggly line trying to convey that.
I honestly, if I had to put a true image to Pattern in like a story, a cartoon or movie style representation, he's like a piece of Play-Doh that has like those weird little eyes.
I
and
imagine
stuff. Like that's what he is.
I imagine like a bumpy slime from like Dragon Quest, like a weird bumpy patterned slime.
So I want to talk about the story just a little bit because I didn't actually make any notes on it, but I absolutely love the story. For her, it was the girl who looked up, and it was basically it's so good for the entire story that Brandon told. I look back on it and I smile because to me that is 10 out of 10 storytelling. The girl, they live in darkness, they have lanterns, they have their own sources of light. The people there aren't really happy, but they have that big wall to keep the monsters out. And she's like, man, we don't actually know what's over that wall. And so she climbs up it, and it's a challenge to climb up, but on the other side there's stairs. Isn't that weird, huh? And then she goes and takes some Stormlight, and everybody gets mad. And like you watch that, and you're like, oh, this is how they got Stormlight for the first time. I see what you're doing, Brandon. I see what you're doing.
You're trying to do the Vera Statale. You're trying to do that job because the book's been priming you for that. So you see these stories and you're like, what could this mean? And sometimes it's a trick. Sometimes it's just a story. I don't know if that's the case for this one, but I think sometimes it is. Like, sometimes Wit's just telling a beautiful story to Kaladin to make him feel better. And sometimes maybe it's the most important moment in the entire book.
I have already started to talk to you guys about my theories on these. Stories are so important to me, even if they're not coming from Wit.
I don't really... The only feeling I had, especially on the first read, and I'll admit I was into it on the rereads, when they're confronting the Midnight Mother with Bridge 4, I'm like, all right, Shallan.
No.
This is a
If
bridge you
anything
cannot
happens-
uncross. Shallan. If you kill Rock,
Oh,
I will never forgive you.
you just said bridge, and that reminded me.
Before we really get into
Kaladin, when he was making his way to Hearthstone, there was a weight that he felt on his shoulders about being like this sole savior for humanity, kind of, I can travel to these places, warn people, help them, whatever. It did say it was like a weight of a bridge that he had to carry all on his own. And I caught that, and I'm like,
That's something he would
that
say.
is a choice of words, Brandy Sandy. From her chasing the shadow, and then like it crawling, like, and she described it as inhuman.
Mm-hmm.
Like it sometimes ran like a person, then it got on all fours, and it was like faster. And she sent Pattern after it because she knew Pattern could keep up better than she could. And I'm like, dude, if you get Pattern, you can't do that. You can't let this thing get Pattern.
Do you think it could?
I was scared.
Yeah.
Okay, I was nervous.
I think it might.
We've been conditioned
to.
to this idea that, like, the Spren are above all this. Like, there are stakes for our humans, but the Spren, they're just, like, there.
Yeah, we've never really seen, like, any Spren on Spren violence.
Well,
Yeah.
until this book.
Until this
Well, there was in the first book.
Oh, you're talking about still fighting off Death Spren?
Yeah, she's
Yes.
fighting off the Death Spren.
Yes.
I felt like she was just keeping them at bay. She wasn't killing them, though.
I'm not even certain. I mean, I'm willing to believe it absolutely happened, literally. I'm not even certain it did, though.
It was
Because
just his
it
hallucination.
could have just been him literally imagining her keeping death at bay.
No, because he's hers. But we're not going to get back into that conversation. So it like crawls under this little like spot, and she uses her shard blade to open up a new way in. But that tells me that there's some sort of mechanism somewhere that would have allowed this to open. Like, I feel like Irithiru just has all these cool little secret passageways. Why would you need that, though? Why would you need that?
Freaking cool.
Because it's freaking cool, and you know who keeps secrets? Light Weavers.
Oh, you're saying the Light Weavers have, like, secret tunnels.
I bet you. Yeah. I really thought Shallan was gonna go down and not wait for everybody else, but instead she just light weaves herself.
I love that illustration when she looks in the crack and you see the two buggy eyes.
Yeah, dude. Oh man.
I would, if that were a horror game, I'd
I'm
piss
done.
myself.
There was one time that I played a VR, and I peeked
Really?
around. I peeked around the corner of a horror game, and like there was some. It was a disgusting monster. It looked like actually the things from Resident Evil 7, like the goo monster tar
Sure.
Yeah,
guys.
the mold.
Yeah, and like I peeked around the corner and looked down this long hallway, and like I saw it walk up, and it like knocked something over on a bookshelf, and then started to turn towards me, and it scared the out of me. I took the headset off immediately. I'm like, this is too real. This is too real.
Chris, you would die.
I would.
If it takes that little bit for me to be like, nah, man, game over.
That's so. I wonder how I would feel.
It was too much. But like it invoked that feeling when I was reading that. Everything started picking up pace. I started reading at a faster pace. My heartbeat was pitter pat, you know, like, and I'm like, when Bridge 4 got involved, I'm like, listen, okay,
You guys
Shallan.
are capable, but
Shallan,
You don't have Kaladin here. You
And we're-
are not invincible.
I don't think we started getting Bridge 4 chapters
until part
until
two.
part
Yeah,
two.
part 2, yeah. Because Kaladin comes back.
And yeah,
Which is an interesting storytelling device there, because Kaladin is back, but he doesn't have any point of view chapters in part 2.
yep.
I thought that's interesting.
So they get
It
down there.
is. I agree.
They get down there, and I did recognize that, like, I'm like, these are the same creatures that Dalinar fought in that one vision.
Yeah.
So like, this is that unmade. This
creatures
is
of
cool.
oil
That-
or whatever
this
they
is
say.
amazing. Yeah. And I'm watching these guys try to fight them, and it ain't really working. It's working, but it ain't. And Shallan like summons some illusions to help like bolster the troops a little bit, make them look bigger than they are. But like, cool, you know. And the weird thing to me was, it was scared of Shallan. And I started just letting my mind wander and think like, dude, why are you scared of Shallan? It was scared of specifically a Lightweaver's powers. The quote that I wrote down when she was engaged with it, when she touched it, she said she couldn't tell it if it was actually happening, if she was pushing her physical body further into the creature's tar, or if this was all a representation of someplace else, a place beyond this room in the tower, beyond even Shadesmar. And I'm like, I don't know what that could mean, but that has to mean something. That this is our first legitimate interaction with an unmade. This has to mean something.
And what's so upsetting to me, and it's why I brought it up in my criticisms, is this is our first and arguably most important in this book interaction with the Unmade. And I say important in the sense of the narrative structure. So it, like I said, is very convenient that this Unmade seems to have some sort of PTSD regarding Lightweavers, and we just happen to have a Lightweaver main character who is capable of sending it away. He didn't kill it, just kind of banished it, and it fled from the tower. So it theoretically is still in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows where?
Yeah.
But if that hadn't occurred, then they never would have come up with this plan to use her as, like... And then they never would have gotten trapped in Shadesmar, because she didn't do anything when they get to Koldanar. She tries to do what she did, and just falls into the trap.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a parallel between the Midnight Mother and Lightweavers.
There must be.
That's why
Dude,
I think
I started cooking so much I think I burnt it.
That you're like maybe there is.
I have nothing to really back this up. I think because when it resonated to me that when Shallan created the illusions of all these other fighters, it worked. They weren't just like phasing through it like they kind of did in at the end in Thaylen Field, where they're kind of just an image.
Well, in even in Thaylen Field, she kind of says, am I soul casting?
Right.
Am I creating real soldiers to fight? Because they are reacting to them.
But we get this kind of connection with a Lightweaver where the Midnight Mother is trying to understand other things by emulating them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I think much like that there are 9 Unmade, there are 10 Radiant Orders, I think there are connections there that we are not really seeing yet. And
This is part of my
Lightweavers,
cooking.
like Lightweavers are connected to the Midnight Mother
Yes.
in some way. And that's the reason it worked. That's the reason the previous Lightweaver was able to do something.
Are we hinting at this idea that these 9 Unmade are like dark echoes of the orders, and there's just one missing for some reason?
Don't know, but I think the possibility exists.
And if one is missing, which one?
I was playing around with it being Yezrian because
The Windrunner.
Odium sees himself as the king.
He's the 10th Unmade. Quote unquote.
So,
Yeah.
here's a thought. Well, what we know about the Midnight Mother's black goo thing emulates things trying to get an understanding. What do we know about Spren that are trying to find an understanding? We know that cryptics have got like weird messed up faces, and they
Right.
are trying to find understanding by following truths. Maybe the Midnight Mother is the like head of the cryptics.
Like the
So there was like the big honor spren, right? That was like in the field, and all the other honor spren were like scouting the groups, right?
Okay.
As they were training, right? That would be the same for the cryptics, like their mother, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Um,
Cryptic Prime.
Cryptic Prime
But you're saying this Cryptic Prime
was unmade
by Odium.
by Odium, and then so
interesting.
she is literally like does not want to harm her children or is scared of her children because they're the ones that can destroy.
The reason why I also cooked on this is because specifically Rishafir was trying to break her bond with Pattern, and it seemed like it was trying to bond with her.
It's and the fact that that's even a possibility for this thing is terrifying. The idea that for some reason it can tangibly pluck at the bond between at least Pattern and Shallan somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I like this a lot. I like this idea. It's almost like the vibe I always got from this scene in particular was that the way she's kind of describing it, the way I grokked it, was that the Midnight Mother is like instinct unbidden. Its instinct is to understand and mimic and just grok everything that it sees.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it unbidden, it doesn't understand that all it understands is that instinct.
And so that's why it would be so effective against an illusion, because it just intrinsically believes what it sees.
So it's like if these unmade are like what you're suggesting, it's like he is perverting the personification of an instinct. So
That's why-
if a cryptic is a lie spren, it's seeking out to understand. I like this idea that it's seeking out to reveal truths, know truths, although the way that Ivory talks is more like how this is. He is declarative. He talks about how these things are. So maybe it was that. Maybe it's, and the reason it was so effective is because they share a surge.
Yes.
The
same, yeah. The light
and so
weaving.
the light weaving was so effective because it's a lie, and I'm seeking to understand it, and because I do. I understand it at face value, no context.
Right. Interesting. There's something very hierarchical about the Spren in Roshar. You've got honor and cultivation at the top, and then you got the Stormfather and the Night Watcher, and then there are definitely like elevated Spren, which the Night Radiance or the Night's Radiant bond to, and then there are like lesser Spren that are like animalistic. But you're suggesting that there is like an intermediary group where there is like a prime high Spren for each of the elevated Spren. And Odium somehow corrupted them to his own purpose and unmade them.
I'm not saying all the unmades are.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But this one in particular
But I'm
could
saying
be.
that one could be.
Yeah.
And that would explain why it
And
has such close ties with.
To further expound on what I was just saying, if it is a ink spren, I mean, oil, they were monsters of oil. I mean, they're not literally ink. But I mean...
Yeah. Interesting. And that would be a bit... I think that would be... If that is what it is, then that also gives you an interesting little subversion that, oh, you think it's a Lightweaver because it's reacting to what Shallan's doing, but it's actually reacting to what Elsescholars do because they share a surge. I like that.
I like this a lot, and I had not enough information to...
Yeah, there's not enough there to really go on this. I was just throwing stuff out there, and once again, as John said, we cooked until it burned.
What is the name of the Midnight Mother? Is it Reshafir or is it...
Reshafir.
And Sha-Nod is the one in Kolinar?
Sha-Nod is the corruption one. The one who touches the children.
Keeper, taker of secrets?
I don't remember. I'm gonna be
Do
wrong.
we remember which of the Unmade was responsible for the false desolation?
Bo Medo Ishram.
Okay, gotcha. Never mind. Never mind.
All right. That was a tasty meal that you guys just cooked up.
I'm glad we talked about that.
Yes.
Quick intermission to talk about the interludes.
I just needed to be contrarian to you saying I don't like this. And I was like, hey, what if?
In Dalinar's flashback chapters, though, in part 1, we got it. We got to talk about how he just kind of walked out into a high storm, you know?
Was that in the first
It was.
I actually don't remember, but I'm trusting you.
Oh, I got you.
He had to get his knife.
Part 1, flashback, chapter 19. Dalinar looking for his knife in the high storm.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Let's not move on to the interludes just yet, because she gets the Helleran letter prior to the interludes.
Yes.
So I want to talk about that. The Ghostbloods are like, hey, great job. Here's the information. And the Ghostblood letter states that Helleran was a Skybreaker. I still do think there might be something to the idea that he was a Skybreaker who had broken his oath, and that's why he had just... His sword dropped and everything.
I think there's something to that.
He killed his friend.
Killing his Spren and allowing the Shardblade to be bonded to Amaram. There is always the possibility that Helleran wasn't the one Kaladin killed.
I suppose that is true.
That's a Chris thing.
He had a helmet on.
Going
I thought they
further,
described him as having red hair.
yeah, it absolutely was a red-haired Shardbearer. That's all it was described as. The letter seems to be implying that the man with Shallan's mother was a Skybreaker acolyte. It also says that they had an intimate contact. Is this to be taken literally? Were they
Lovers?
Were they lovers? Or if this was a Skybreaker acolyte, was he scared and Nail got the sense that Shallan was about to bond to Spren?
And that's why he was there?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, that's interesting.
Later on, we get blatantly says that. So after she finishes reading the letter, Pattern scans and he's like, "There are lies here." And so who knows? It could be he's talking about that. There's a secret code there. It's who knows what is to be taken at face value. But the letter states that Helaron was granted the shards. He was not bonding to a Spren. So, and the idea that the blade had no history probably implies because it can be traced all the way back to the Recreants. The Skybreakers took that blade and the plate from the Recreants.
Or maybe just from, well, not from the Recreants, because the Skybreakers didn't break their oaths.
What I'm saying is, the people broke their oaths, and the Skybreakers were like, I'm going to take that.
Oh, I see.
You don't get your blade until the third oath. Is that the case for everybody?
Yes.
It's the case for the Skybreakers.
It's the case for Windrunners.
We know that, because that's... Oh, wait, no. He's given the sword, so never mind. I don't know why I said that.
This throws a spanner in a bit of the gears, because I had forgotten about this. But maybe it doesn't, because Pattern's like, there's lies here.
There are lies here.
He never elaborates on what that means.
Yeah, and Shallan is not interested in figuring it out either.
Because it could mean all of it's a lie. It could mean some of it's a lie.
Shallan's putting a pin in a little bit too many things.
Yeah. It's gonna come back to poker.
You know, maybe that's why her brother was away for so long. Because being told that, hey, your sister's about to bond to Spren, we didn't stop it before. And he's like, well, that's my sister. Because of familiar ties, I am not allowed to kill my own sister. And so refusing to even go near that situation.
Gotcha.
All right.
Keep
Chapter
talking.
38.
I'm just looking up. I wrote something about chapter 53.
In relation to what you just wrote?
No.
Nothing happened in that chapter 53.
So there's an illustration. Well, I'll probably cut this part out and put it somewhere else, but who cares? I'm here now. There's an illustration here about glyphs and like the old-timey glyphs. The writer in this says that one of the glyphs is bat-like. And that pinged something in my head because, like...
There are no bats?
Are there bats? And if there aren't, does that imply that the writer of this isn't from Roshar?
Is it? Let me see it.
Do we know who's writing that?
No, there's no
John
sign.
can identify the handwriting.
Well, which one is bat-like? And
You-
does it
yeah,
look
read-
like a
read-
bat?
my note is garbage.
Because
If they were from Roshar, they would probably call it a chicken.
Well,
That's true.
maybe, you know, chickens are anything with feathers.
They don't
Bats are anything with fur that flies.
They don't necessarily... is there fur? Do they understand fur?
They have horses.
They have horses.
That is true. They have horses.
Yeah.
And I think
This is
minks.
Naz.
There are minks, but we've
thought it
never
was
seen a
Naz.
mink.
I can
They
tell
have
by the
pigs.
K.
Pigs have fur.
The K and the T. This is Naz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is that same guy that's making notes.
So Naz...
Dude, I locked the in, bro.
So-
I locked the in when I noticed it.
Jumping slightly backward, chapter 38 is pretty chunky. Okay. Honor says this is the chapter that Dalinar takes Yasna and Navani in, or maybe not Yasna.
Yeah, it was.
It is.
Okay. He
yeah.
takes.
He does take both of them.
That might have been later though.
No, he takes both of them.
No, what I'm saying is I don't think that's this chapter. Point is, he is talking to Honor, and Honor is like spilling the tea.
This
He
is chapter 58,
38.
38.
It is
This
before the
was-
interludes.
I think this was the Thalen chick.
Fen?
I don't know, man.
I thought he
'Cause
brought
Honor,
in...
Honor talks to Thalen. Talks to
Fen.
What's her name? Fen.
Yeah.
So,
'Cause
he
I
is
have a note
spilling
on
so
that.
much tea. He says, this is where he says that Honor died after the last desolation, but was not specific as to when exactly. The Stormfather says that the heralds were able to share the pain while in Damnation. This has to point to Town knowing that he was alone there, because he couldn't share pain with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, the one that I'm willing to say, the Stormfather directly states that Town broke, but is he to be believed? Would he know that for certain, or is this a logical assumption that he is making? He states it as though it is fact, that Town broke.
He knows Town's back. Because he would have seen it during a storm. They've never come back on their own unless they broke.
Unless one of them broke.
Right.
Right.
What I'm saying is the Stormfather says town broke.
But Stormfather's not connected to the Heralds. Stormfather's connected to honor. The Heralds don't think he broke.
Maybe he chose to
Ash
come
probably
back.
thinks he broke.
Right.
Town doesn't seem to think he broke. At the very least, the very first time he shows up.
Well, I don't know if Town's
Town's not all there.
Town's
I
able
like
to
Town,
make
but
a.
When he first shows up, he's somewhat cogent. At the very end of the last book, he's not all there, I'll give you, but he's at least somewhat cogent. And he's like, "Why am I back?"
Right. Does he say that? I don't know if he says that.
He says something to that effect.
Let me throw a spanner in the works here, because I think by this point, Brandon Sanderson has mentioned this.
Yeah,
Um,
there's that.
because he takes a lot of questions and answers from people. And I think after this book got released, somebody asked, did Town break? And Brandon Sanderson said, no,
Town never broke.
Town did not break.
So then another herald died.
I do like that he said Town never broke.
Because that was why they chose Town in the first place.
Town's the real one.
No.
Well,
They got lucky that Town was the only one who died.
right, but the reason that they broke the Oath Pact this time
Was because he was the only one who
was
died.
because he was the only one that died, and they knew that he was the only one that had never broken.
Also, no. Because Yezrian waited hoping that Kalek would show up. He wasn't sure if he lived or not.
The others just left.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
Well, that implies to me that he's like, Town's not here. This could work. This could work.
Mm-hmm.
If Collect shows up, this could work.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Collect shows up and he's like,
Okay.
"Alright."
We just
We
go.
got to do it.
And so he's like, this is not sustainable anymore. There is an honor in the decision he made. It is such a grave
It's a great...
and hard betrayal for my boy Town. But it is that kind of betrayal that set the foundation for the state we're in now.
Mm-hmm.
And
And even Town recognized it.
yeah, oh my god, we'll get to it. I love Town so much.
Town is objectively best boy through the entire series.
And there's so little of him, and I feel so much about him.
Dalinar... So, was there anything else you want to talk about?
It's also in this chapter that it's outright stated that Town was the one who wasn't even supposed to be there.
Yeah. Oh, God.
He was the herald that represented the humans.
He's like Thor in the Norse gods, where
Also,
Thor
that
is the
look-
working man.
That look that I gave you, maybe that's who Odium's supposed to represent. Because he's supposed to be the god of the humans.
Oh, you think
Town?
Town is the
What is-
10th?
What he is the unmade version of Town.
What herald is Town?
He's the Stone Ward.
Okay.
I think he's 8th or 9th.
No, I didn't mean which number. I meant what he said.
He's the 10th
Oh.
because the
What powers are those?
it's cohesion.
Tension and cohesion.
He
Because
can
it's the
he can
same
shape
one.
stone.
It's the same. He shapes stone and he can make himself immovable, I assume.
Oh, that's why he never breaks.
It's like the mirror
No,
echo.
no, that's just a Town thing.
It's like a mirrored echo of her version of tension, of Lift's version of tension, where she can make herself
From my understanding, Town was kind of crazy before this
Frictionless.
before all this started.
Oh, you
Really?
guys, you rich people need somebody to join? I'll join. What are we doing? Giving our souls to save humanity? All right, good.
But Town was the one, he represented people. He put himself in the hardest of the battles. He put himself in the spot where he knew he was most likely going to die, but he knew he would make the biggest difference there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was said that Town always threw himself in the spot where he knew he was gonna die.
Town, I think it's described somewhere. Town was the only herald that was not previously royalty.
Yeah.
He was just a soldier. He was the only dude who just stepped up and said, "You need somebody to defend people. I'm going to do it."
What are the two that Dalinar has?
Adhesion and cohesion.
Cohesion. So that
Which would mean
means
That's
Town is
bonding.
9.
Yeah, that's bonding stuff.
yeah. So he has stone wards are cohesion and tension,
Yes.
and edge dancers are tension and
Abrasion. No, not abrasion.
Regrowth.
They are regrowth and abrasion, I think.
It's
Who?
it's not. I don't think it's
Maybe it's-
abrasion.
Then
I
who-
thought it was adhesion, actually.
It's not adhesion.
What do edge runners share one with then?
They share
Other than
regrowth.
Other than truth.
They share regrowth with truth colors, and I believe it's... come on, give them...
It's-
I thought it was stone wards.
No.
That's why I was saying that
it
they
might
were.
be tension.
I thought it was tension.
So, edge dancers are abrasion and progression,
Okay,
which is the surge of friction and the surge of growth.
okay.
Abrasion. And so, what is the? Who shares abrasion?
Dustbringers
Yes.
because they can basically unmake stuff.
Right.
Interestingly enough, Dustbringers, first one mentioned in the series.
The
in the
Dustbringers
prelude.
are the ones who can theoretically make themselves immovable by having infinite friction.
Yes.
They also just destroy things
Yeah.
like Skybreakers do.
In the prelude,
That's a terrifying
Collect makes
concept.
note.
No, I was wrong.
Collect makes note in the prelude that the Dustbringers did an incredible job this time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Dustbringers the first one's mentioned, huh? And then we don't get anything else on them until book 3.
What were you-
I was wrong. Bondsmiths are not cohesion and adhesion. They are tension and adhesion.
Yeah, tension and
Okay.
adhesion. Because
Stone wards are cohesion and adhesion.
tension is the stone one. But he can also I love the weird interactions that the different surges have with one another. Where
Just because you have the same two, or like you share one, doesn't mean they do the same thing.
like windrunners seem to have some sort of fusion where they can gravitate and adhere objects.
Yeah.
But they aren't touching. But the adhesion that Dalinar does seems to work the same as the adhesion that Kaladin does, where he can just stick people to the ground. But the tension seems to be like he can forge bonds with people somehow,
Yeah.
and like learn their language.
So the way tension is the surge of the soft axial interconnection,
Helpful.
which so axes are atoms. That's the term in
And he's
Roshar
also a
for
collector.
atoms. And I think
good.
the soft axial interconnection is the weak nuclear force.
Yep, that's what I think that's
Brother.
referring to.
What are
Also-
you on
This
right
is
now?
this is a physics
This is-
term.
There's
Yeah.
something to the idea
We're
that
talking physics.
it's an axial connection,
That's fun.
implying it's like that makes my brain goes to axiomatic, like implying there's a connection in truth.
I mean, yeah, if you like,
It's the weak nuclear force, which would mean the bonds between atoms,
Yeah.
versus the strong nuclear force, which is the bonds inside atoms.
yeah.
So, yeah, that means basically they can control
So-
how atoms interact with
Okay,
one
so
another.
we have 2 of the fundamental forces of physics being represented.
And then
Do we-
gravity,
that's what I'm saying, gravity. We have this
the weak and the strong nuclear forces, and then what's the fourth one?
That's what I'm thinking.
Electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism.
That's light weaving.
Oh, okay, well.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
To some extent, it is.
I guess.
John's just happy to be here.
Big ol' thumbs up for me.
John, when your autism
Just let it go.
makes you want to study physics, we'll talk.
It won't.
What a great tangent.
Physics broke by
I
ribs.
think pre interludes, that's
Enter,
all
yeah.
I can
And
talk
my hip.
about.
Okay,
When Dalinar goes out in the storm in his flashback, what's the big spindly thing he saw?
that's a good question.
I always imagine. I've talked about this so many times. I'll even put up an image of it right now. It's the lightning elemental for Magic the Gathering, and it's just a big lightning man. That's what I imagine.
Dude, I don't know, but
I've heard them described as like storm striders. I don't know what that is.
I imagined, like, quite literally, like the gigantic thing from the mist,
Okay.
but like a spider-like legs kind of thing. And I'm like, and he just gives it the bird.
And
And walks back in. And I'm
I
like-
love that chapter so
I'm like,
much.
bro, what
Good pork.
are you?
Yep, good pork.
And then he just like flips the switch and kills an assassin. Well,
Yeah.
like, and then just like
I'm not gonna drink
wipes,
it.
wipes off his blade.
Oh no, he washes
Oh
it
yeah,
in the
he
drink.
washes it off and he's like, "Give me another drink." And he's like, "Yeah, okay, Dalinar, Gavilar, I'll marry her. You got it, bud."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Navani.
I'll talk about this more later. about those flashbacks and how I feel so uncomfortable regarding Evie.
I feel so bad for her.
Yeah, I
but
feel
that
really
is our
bad.
first introduction to Evie.
Mhm.
Evie? Evie?
I say Evie.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
say Evie. I don't care what the audiobook says.
Cody?
I believe it's Evie.
Damn right it is, because I
Uh,
always say the names right.
I prefer to use the names that
Oh, I'm so ready for this.
I know.
Evi?
No, no. Her name is.
Oh yes, you're
Her name
right.
is...
I love that moment when he remembers and like it's so nonchalant.
What did you say?
Like you probably like this when Evie died, and he's like, yeah, you're right.
You what?
What?
It
What?
it was in this moment that because it was like right after that what's her name says Navani says Evie's name and he hears it, and it was that moment that I'm like, oh, so it is finally confirmed for me for sure. This wasn't just the order that Brandon Sanderson wanted us to see the flashbacks in. This is how their memories are going.
That's how it feels.
And like it feels
at the
feels
very
correct
least-
for Tien.
At the very least, for this, for Oathbringer, this is 100% how Dalinar's seeing these.
It feels completely correct for Kaladin in the sense of Tien. I don't know about the rest of his memories anymore. And it feels completely correct for the way that Shallan was forced to remember her truths.
Mm-hmm.
It was her dad, and then at the end, the big reveal of her mom, that pattern was forcing her to remember.
You'll have to remind me on these first interludes because the only note I have is for the Kaza interlude, the one with the bugs.
So first off, can we touch on the Dalinar flashbacks a little bit
the
more?
Dalinar flashbacks are just.
It-
I
in
wanted to
part
give
I love-
Dalinar. We can do it right now. I want to give Dalinar his whole section. Just do it. all
Maybe
in
we
one.
wait a little bit longer for that.
Yeah, let's keep it like the book, and let's just hold her on it for a little
All right.
while, and
Yeah,
squeeze the balls when we're ready.
The interludes for part 1 were a little innocuous. They were the one Natin guy on the beach collecting wood.
Yep.
Who's like, I'm
Storms aren't so bad.
yeah, I'm actually kind of happy that the Everstorm is here.
His dad told him stories
Yes,
that it would come. And was he also a blue man?
he
Yes.
was blue.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Interesting.
Uh,
I don't know what it means. It means that Axes the Collector is not the only blue man.
I think they're gonna ban.
Like
so
a
the
group.
thing about it is, I don't believe he is the same race as Axes the Collector.
Okay, now I'm just confused.
I think they're both just blue. But
Impossible.
so he has a lighthouse, and he was waiting for the Everstorm to come. And then the second interlude was the Ardent at the monastery who was trying to read a
That's the
romance novel.
smut. Yeah.
Dude, I genuinely loved that.
I
Do you read that way? In her story, she's like, "What? No!" Like out loud reacting.
sometimes.
I never do.
I mean, not you know me. I got up and Ric Flaired
Wow. I am
when
starkly silent.
when Kaladin
Stone
said.
faced.
I imagine you just like you set the book down. You're like, hell yeah,
I'm scowling.
just like Kaladin
When
all
I'm
the
reading.
time ever.
Just angry.
You got your chin tucked out.
I don't know if this interlude chapter adds anything other than a bit of levity, because I think it's very clear that everybody at the monastery is freaking out.
It seems to be hinting at this like we are this close to totally being able to read the Dawn Chant.
Mm-hmm.
We are like
It-
one smut book away from being able to do
It also seemed like she was more capable of decoding it than others were, and she just wanted to read her smut. It was genuinely a funny chapter, and like you just got done giving us an encounter with an unmade,
Mm-hmm.
and then like hard cut to a guy that's just picking up some debris, and then
Debris.
second hard cut.
Some ladies
to
like
a lady trying to get away from everybody to read smut.
specifically a monk, a celibate monk reading smut in
I
the
guess-
mountains.
I mean, you have to live vicariously through something.
And then the other one that like finds her is like pretty crazy when there's 3 guys to choose from in book 2. What? You read it?
I guess it does foreshadow the
Yeah.
Dawn Chant being translated in the reveal later in the book. But I do like that there's somebody who is that close to the plot who is not interested in interacting with it.
Kind of like Thermal.
Yeah.
The most interesting interlude in this pack to me was the Kaza interlude with the Soulcaster.
Yes, and we can get to that. The third interlude chapter after part 1 is Venli's chapter when she finds Eshonai's body.
Of course, I forgot.
And she also finds Timber.
We don't have to talk about this chapter.
It confirms all of your worst fears.
I don't feel so bad for Venli when in this state. I like what happens with her later on. I like that she feels more and more, for lack of a better term, more and more human with Timber's influence. How it's like Timber is reminding her literally and like metaphorically of the person she was before and what she is leaving behind with these new rhythms.
And is this the first Venli point of view chapter we've gotten? I don't think there was one in Words of Radiance.
No, I don't think there was.
All of the interactions with Venli were from Eshonai's point of view.
Yep.
And so I like seeing Venli's point of view because in Words of Radiance, she seems so cold and calculating and manipulative.
Ambitious is the only thing.
Yeah, that's another good
my
word
only
for it.
read on her.
Driven?
Yeah.
But now, with her own point of view chapter, you see her inner conflict where like she actually does regret joining with the Voidspren, and she regrets what happened to Eshonai. And she doesn't like being ordered around.
Because like she sees her sister and she starts to attune to mourning. And then the Voidspren's just like, hey, take the armor off of her, grab the blade, come on.
Yeah.
Let's go. And she's like, we can't mess with the body. That's too valuable to leave here, girl.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna grab it or what? Just like threatening.
Is it like, do you think it's like a threat kind of thing?
I don't, kind of like a flex more than anything.
To me, it's hard to read it. I don't implicitly distrust these Voidspren. I'll say that much. Obviously, they're the bad guys. But at the same time, they've been, like the Heralds, they've been through this for millennia. So they're just so over it. This is just another desolation that they need to win this time. That's what Dad says. This is the one. This is the true desolation.
What if the Voidspren, those ones that, because they've been there. I don't think they're the only ones feeling the torture. You watched Odium force Venli into dreams where he rips the flesh off of her and just like burns her to death over and over in this dream.
I think about, so you guys know, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's Fantasy by DYE. Anybody?
Mm-mm.
It's a music video. Highly recommend. It is so. It's like capital D, lowercase y, capital E. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't remember the song at all. The music video is so hard, and I highly recommend it. It's so hard, it's not on YouTube. Can't watch it on YouTube. So this girl, it's like a metaphor for a period, and she's experiencing her period with her friends for the first time. But then in the music video, it's like some sort of eldritch body horror is creeping up out of this pool party, and she finds herself at the end of the music video in this alternate world, and you don't see what she sees. It just zooms in on her eyes, and her eyes literally explode in blood and gore, and she starts like seizing, and like it's crazy. And then we just see like the immensity of what she saw as the music video ends, and it's just this internally huge cosmic being. I think about that every time they see Odium in that state.
Yeah. I believe I know that music video. Yes, I have definitely seen that.
What I was getting though,
Sorry.
was
Oh yeah, John, you were trying to make a point.
These Voidspren, these fused, these ones that keep coming back and inheriting the bodies of the Parshendi, they're insane.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me wonder, like, I have never heard the term, like the hammer and anvil tactic until I heard you say it to me when we were talking about Baldur's Gate. Never heard it before in my life. Not once. But it made me go back to it. And in this scenario, differently, maybe behind them in the Tranquil Halls is Odium. And they're not trying to torture them, but they're just trying to get out. But, like, they're, like, forced into this situation where, like, they're scared of Odium.
It's so interesting. Like, we don't know what they're going through. it's not even implied. It is stated that
like-
the torturers are just as trapped as their
this
prisoners.
is disgusting. It's kind of like when Game of Thrones did that torture scene where they put a rat in a bucket and they put it against the man's stomach and then started heating up the bucket, and the rat's only way out was eating through the man.
Mm-hmm.
And like the stuff that they do to these people, to these heralds, is horrific. They're flaying skin. You heard Rezrian talk to Dalinar,
Like
when
taking
he was,
apart my
when he was
brain and
toasted.
showing it.
Yeah, like they do whatever they had to if that meant they got to get away from whatever was happening to them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's those kinds of little, because nothing is stated outright that makes you think these thoughts. It's these little things that like build up, for me at least, that build up over time, where I start to wonder how different the difference is, that these are the good guys and these are not. And because they're in the same situation. How must Odium feel? He's trapped here. And it seems like he's doing a great job, but he's like this dirt ball that he is stuck on this ball of dirt that is covered in gross lizard bugs. And he's like, all I want to do is leave. Another 1,000 years is nothing to me. So that's like the crux of why they think he'd be willing to make the deal, because all it costs him is time.
Well, he's got time.
Yeah, like imagine the unfathomable.
But does he?
Okay.
Because the epigraphs talked about Rays.
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
There was a name before Rays that was like a good dude that took the shard of Odium. And man, he changed. And Rays is a terrible guy. But Rays is probably also changing.
Oh, no, wait, because I know which one you're talking about. He did not take the shard of Odium. He took a different shard.
Brother?
No, I trust John on this one.
He
I don't
really
believe you.
looked into it.
He went full
Because I know the situation you're talking about.
research mode.
I'm so proud of you.
A T. ATI. It specifically says in the letters, Rays took a T's place. And he's also described as crafty and dangerous.
But a T was like a good dude.
A T was like a decent dude.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we saw what happened to him afterward. Like, that was the implication. And
Yeah.
then Ray's started off as not a good dude.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, so that opens up a whole other can of worms about what the gods are. And apparently, like, they can take on the mantles of gods, so they're like actual mortals.
Because somebody else Rays took on the shard.
Right. And the shard is the manifestation of God's wrath.
The term shard has so much baggage attached to it as well. Like, it implies a smaller piece of a larger whole, a shard. It's something
And
has
it
been
goes
broken.
even further than that.
Like a
'Cause
glass shard.
He never said he killed Honor. He said Honor was splintered.
Yeah.
Right. So my understanding there is that there is no shard of honor. Like, Tanavast took like possession of the shard of honor, but Odium somehow destroyed it. I don't know how, but that seems to have been. And apparently that's not the only shard that Odium has destroyed.
I'm pretty sure there were two others.
Yes.
I'm so proud of you.
Hold on. Let's go back. I got you. Aona and Sky are both dead.
Yeah.
Don't know what shards they are, but those are the names that were mentioned.
So that's interesting, and we'll get more into that for sure.
I do believe I ended up figuring out what that was.
Okay.
I'm not going to go any further than that.
Last interlude was the Kaza interlude. And it's so interesting to me because we're 3 books in, and how is this the first time that we've been shown this?
He's still adding stuff.
How is this the first time that we've been shown that soulcasters lose themselves the more they do it?
Dude, I remember in book 2, Adolin was like, he sees those soulcasters that are like working on things for Navani, those floating fortress things. And like, he's like, dude, there's something going on, man. There's something wrong.
I think, yeah, like, they soulcast stone, and, like, their skin had started to turn into rock. Yeah, the Kaza interlude opens up a whole big bag of worms, because she travels to Aemia, which has been mentioned a couple of times, but always in this really cryptic Land of the Lost type.
The place that was
Like-
destroyed or
Yeah.
what have you.
It's like Skull Island from King Kong. Like, you can't go there. Something terrible happened there. Nobody knows what's going on there. And she's able to...
They showcase very quickly, like, it's not easy to get there, and nobody wants to go there, aside from treasure hunters who think they can circumvent stuff.
Right. And she gets there, and it turns out there are bug people.
Like, the cook on the ship had, like, it was like an intelligent act. This wasn't some force of nature. She had infiltrated the ship and either killed the cook or was the cook the whole time and was pretending to be a cook, or she killed the cook and was just took her form.
Okay, if the bugs can do that,
I don't
sure.
know.
We have no idea.
And poisoned the rest of the crew with the food, but the Soulcaster didn't eat the food, so she encounters the Soulcaster, and
I think she did eat a little bit of the food because she was like falling apart, basically. Like she.
you think that was the poison?
She didn't have strength.
I think that was just she was literally at the end.
Oh, she was just.
I don't
getting-
know.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Doesn't really matter.
Either way, how do we interpret what happened there? Was that she obviously commits unalive on herself and just takes one final plunge and is like, I'm just going to let it take me. Becomes smoke. And she turns the ground into smoke.
Here's the really interesting thing.
Does
Me.
that... Did she kill or even hurt the bugs?
I don't think she did anything to the bugs. Here's the interesting thing to me.
I actually know what's going on there.
The bugs said one interesting thing because she was like, can you just tell me what's here? And the bugs were like, nah, people can still get answers from you. Which tells me necromancy's real, boys!
Or...
What does that imply?
Like,
So, I know both of those answers.
No,
Are you guys going to read Dawn Charter,
I'd like to.
Edge Dance?
I would
Okay.
like to.
don't.
Okay. If you're going to read them, then I won't say anything.
Okay.
Okay. I now I want to read them even more because now I know I'll learn something.
Edge Dancer explains the bugs.
And also, you
Yeah.
brought this to my attention, Cody. I feel comfortable saying it now. Think about how all the times throughout these books that we've just seen people interacting with bugs. The first time, not the first time, but when she meets Mraize outside of the Shattered Plains, first thing he does is throw a dagger and impale a bug. Or no, sorry, he shoots a dart at the bug with his blow dart.
That was just on the wall.
That was
And
on
it's
the
like,
wall.
That's an odd thing to do, but if you're trying to intimidate somebody who you're meeting for the first time, okay, I understand it. But now understanding that there are bug people, it's like, what was going on there?
Or when Wit, before he meets Yasna,
He's
is
just talking to
talking
him,
to a
dude.
bug.
And they're like seemingly talking back.
What's up with that? And so
It goes so much further.
every interaction with a bug is now suspect.
And then just after this, Kaladin is chilling out with Shallan,
This was in Kolinar.
and they're like, he goes into a bar. He has already gotten a job as a wall guard, and he was like, he shoos away a bug on the. They were like, they were talking about some major stuff.
He called it a Kremling, didn't he?
Kremling.
Yeah.
I keep saying
They're all
bugs.
Kremlings.
Okay.
but
On Roshar.
they're talking about some serious like what's our plan type of stuff, and then before he sits down, he shoos away a Kremling. Does it mean something? Why are you telling me that, Brandy? Why are you telling me that he shooted it away?
There's another thing, and I was gonna say it, but Kyle also gave me the eyebrows. Like chickens. Everything's a chicken, huh? Everything's a Kremling, probably. You know,
Yeah.
like
It's Kremlings all the way down.
exactly.
Do Kremlings even exist? Or is it
Are they
only
all the
bug
bug?
people? I don't know.
Maybe they're the natives to Roshar.
And the frustrating thing is that it plants this seed in your head, and now you're suspect of everything, when maybe it is just a bug. And the frustrating thing is Brandon Sanderson could be like, it can be whatever he wants it to be.
It's been described.
So another thing that that will just blow through, I believe, when the Soulcaster got to the island proper and landed, she described what I think was a larkin.
A dead one.
No, it was flying.
Oh, really? I don't remember that.
And she said
Yes.
a Kremling was flying, a flying Kremling or something like that. And my note was literally just this is my notes. Okay. When she awoke on the beach, did she see a larkin? And then the other note is, so straight up, the cook turned into bugs. Kind of feel like that detail escaped John and Chris because I had because I was talking to you guys before we recorded a while ago. I'm like, you had finished the book and I hadn't, and I'm like, is there like a bug person in this one, or is that the fourth one?
And I'm like,
and you're like, no, there's no bug people,
dude. You say that, like you said it, and I genuinely was like, I'm just like thinking of like a person with an ant face.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, dog, I feel like I would have remembered Ant-Man. Like,
Not a lady that just turned into spiders.
I wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking the thing that just turned into crustaceans. Like, what?
crazy stuff, huh?
Oh man. Hey, really interesting thing also in part 1 to me. Elokar. He also mentioned the one note I took of Elokar.
Hey, great. First mention of Elokar. He's also in this book.
It's probably gonna be the last.
I found
no.
it. So,
Oh, I've got plenty to talk about with
Of
Elokar.
course not.
in his whole thing in part 1 was that he was gonna fully abdicate and be like, Dalinar, you're the dude. Hey, you have full range. Just take control of my kingdom. And Dalinar's like, no. And he's like, great, you won't even let me do this.
It's
then,
so
like,
sad.
The
actually.
conversation happens, and the interesting note that I had for him, he said a glory spin, a singular glory spin, spawned around Elokar. I only see those when I'm around you, Uncle. Funny. For all that I should resent you, I don't. It's hard to resent a man who is doing his best. And I'm like,
That's so me.
I'm like, that's so cool. And I'm like, is this like the beginning of something for him? Is he gonna do a thing here? Like, he doesn't.
Join me in the chant. Het nomine patri, you Moash.
Moash did nothing wrong.
Oh, did he? No.
Oh.
Moash was only doing what he was passionate about.
All right. Sorry.
I might have thrown up in my mouth there a
See,
little bit.
I
can
didn't have
tell.
I didn't have a problem with Moash up until book 4.
Oh, yeah, let's
Okay, shut up.
let's talk about Moash real quick. So Moash was trying to make it to Kolinar with his name escapes me.
Graves.
Graves. And they get he gets murked by
Really unceremoniously.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
And it gives us a good idea about the power level of the fused.
It also gives us a good idea of the power level of Moash, because he fins them off.
Yeah.
He even kills one.
Yeah. Like, what does that mean? He doesn't even have his
Without
shards.
the use of a shard blade.
Yeah.
He realized that his shard blade was slowing him down.
He is a really capable soldier.
Yeah.
Probably as capable or on the same level as Kaladin.
I agree. And I think Kaladin recognizes that as well. He thinks of Moash as his best soldier. Maybe Scar was at the same level.
I was gonna say those were the only two. Again, I will say those every time to my dying breath. Those were the only two who could keep up with him when he said the second ideal.
So yeah, that kind of impresses the fused, and they don't immediately kill him.
They do take his stuff.
Yeah, and then he's basically worked as like a day laborer in Kolinar until he gets tapped by the other fuse.
It's interesting. So he makes it to that camp that they're all being held at, where you have a choice of jobs, right?
And he takes the hardest work.
He does, but the first thing he does is he finds like somebody he used to know, and that person was like, "Oh yeah, we got like a whole underlining system in here. Like, come in here." And it's ran by a Light Eyes. And he's like, this world's done. Okay? We're not the right ones here. We don't deserve this place.
I believe him. Do you believe Moash when he says, like, when he starts berating the Parshindi, and he's like, be better than us. What are you doing? Like, this is us. You are just doing what we do. Be better. Do you believe that? I think I do.
I think so too, because Moash has seen firsthand the depravity of humans. He's uniquely positioned to see what terrible things can be done.
His whole arc in this book reminds me of, wow, what a pull. So, slight spoilers for the Conclave of Shadows arc of the Feist books.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Duke of Olasco's arc, but like a dark reflection of it, where Talwyn Hawkins, Talon of the Silver Hawk, is able to oust the Duke of Olasco, who had like done some grave injustice against his tribe, and the Duke gets banished to some far-flung area of the world, and then he gets his own whole perspective book, and it's actually really, I think it's my favorite of the trilogy, where he is redeemed and he becomes a member of the Conclave at the end, and he like understands, he has, it's like a dark reflection of that, where we see Moash get banished and sent to become a slave again. Here I am again.
I love that when he found out that he was there to make ladders so that they could run in front of the army.
He starts laughing.
Yeah. The dark humor in it, and he just like, that's amazing. That's incredible. Who knew, huh? Who knew? My favorite thing about Moash, and I think this is pretty obvious, he is exactly where Kaladin would have been if Kaladin never changed his mind on the assassination attempt on Elhokar. I think Kaladin wouldn't have been able to live within the same area. He would have had to leave. He probably would have been on that cart with Graves and Moash.
The thing that's kind of tragic about it is, yeah, they would have been together at least.
I think genuinely in that moment, they go through all these scenes together. You get to the point where their little group gets ambushed by the fused. Moash dies there.
Yeah, I 100%
Moash
with
dies
you.
like Graves dies.
As soon as you started saying this, I was like, Moash dies. Kaladin takes his place at the walls.
Kaladin's the one who kills somebody. Kaladin's the one who gets the ladder.
Kaladin's the main character.
Let go from that creepy old man voice in your head.
It's weird, like, Moash is not Odium's champion. At least I don't think.
I mean, yeah.
But...
Those are also eyes that would be familiar to Dalinar.
Yes.
I did say that I think one of the Unmade are going to try to cling to Moash like the Midnight Mother was trying to cling to Shallan.
Interesting.
I get really muddied. This is jumping slightly ahead. It seems like there was a lot of Unmade in Kholinar.
2 of them.
There were
Maybe
at least.
more.
At least.
There were at least 3.
Yeah, because
What?
there's
Really?
the one that Elhokar's wife was like bonding
Oh, yeah, the shadow thingy.
to.
No, the shadow thingy was Ja'anat.
Oh, what?
There was Shah-Not, and there's at least the hedonism.
No.
one.
I mean, sorry, like the smoke thing that, what's his name, swallowed.
Yeah, that's the
Amber.
same thing as
That's
what Aesidon...
Ja'anat?
No, that
No,
one
no.
was the same thing that was
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on with Aesidon.
Yeah. I think you're confusing each other.
The
The shadow
shadow thing
thing-
I'm talking about is the thing that Shallan shot
that,
in the
that
mirror.
was the thing in the mirror.
Yeah. So at least 3 Unmade were in Kholinar.
There might have been a 4th. I don't know.
And I would like to really highlight something. So where did we find the Unmade in the tower?
Around
I like
the
core
big
of
core
it.
of the tower.
Like it's some sort of weird gym pillar that they were
Yeah.
trying to infuse with Stormlight, but it just like wouldn't take.
It wasn't enough.
I think there is some kind of connection between Kholinar and Urithiru, because one of the first things that Kaladin notes, and I'm so interested that it wasn't Shallan that noted this. Kaladin notes the presence of strata along the walls of Kholinar,
Like Irithiru.
like Urithiru.
Yeah.
I have more to this note that I won't share. But I think that's very interesting.
Was there something in the throne room with Aesidon besides the thing that she had been
Not to
bonded?
my eye. Ben, I kind of trust that because I was on the lookout for it as soon as he mentioned strata.
Yeah.
Because I know there was the heart. I know there was Ja'anat. I know there was whatever the other one is. Was there something else in the room with Aesidon? Because I feel like there was, but I can't remember.
There was their baby.
There were the 3 Void Sprint that were torturing her child.
Right.
Then we got that sprint on sprint action.
I feel like the book really didn't give a lot of attention to this, but I feel like
Kaladin-
the implications of this are pretty massive. Kaladin seemed to have killed one of those Void Sprint.
Yeah.
Which Syl immediately goes, What
did
the
you
hell?
do?"
How did you do that?
It was also like, that was wrong. That was terrible. And it's like, listen here, bitch. All right? Here's the thing. You're going to tell him that, like, you kill the Pershindi, but you can't kill a Void Sprint when the Void Sprint is the actual problem?
There's some real anti-Syl energy on this side of the table.
Yeah, there is. All right? All I'm saying is, there's red flags, and I'm tired of ignoring them.
So, and yeah, it's interesting because in that moment, it doesn't feel like Kaladin did anything special or unique, or that he is anything special or unique in terms of Windrunners. It's odd that
The only special thing about the scene, I feel, was the fact that it died, and the fact that his response was, it deserved it.
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if the Spren Blades have the ability to kill Void Spren, which is what we saw, and it didn't seem to be like a fluke or an accident or something special, why would Syl be confused that it happened? I'm not sure. Maybe we're jumping way to the end of the book. Actually, it's closer to the middle. I feel like in my heart place that the Kholinar scene happens like near the end.
But it's really not.
Yeah, it's like end of part 3.
It feels like the end of Kholinar feels like the end of book 3, and there's just a fourth book that got tacked on to the end of Oathbringer that is just everything that happened after it.
I really thought part 3 was going to be where everything culminated, and then they just Shadesmar. Like, they're there, and it's like, oh.
Yep.
Well,
again,
I got blue balled.
Probably contributes to the weird pacing of this book.
Right. It
Yeah,
feels like there's
absolutely.
a whole second book that we just kind of like glossed over it being there.
Yeah.
We skipped over a lot of part 2.
So while this is occurring, they're getting ready to go to start the Kholinar mission, and they have started in part 2. And Dalinar is still going and visiting these different visions with... He learns that he can bring people from across the world into the vision as long as the High Storm is there. Mm-hmm. And something interesting that the Stormfather says, the Stormfather says there are only 3 bondsmiths. And
Only ever 3.
Dalinar is like, you, cultivation? And the Stormfather is like, no. And then doesn't elaborate.
Yeah.
Yep. I think, John, you have a theory, right?
The workings of one.
Okay.
I think
Throw them.
I kind of didn't write it down. And it's something we've talked about before. We know the Stormfather. We believe it is the Night Watcher is the second bondsmith potential. And the third has to be some sort of thing for Odium. At first, I thought it was the Everstorm.
That's an interesting parallel with the
High Storm.
The High Storm with the Stormfather. Yeah. I think in that case, though, I think the Everstorm is Odium. Whereas the High Storm is a splinter of Honor, the Stormfather.
He certainly, I mean, maybe, but I got the impression that Odium was in direct control of what the Storm was doing in the end.
Mm-hmm. I guess I wonder, like, we've seen the Stormfather since Honor died is the thing. We didn't see what the Stormfather was like when Honor was alive.
That's a good point.
Does he describe it in this book at all?
What?
The Stormfather, does he describe himself in any of the chapters? What he was like before?
Well, he kind of has this whole point where he's kind of like Syl, where he's like, I don't remember, like...
An enormous
much.
amount?
He
That's what I
references
think.
the idea that he has changed since being bound.
Yeah.
He is starting to get, like, context for these oaths that he is supposed to blindly obey and agree with.
Right, okay.
Maybe it was,
Because I believe he's like, I was a lot simpler back when Honor was around.
I don't want to say it's
That could
it's
be a way to
Odium,
interpret it.
and the Storm doesn't feel like it has an entity tied with it. I want to say it's probably one of the Unmade. Is his thing that bonds somebody to make them a bondsmith. And I kind of want to say that would have probably been the Thrill.
Assuming that is a bondsmith.
It feels...
True.
It feels out of left field for the third bondsmith to be bonded to something from Odium. If Odium is the enemy here.
Also, from some of the epigraphs, they've mentioned that, like, there doesn't always have to be 3.
Yeah,
There's been times where there was 2 and even 1.
there's only one right now.
Also, in part 2 is speaking of the epigraphs. This is when we're reading these messages left by the last Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
presumably the last Radiance.
Yeah, prior to the last one's an Erathera,
Yeah.
at least.
Possibly.
Interestingly, I think their gyms coordinated
Like the colors and the
radiance
and the orders.
Yes, I
they're
do believe that's the case.
they're definitely all numbered and categorized thusly. So I didn't pick up on that
believe
specifically.
Each order is represented by a specific gemstone.
Yeah, kind of. It's how everything in Vorinism is in sets of 10. So there are 10 surges, there's 10 orders, there's 10 gemstones, there's 10 numbers. So
yeah, okay.
I think it all lines up.
What I'm saying is that third oath bondsmith being a part of Odium would be Odium's champion.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
So Odium's champion isn't a person, it's a spren?
No, what I'm saying
it's
is
a
that
bondsmith.
I see.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
gotcha. Okay. I'm following you.
Okay.
Is this the part? Not a lot happens in this part. I'm going to be real. They're like setting
part
up.
two?
Yeah, they're setting up the plan. They're getting information in Kolinar, but Dalinar is like getting all of these conversations with people. This is the part where he's talking to. I can't remember what. Odium invades one of the visions. Is this in that part?
That's at the very end of that part.
And
I think that's when he goes and sees Venli.
No,
I don't remember.
that's later.
Odium does
right.
show up and scares him off, but I don't think
Because
they're kind of implying that Vinley or he didn't know Vinley was there. Odium somehow, like
Right.
because she like gets away with it
yeah,
or something.
And I think that was in the Noadon flashback.
yes, because he wanted her to talk to Noadon.
Either way, big fan. I love when Odium is there. The idea that this entity, because that's all he was before now. He was just a word, and he's there having a conversation with one of our main characters.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, Odium is a character.
The foreshadowing that happened in this chapter alone was so good because he's going from person to person and it's starting to work for him. Like Finn, my one thing for honor that I made note of when he talked to Finn. First of all, Finn did a much better job than Dalinar did in that vision, fending off the Midnight Mother's essence or whatever it was, Midnight Essence. She like rallied like the whole town. She did like leave the daughter and mother to die.
She did mention that the mother and daughter died.
Yeah, and she's like, nah, that saved everybody else. I was able to rally everybody. And like, Honor, he knew Honor's supposed to come and talk to you. And that's exactly what happened. The interesting quote that I had from this was, Honor told her, if you have the soul of a warrior, capital W, passion could destroy you, but not if you're guided. Which has a lot to do with the idea of the oaths.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That anybody with some sort of strength, if it's not cultivated, then it's just a rage. And I think it's basically describing Odium, right? But
Or at the very
Dalinar.
least, how Odium would subvert you.
yeah. And it also gives you that idea of like Dalinar,
Mm-hmm.
Adolin, Kaladin.
Kaladin.
All three of them are warriors.
Yep.
Adolin has had the guidance his whole life. Kaladin has also had training. And
That's
he's
an
just
interesting idea that I just came up with in my head. Thanks to you.
You're welcome.
So, it's this idea that Dalinar was like skill unleashed. He is
Talent.
competent and amazing at violence, and he was unleashed. Whereas Adolin is that but leashed. He has had the framework of growing up beneath the Blackthorn, not having to live and die on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
It's okay. So I get what you're saying, and I just wanna paraphrase. Dalinar is just unchecked violence incarnate,
Sure.
whereas Adolin is very purposeful and directed and precise violence.
But it's like always, at least with Sadius, we see it's there.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think with Adolin, violence has always been a luxury. Like, his whole life, he has lived in a unified Alethkar. Well, maybe not his whole life, but I can't,
Most of his life.
Most of his life.
certainly, yeah.
At least a partially unified Alethkar.
He has lived in a unified Alethkar basically his whole life. and any sort of combat that he has had to endure has been restricted and consensual. It's dueling other, high princes and other lords and Light Eyes. Whereas if you compare that to Dalinar's,
especially in the
youth-
flashbacks.
yeah, especially like his whole life was conquest and war with his father, or not his father, his brother, with Gavilar. And so they didn't live in the stable world that Alethkar is in the future. They had to forge it out of blood. And I think that kind of dichotomy there between the world that Dalinar grew up in and the world that Adolin grew up in is kind of the point we're trying to make here.
There's also something we'll talk about this later. Never mind.
Lift, just making an appearance when he's trying to talk to that kid.
Mm-hmm.
What is
Gox, yeah.
the
Yonaguni.
Azure?
The Azish.
Azish?
Azish.
The Prime.
Akasix. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Prime
but-
Aka 6.
But like he's trying to talk to him, and like
He's
it's
like,
wor-
he's like winning him over.
yeah, and then Lift just comes in, and she's like, "You got a tight butt, old man." And like it's funny,
Excuse me?
it's funny, it's haha, it's weird, but at the same time I'm like, Lift, what are you doing?
What the hell does this mean?
Honey.
And like,
Lift?
how did you get there? And even Stormfather is like, storm you,
Storm you,
And
cultivation.
there's even a moment when Odium is there.
Does he
and
say that?
He does.
He does say storm you cultivation?
Because Dalinar makes a note. He's like, oh wow, they curse too, huh? I guess we're not all that different.
So, in a later chapter, when Odium is there and infiltrates it, I think there's a moment like
Yeah.
Lift is there at the end, but
He
even
thinks
while
he notices her.
he's like Odium's like
Hmm.
in mid conversation, and Dalinar's like, what? And he continues, like being Odium and Arch, but then Lift is there at the end. He's like, and she's like, you're all right. You're like talking down that guy. He sucks. That guy. You're okay.
Common enemy.
Dalinar.
Yeah. Lift, what is you doing?
What does that mean? That she is able to, independent seemingly of, because when
And
he's,
she can take other people out.
what does that mean?
Like,
I wonder if it has something to do with progression and how she has.
Like, do you think it is? So you're saying it's bound to her surges?
I don't know,
here's,
but I know she has progression, and I know she has abrasion,
I think it is far
and-
closer tied to cultivation.
and she has a big thing with cultivation that's going on, and I'm wondering if that
Yeah.
has something to do with it.
The thing about the surges is that they are reliable, they are predictable, and they are constant. Cultivation is such a wild card that basically anything she touches, she can just get away with. It's kind of explained that Dalinar getting his memories back is just because cultivation wanted him to. And it's like, I didn't know that's how it worked. Well, it is. Sorry if you thought these boons and banes from the Night Watcher were binding or lifelong. Nope. They can just get revoked whenever cultivation wants.
I think,
And
well, that might be true. I wonder if it is if it depends on if you get the boon on what have you from the Night Watcher or if you get it from cultivation.
you get it from cultivation, yes.
Because if you get it from the Night Watcher, I think that's just the Night Watcher being Arch.
Well, this is a...
She is mysterious because that is what she is. Like,
Right.
that's, yeah. I absolutely agree.
Like,
I think-
she's not human. Don't treat her like one.
I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other, because cultivation...
You never heard that phrase?
no.
It's the same no
Don't
matter...
do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's basically the same no matter what you call it, is basically what the phrase
Okay.
means. The Night Watcher gets her power from cultivation, but I think cultivation is only going to interfere with the boons and curses of people that she directly interferes with. So I think if she wanted to, she could just revoke the boons and curses of anybody the Night Watcher that the Night Watcher gave out, but she has special plans for people that she gives the boons to specifically, which I think allows her to manipulate them more.
Pretty interesting that
Something-
Dalinar, we now can fully confirm, has had interactions with all three of them, huh?
Yeah. I actually, I was just forming that thought as soon as you started that sentence.
Can't say that.
So we
And-
see Cultivation manipulating the boons and curses she gave to Dalinar, and
I don't even know if it was a boon and a curse. It was the same thing. It was one thing.
well, the boon was to no longer hear the voices from all the people at Rathalas, and then the curse was he lost the memory of his wife.
Oh. But
See, I disagree.
I think it might be a situation
thing
like you
is-
just said, 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
I don't
If
think
I
it's-
remove what you were grieving, then you're no longer grieving.
she puts it very
Also-
clearly in the thing. I'll make a cutting now
This-
to allow for new growth.
I was going to say, every boon that has been given that we know of was their entire lives.
Right.
This is the only situation we have that it went away.
I
Maybe-
think it's folly to assume that she has to follow that rule at all.
I was thinking that exactly. Who's to say she even gives boons and curses?
Yeah.
That's the Night Watcher.
That's what I was saying. It's like what the Night Watcher does is its own thing.
Yeah.
Cultivation specifically did something to Dalinar
And-
and also Lift.
And also Lift, and also a third character we'll find out about.
I forget
but-
who that is.
Oh, that's the character whose dad saw upside down.
Oh, of
Yes,
course.
he comes
yeah.
back.
You already know, yeah.
He comes back.
Upside down Ted.
So, what exactly Cultivation did to Dalinar and Lift is a little up in the air. All we know is that she has some sort of connection with both of them, that they have special powers now. And that's the best...
Lift does. Dalinar just has bad memories.
But that's the best explanation I can give
But
for
think about
why
the-
Lift was able to intrude into Dalinar's vision.
Think about the end
Is
result of
because
that, though.
Cultivation wanted it.
The end result of this boon is that he isn't subservient to Odium now. Because he got this drip feed of grief and remembered it little by little, he wasn't like overwhelmed by it when Odium presented it to him and said, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me.
Yeah. So we talk about Odium being able to see the future. I think Cultivation can too.
I think
She has to be.
I think all the holders of shards can.
And I think she is planning from the shadows way more than is being let on.
I don't trust her, bro.
No.
I don't
There is
trust
a-
her,
a-
and here's why.
Frightening neutrality to her.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
So, in Words of Radiance, Chapter 55, the rules of the game.
Is
If
that
you
what-
guys
is
don't
that
remember
the name of
specifically,
it?
that's the name of the chapter.
Interesting.
If you guys don't remember, I'll give you a little refresher. This was the scene where Wit became the carriage driver for Adolin, Shallan, and Kaladin. And when everybody was like, "Oh, Wit, you," and he's like, "Yeah, that's me." Adolin was like, "Yo, dog, you're moving on my girl. Stop. I don't like this. How about you date somebody your own age?" And his response was, "Well, that might be a little harder. I think there's only one of those around these parts, and she and I never get along." And I'm like, man, in book 3, Wit is described as having timeless eyes by Shallan. And he also calls the heralds babes. He knew when they were babes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so Wit's
been around
ancient.
longer than
Well-
all of the history we know about Roshar.
That's, I mean, it's a fair question that I'm about to ask. Thank you, Scott. Do we just take that at face value? Do we buy it? Do we buy Wit? I will say I do.
It is in
I nodded my
Wit's. It is in Wit's character to be bull us
Yeah.
here.
It's one of those things where I feel like he's always misdirecting, but he's never lying.
Yes, I was going to say, I don't
He
think
never says
Wit
something that's not true.
actually lies.
He just says it in a way that you don't necessarily believe him.
So,
Well, I mean, he said a lot of things that haven't necessarily come to fruition. He could have been lying a lot, for all we know.
So the temperature of the room is telling me that we think Wit is a narrator you can't trust.
Unreliable.
Unreliable. Thank you. He's an unreliable narrator, but he chooses to be that.
What has he said that's a lie? You said there's things that he said that
There's plenty of things that he said that we just don't. How could we know if it's a lie or not? He just said them, like what you just said. How could we know that's not a lie?
Okay.
Or the other thing that he said that was very cryptic, he says, like, I think there's only one dragon on Roshar left.
Yeah.
And it's like,
What?
okay.
Wait,
I haven't
did he
even
say that?
I think he says it in Words of Radiance.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think either
I'm gonna be honest. I read through all the Wit chapters again.
he definitely mentions a dragon somewhere.
It's not in these books.
Okay, maybe it's in book 4.
Regardless,
but I bring I don't bring that
In
up.
fact, I know it's in book 4. I know exactly when he says it.
Okay, that's my bad. But it's also not a spoiler because I'm bringing up within the context of I don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
Here's the
I
thing,
do
man.
know if he is.
That's all great, guys. Cody's gosh dang darn did it again.
I'm sorry.
He got me. He got my hopes up for Oathbringer when I was ready to throw in the towel, and he was like, "There's gonna be a dual wielding shard bearer," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck." And now there's a dragon.
Right.
Well, my first thought was,
You're gonna be disappointed.
Is it a big?
I was disappointed this time too.
Is it a big crab or is it a dragon?
It's a dragon.
Regardless. So, who knows what Cultivation is planning, but she very clearly has plans, and she is enacting those plans through this special connection she has between Dalinar and Lift.
Specifically, her
And I
connections to them.
And
Not them to each other, right?
Oh, yeah. Her connections to the two of them, not necessarily. But it's
I don't know of
unclear if they have a connection now either.
in my assumption, she doesn't like Wit, and I'm going to assume that my assumption in who he's talking about in that moment is Cultivation, and that they don't get along.
I tend to agree. I can't think of anybody else that would fit that description that Wit gives in Words of Radiance.
With this in mind, what would you say,
Other than Odium, I guess.
Chris and John in particular, what would you say Cultivation's plan, what is she planning to do? Like, we know, at the very least, she acted in a way that made it so that Dalinar is not Odium's champion. That's what we seem to have stumbled on.
For now.
Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was thinking, like, in my perspective, Cultivation and Honor work together, and that Odium, being of a human character, right, god of humans, and essentially not from this world like the humans are, that we learned, she might be wanting to return Honor and expel Odium.
Okay. That makes sense on the surface.
Yeah.
I think that is. I think she's crafty. Very clearly secretive.
I had a
Odium,
base level.
Odium can't find her.
I at a base level don't trust women, especially women in authority, and so I can't help but think that she doesn't have my best interests at heart.
I do have a thought that Odium, like the humans coming, unforeseen circumstance. Odium as a third player, though, is something she can play with. And if her secret goal was to overthrow Honor and be a single ruler of Roshar, then now I just have to get rid of the other player who took out the other player.
Gotcha.
Like she pitted them against each other.
Yeah. And so she's
Oh.
now in a position to get rid of Odium and just be.
I hadn't considered that, but I think that might be because I wouldn't imagine Cultivation being that antagonistic towards Honor.
I
It
just
seemed
don't
like
have
they
a-
were quite harmonious when they were on Roshar together.
Like, Odium is a character, right? I don't have a character for Cultivation in my head. I don't know who she is. I
But
know
we
what she
met her.
does.
I think that's
We've
by
seen-
design.
Yeah,
we've
exactly.
Seen one scene of her though.
Well, what I'm saying is, the vibe I got from her conversation with Dalinar was very much like that stereotypical "I am a force of nature" type of thing. You can, my design. She's not saying this outright, but I got the impression it's like my designs are so far beyond your human understanding, that kind of thing. And she didn't even seem to be plotting anything in that moment. She seemed to be talking to Dalinar and asking him what he wants. And I don't, so my gut tells me, as I was joking, of course, before, I do trust women. My gut tells me she doesn't feel very arch to me. She doesn't feel like she has... Don't look at me like that. She doesn't feel like she has, like...
Yeah, Cody, don't look at him like
some,
that.
like, machinations that she is trying to underhandedly get behind people. Right now,
what are cultivation spren? Obviously, we know like Wendell is a cultivation spren, right? Or what?
Right.
What was it?
Yeah,
Are cryptic sprens her spren?
We don't know. I think as far as we know, the only thing I've heard
Ink spren?
explicit is that cultivation spren refer to her as mother.
That's just Wendell.
Or like is honor spren literally only honor spren, or are glory spren also his, or things like that?
It's...
Don't know.
I think it's... I don't have a great answer for that, and I don't know how productive having that conversation will be.
Yeah.
I guess the reason why I'm even curious about it, if those are spren that belong to that shard, that helps us determine a little bit more about that shard.
I don't think they belong to any particular shard. I think they belong to Roshar.
I don't know.
I'm just saying it's weird. I think it's weird that there would be one specifically that is an honor spren, and he is honor shard.
Maybe the honors...
There's a cultivation spren, there is a cultivation shard.
Maybe we plot this on a little spectrum, where the honor spren are the, like, direct children of honor, the cultivation spren are the direct creations of cultivation, and then all the ones in between, they kind of had a different amount of influence in creating. You know? Maybe cultivation had a little bit more to do with the natural spren. Maybe honor had a little bit more influence on the emotional spren. It's a theory.
There'll be some bits of information in the fourth book that'll really get your grinds going.
I was going to say, this is definitely a book 4 conversation.
The vibe that I was just getting was that there's information you guys don't want to share with me.
Yes.
Because...
There's certainly
am
some
asking
things I'm
questions
dancing
for later
around.
book.
It's not like some huge spoiler or anything, but it is something that is blatantly revealed in the fourth book that I'm not exactly what, just something that I'm dancing around is revealed in the fourth book.
I'm not dancing around anything. I'm not sure what they're talking about, but it's been a while since I've read the fourth book.
It doesn't matter. Where are we in the plot? Here?
We're in part 2 right now. I want to get a quick tangent
Go ahead.
In here and say, I've said in the past, Way of Kings and Words of Radiance have been my favorite books at separate points in time, but I have always stood behind that there are specific chapters in Oathbringer that have been my favorite across the entire series. And they're the Bridge 4 chapters in part 2 are some of my favorite chapters.
Mm-hmm.
The chapters we get for Teft and Rock, those two specifically, but also the Zigzil chapter, and I believe Scar also gets a chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my favorite writing, and it's... I like it here because you actually don't get any Kaladin point of view chapters in part 2, which is odd because I think it's the only part in any of the books up to this point where we haven't had Kaladin POV chapters. And so his absence is felt, but in its place we get these very interesting stories from the point of view of the people who are closest to him.
And almost all of them involve Kaladin.
Yeah.
In fact, I think all of them do, actually.
Yes. Let's talk about one of these. I really like Rock's chapter.
He gives me that vibe of like the worldly wise bartender who's like subverting or like on the down low, solving everybody's little problems by just giving them a little bit of advice, stirring the stew,
right,
pouring them a drink, and they're like just in the mid of conversation with them, and there's like, huh. And just give a sudden realization.
You're so wise, Rock. And he has barely said anything. He's barely offered any advice, but there's this idea called rubber ducking, where if you're dealing with like a difficult issue at work, you should keep a rubber duck on your desk to have somebody to talk to so that you can talk through your
This is a big
problem.
thing in coding.
Yes.
I've heard.
Yep.
It's very hard to keep those structures in your head, and having somebody to actually like be able to speak them out loud solidifies them in a way for you.
So Rock is a pet rock for the group.
Yeah, Rock is the rubber duck of the group. That was my vibe from that chapter. But also in that chapter, you get a lot of insight into how Rock thinks and how Rock perceives the world, especially how he interacts with the Spren in that chapter. And then at the end of that chapter, he gets reunited with his family.
I cried.
Heartwarming.
Very heartwarming. And also bittersweet and heart-wrenching, because he talks about how will he be able to be the father and the husband to his family that he was before, after everything he had gone through. How would be, and I think he specifically mentions, how would I ever be able to look at them knowing that I was going to walk to the honor chasm?
I'd given up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I love that. I love that about Rock, because it shows how important Kaladin's men were to him in book 1, but even from there. But it also shows how important Kaladin is to all of them as well. That Kaladin was absolutely willing to make the jump into the honor chasm in book 1, but Syl convinces him to hold on for these men. What's one more try, he says, or she says.
Chasm's not gonna go anywhere.
And it's fascinating that Rock was in that exact same spot. And maybe implicitly a lot of the other ones were too.
I want to know exactly when he was ready to throw himself off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder if you could ever look back at Way of Kings and see, like, that moment.
It's tough. It's tough because we only see it from Kaladin's point of view.
Yeah. He's the first one that buys in. He's the first one that, like, starts helping Kaladin pick up wounded on the battlefield. And he's just like, "There, Circle Olander," and he goes off and helps Kaladin pick people up because he's strong.
Yeah. And the reason he does that is because Kaladin takes his spot on the death row at the front. And so he feels like he has this life debt to him. And again, that grows into like an actual friendship. But I love that little insight. And it's not explicitly stated even. He just mentions the honor chasm, and you're like, oh, Kaladin was in that exact same spot. And if it wasn't for Kaladin, Rock wouldn't be there. Simple as. In many ways. Either he would have died on a bridge run, or he would have jumped into the honor chasm, or anything. It just gives you a lot of, I guess, scope into how all of these men think about each other.
I'm just gonna headcanon it that it was that bridge run. He was like, I'm in the middle. Either I die here or I go to the honor chasm. And that's when Kaladin goes like, give it to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it could have been when Kaladin was falling back into the wretch.
Yeah.
Like after like everybody's coming together.
Yeah.
Maybe after Kaladin got sentenced to stay in the High Storm. Maybe. Well, it's interesting because in that scene, Rock seems like the most hopeful that he's going to be able to survive.
And maybe that's because he's like, if he doesn't, there's nothing to live for.
He was being hopeful for himself.
Yeah.
Also,
okay.
You see a lot of like, sorry, it's slightly dark. You see a lot of like comments about suicide where people are like, man, but he was smiling. He was so happy. Like he was having such a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Rock always has that persona.
I mean, that's the idea. In like psychologically speaking, they've made the choice in their head, and it is like a weight off their shoulders. And so, like, it's the smile before the end type of thing. There's probably a more poetic way that psychologists use to describe that. But like when somebody who's suffering from that kind of thought is suddenly more filled with life than normal, it's because they have taken the weight of the decision off their hands. Mm-hmm. It's already been made.
It's basically tomorrow can only be a better day because I don't have to deal with it.
Exactly. Of those chapters, the hardest one to read because of how well it's done is the Teft one, I feel.
Yes.
Yes.
God. When he... Oh my God, dude.
Look, just a little bit more weight to the way you guys are always like, Teft, huh?
He sells the jacket, man. Mm-hmm. And he can't help but just hate himself for how he was so willing to betray the symbol of what he's built with these people.
For a few more minutes of feeling good.
Literally just
not even that, feeling normal.
Yeah, feeling okay at baseline.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Teft.
Kaladin is taking them all out to the Shattered Plains to hope that they bond a Spren, or they attract Spren, or they start to learn how to use Windrunner abilities. Meanwhile, he has this Spren that is just so desperately waiting for him to say the words. And he's just like, you might as well go pick somebody else.
Well, and that's the thing, is Teft already has said the words in between books 2 and 3. He's already sworn the second ideal. And
We're waiting for him to say the third.
Yep.
Did he say the second ideal?
Uh-huh. We didn't see it.
because he swears the third ideal at the end of this book.
And gets the sword.
Okay. Yeah, right. I was going to say, I know he for sure did the third ideal in this book, but I actually just never thought about him.
You can't swear the third ideal without having sworn the second.
I get
First
that.
and second.
What I'm saying is, like, I just didn't realize it happened between the books.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff that does happen between the books.
Yep. I can see it so clearly. Like, I just... Here's me being pretentious, but whenever I read something, I try to imagine how they would film it. And I can just imagine, like, following Teft, stumbling through the market, stumbling through the crowd, and he just, like, looks over, and, like, the crowd parts in just a way, and he sees his friend, whose name is escaping me. Fenderana. He sees, like, Fenderana, like, just through a gap in the people, just, like, walking parallel with him. And then she's gone, you know?
And Fenderana's, like, unique in that regard, because she prefers to be about human size.
Yeah, she likes to be... I always... I don't know if they... mention this. I always just imagine her like matronly, like an older lady.
She does look a little older.
Yeah.
And I also love the scene where they find Teft. And
he just head down on the table.
Yeah. And Kaladin comes in and like cleans it up. And it's again, Kaladin is a ride or die for all of these guys, and Teft hates that.
He hates that he... I think he hates that he needs that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he sees this... the reflection of himself in Kaladin, and how I am just this parasite on these truly good people.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh my god.
The words
Teft.
that resonated the most for me was when they got him back to the barracks, and he's sitting down, and Rock's making him some stew, and, like, they're like, yeah, man, come on, like, you gotta stop doing that, man. And because we're in Teft's head, he says, he thinks to himself, I just said the things that they wanted to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Again, like, if you were to film that scene, it would be like Kaladin would, like, start giving him this lecture, and that his words would slowly fade into just background noise.
And it wasn't...
And Teft would just be saying things in silence, because they're just empty words. And he knows that they're empty. He's promising to his friend that he's going to do better, and he knows when he's saying it, they're lies.
Yeah,
and he hates that
before the chapter even ends, he's already thinking, man, it sucks that I'm going to have to go a few weeks without Fire Moss.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to go a few weeks, because I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I am lucky enough to not have a primary influence in my life for addiction. Like, I've never known anyone who's been addicted. I certainly have never been addicted to anything. Like, I might be addicted to video games.
I'm addicted to you.
Thank you. But not in any real way that would, like, harm me if I were to, stop. Especially, like gambling is another one that sneaks up on people. But I've never had an influence like that. But I feel like I'm tricked because Brandy, I feel, has done his research. Maybe even knows this personally. I just get it. I buy it so hard. And I feel like I know Teft. I know his addiction through those chapters, and it just he feels like such a real person to me.
Also,
on the page,
not only I love this chapter because not only are we getting this insight on Teft that we hadn't gotten before, but there's also just this very quiet world building that we just so naturally take with Fire Moss. And it's like, oh, this is how a drug works in this world, is like you're rubbing this together and it burns your fingers, and like that's like it's almost like a tobacco kind of thing.
Like building
that felt like opioids to me.
Yeah,
sure,
that's what I went to.
That's
building in this like
is heroin.
This implicit world building as well. Like, oh, you see the calluses on his fingers. He's a Mosser guy.
Yeah.
Were you gonna say something, Chris?
Well, like, I like the fact that it's paralleled with Dalinar.
I was going to bring that up.
His flashbacks, where he's an alcoholic, right? After, the stuff with Evie, that comes through in the flashbacks. And even then, like, he tries fire moss because, a lot of the other soldiers use fire moss.
That was a bit before. He wasn't at war, and he needed something other than the thrill.
Right.
Yeah.
But then, that's not his vice.
Yeah.
He can't get into it.
Well, I don't even think it was that, actually. I thought this was an amazing story, just writing by Brandon to show that, like, to empower our idea of the thrill. That Dalinar turned to Fire Moss after everything we'd just seen with Teft.
Mm-hmm.
This is, like, maybe a few chapters later that we get this flashback chapter. And he's, like, chasing the thrill, he's trying to get there, and nothing, even Fire Moss, this thing that has destroyed Teft's life, does anything for him.
Yeah, okay,
empty.
that's,
Yeah, like,
that's very true.
That empowers the thrill so much without saying anything.
Yeah. And I think it's just a testament to how well Teft is written. That you can read these Teft chapters in this book, and you're like, whoa, where did this come from?
Yeah, largely in isolation. Like, suddenly he's a person. It's like that. Like, I'll admit, I enjoyed Teft. He certainly wasn't my favorite in the first book, or the second book of the Bridge. It's obviously going to be like Rock or Lopin. Then I read the third one, and I'm like, oh my god, he's a person. Oh my god, I love you, Teft. Teft, huh?
And,
oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like you have this like visceral rejection of what he's doing because you're so attached to the character at this point, and you're like, this isn't the guy I know. And
then you look back and you're like, no, this is absolutely the guy I know.
There were definitely,
I just didn't see this.
There were definitely hints throughout the first and second books that alluded to all this, but even though we're now facing that reality, a reality that Teft himself has tried to hide from everybody in his life and thus hide from the reader, you're like, no, this isn't you. I know you. You're a good person, Teft. You don't need to do this. And it's like, you're just talking to a wall.
And that's probably how they feel.
It is like because he's a lot older, and he kind of knows stuff about the Radiant, so he acts like a mentor
He
figure.
was part of a cult.
He was a part of a cult. Slowly, that changes, and then abruptly, he has real issues that he is super dealing with.
Well,
and you're stuck in the middle of it with him.
it's so interesting, too, because, like, I remember a time in Words of Radiance where he just dipped for a while. And I just remember Callan being like, hey, where's Teft? They're like, I don't know, man. We haven't seen him in a couple days.
Yeah.
And now it's so clear he was just on another Fire Moss binge.
Uh-huh.
What else happens in part 2? That we can talk about.
We get a lot more of Moash and his journey to Kholinar and him interacting with the Parshmen and the Fused.
Here's a quick question. Do you guys consider Moash still part of Bridge 4?
At this point, yes. At this point in the story,
At this point in the
yes.
story, I agree. Yes.
No.
There is the at the end of the book, no.
He still has Bridge 4 qualities.
At the end of book 2, he burns that bridge.
Like, you say he still... this is only a Sith deals in absolutes. You say he still has Bridge 4 qualities, but, I mean, you could say the same about a Sith and a Jedi, but a Sith is not a Jedi.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the only reason I say he might still be at the beginning of this book is because he doesn't carry through with his plans to assassinate Elhokar. Kaladin stops him, and they run away rather than attempting to fight. And I think at that point, there's still room for redemption for Moash.
In his first POV chapter, he has the Bridge 4 symbol. It's like the shoulder thing. He has the symbol. Every chapter after that is ripped off.
Yep.
I think if I'm gonna put a pin in it, like if this were Breaking Bad, that is the moment where Heisenberg left and Walter White stayed, is when he's laughing about building ladders.
Dude, yeah. So I was going to say, like, you get all of Moash's journey, and it's pretty ironic. Because, like, he shows up to, he kills the one, the other ones give him a choice, he takes it. And then makes his way over to whatever city that they were in. Everybody becomes prisoners, and he sees that even as prisoners, the Light Eyes are, like, trying to make a society. And that's when he realized that he's like, you know what? Humans the world. We're done.
Yeah.
I think right there, Bridge 4 is over.
I remember, like, he meets like an old man that he used to work with or something, and that's the dude who takes him over there, and then he just acts like he's like not all there anymore. He becomes a caravan puller. He sees all those Parshendi that Kaladin helped and then betrayed.
Mm-hmm.
But then he does the most Kaladin thing. Like, and this is where, like, I say there's qualities of a bridge foreman in here, where he sees one of them getting whipped or whatever because they fell down, and they're getting whipped by another Parshman.
Grabs the whip or something.
And I'm pretty sure he clocked that Parshendi.
And there's also this sense that, I mean, I get it. Probably the story has been passed around. There's this sense that, like, they're a bit scared of him. Even the fused. They're like, I don't want to mess with that one.
Moash, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we mentioned earlier that he killed one of them.
Yeah.
Because his caravan driver, whoever, like, was absolutely afraid to do anything to him.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, when they get to that city, he gets called over to one of the fused, and they're just insane. They lead him to another one that's not insane, and that's the one that he killed. And you're like, what are you talking about? What's going on here? What do you mean? And that one's name is Leshwi.
Mm-hmm.
And Leshwi says a couple of interesting things to me. Like, Moash's name is a Parshendi name.
Yep.
It derives from Parshendi meanings. Leshwi talked a lot about passion.
Yeah.
I definitely remember that.
It's probably on her mind.
Probably. I don't see where exactly. I want to say Leshwi said, like, descriptions of, like, what his name meant in Parshendi, but I don't think I wrote that down.
I can't remember at all. I'll be honest, there's a blind spot a lot of the places where Moash is supposed to be.
Right.
Because I just despise
Yeah,
the
same
man.
thing for Elhokar.
Despise the man.
Elhokar had a lot of blind spots for Moash, too.
I can imagine.
At least one.
I feel like we're kind of stumbling here on part 2 because I don't think part 2 is paced very well.
Yeah.
Again, it feels like a lot of hurry up and waiting at this point in the story. Part 1 feels like a lot is happening just because it's the beginning of the story, and then, like, from part 3 on, it kind of picks up a bit more, but we're kind of in the doldrums.
I think that's
of the book here.
also partially to blame because of our bridge foreman.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets their own chapter, and they don't necessarily feel connected.
Right, and they're not really moving the plot forward either.
Like, the most connected any of them really feel is Scar and Sigils, because they're testing the ones that have started to show powers compared to the ones who haven't.
Mm-hmm.
And Scar's whole thing is that he just doesn't seem to get it. He can't do it. So, like, they know he's a very fit soldier. Let's see how fast he can run compared to somebody who has Stormlight.
Yeah.
And things like that. And, like, it's demoralizing because he's like, well, at least I beat this guy. And they're like, well, yeah, because he kind of stopped to get lunch. And then Lopin's just over here stuck to the ground. It definitely pulled away from the story to me.
Yeah.
Feels very slice of lifey almost.
Yeah.
You have a soft spot for Scar, right?
I love Scar.
Yeah.
Scar's the best. Scar's best bridgeman.
I'm slightly...
This chapter definitely leans into Scar being a lot more likable.
Yeah.
The whole, maybe I can't be a windrunner,
agree.
but I can always show people what it takes.
He was always extremely likable and probably one of the best bridgemen.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit ashamed to admit this, that even after all of these chapters, before these rereads, Scar was just kind of one of the others to me.
Yeah.
One of the other bridgemen.
Oh, I clocked Scar immediately.
Yeah, I know. That's really surprised me, is how focused you got on him so quickly in the first book. And to me, like I said, I'm a little bit ashamed, but not really, how he is just one of the other ones.
It was extremely heartwarming to me that, like, he goes and helps that scout. First of all, like...
Lynn?
Yes. Like... There was an interesting conversations that happened about sexualities and genders in this chapter, or in this part. Because, like, Kaladin wasn't going to let Lynn in at first. Lynn was ready to just give up everything she'd gotten for Dalinar.
Well, what sparked that conversation was Renarin was Renarin learning to read. And everybody's like, that's weird. And Kaladin's like, I pretty much read already, guys. And they're just, you're Kaladin. You're already weird. Like, you're Kaladin. You're different.
You're the captain. It's like, you're going to need to.
It's just, feminine.
But, like,
I don't know. And Callan's like,
well,
you're
Drake's
literally dating a
dude.
guy.
Yeah.
You're dating a guy.
And then you got Lopin with the best answer. He's like, well, honestly, I think that's more masculine.
Yeah. It's like he doesn't want to be around women.
Speaking of Renarin,
I think I love the notion that they don't consider it feminine for Callan just because he's that big of a man.
He's that guy.
Speaking of Renarin, I can't remember if it's in this part, but there's one chapter. I think it's a Shallan chapter, but it's when all of the scholars are talking and debating about the gemstone pillar that they found and what they're discovering from there. And Renarin is there.
And he feels so out of place.
He feels out of place, and everybody else feels like he is out of place. And so there's like
an awkward tension in the room.
Mm-hmm. And then Shallan sees Dalinar come down, and he's just like, yeah, just, want to be aware of everything that's going on down here in the tower. And he sits down.
I'm the fly on the wall.
It's an amazing dad moment.
Yeah. And he just, like, looks over at Renarin and gives him, like,
Yeah,
a
I
fist
can imagine
bump.
like a...
Yeah. And Shallan clocks that, and it's like, especially when you compare that scene to the flashback chapter with how Dalinar treats Renarin, it's night and day.
It's so rough, man, and Ritter just loves him so much.
He just wants loves his dad, and he wants his dad to love him.
I'm excited for Dad Corner.
I also loved in that chapter that whatever the scholar was that was like digging on Renarin, Shallan just like turns around and calls her like, oh well, you're top cow. How about you go drink some milk?
I mean, it was like the tone of it was like, well, you're a stupid.
And then you got Yasna on the side like, nice, good job. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, poor Renarin.
Yeah.
I feel so...
I am glad that Dalinar came and he's like, I can't necessarily understand my son. I can't necessarily help him in any way here other than to make it so awkward for everyone else that they've stopped paying attention to him.
It's like, Shallan says, like, with Dalinar is the Lord of Irithiru here, and just, like, this little book club, basically. And it pulls all of the attention onto him and away from Renarin. And he's like, I don't know how to connect with my son, but I can do this for him.
And there's also something really... I don't know the word to use, so I'm just going to describe it, and maybe you guys can label it. Where I feel bad for Renarin that he's put into this position where people cannot help but pity him and try to help him. Mm-hmm. And I just feel bad for him. I feel bad that he is in that position where... he is that on the fringe of what it is to be normal.
Yeah.
And, like, right then, when Shallan... like, that's a good thing, that she was, like, this stupid is, like, making him feel small, and I want to make her feel just as small.
She's messing with my soon-to-be little brother.
Yeah, like...
big brother,
that kind of
technically.
thing.
But he acts like a little brother.
Like, I just feel...
An actual redeeming quality of Shallan's
Oh,
here.
don't get me wrong. Absolutely. She has plenty of redeeming qualities. And I'm not blaming her for what I'm about to
Like
say.
her red hair.
I was about
Absolutely.
to say.
I'm not blaming her for what I'm about to say. It's not her fault. She wants to help Renarin. But to be in Renarin's place in that, like, I've been there. I've been the guy that someone's defending. And it makes me feel so, like, even smaller sometimes. Mm-hmm. That I can't even take care of myself. I have to rely on these people.
Yeah.
And it's so sad for him.
Yeah. I think they really dial up Renarin's awkwardness in this book. Not only his awkwardness, but also how people perceive his awkwardness.
We also... Sorry, Chris. I don't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
You can talk again in 20 minutes.
Okay.
It'll come around.
We also got the point of view, because guess who else used Rock as a rubber ducky? Renarin did. Mm-hmm. When he's like, hey man, I guess I'm just not a windrunner, huh? And he's like, you're still part of Bridge 4, though. And he's like, am I really, though? They're like, well, you can always be friends with Relaine. No one wants to be friends with him. Everybody just asking what the Parshmen are doing.
And then it really is like Renarin's like, you know what?
Yeah.
And he goes and walks over and just hangs out with Relaine.
They're the black sheep.
Yeah.
Both of them are. And so they might as well,
On that
commiserate.
note, guys, do you think it is even possible for Relaine to bond a sprint?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Bentley did.
Bentley did.
What?
So
she
what's
said
the
the
holdup?
words.
He hasn't found a spren that wants to bond with him yet.
Oh yeah, I think doesn't Kaladin bring this up in Relane's chapter?
He doesn't have superpowers. What's the holdup? He doesn't get to fly and stick people to stuff.
I feel like you're making a joke, and I don't get it.
No, that's it.
I
He can't do it. What's the holdup?
I wonder if it's because the other ones are starting to take on the new songs.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Because, like, maybe he's still stuck in, like, where they were at in the previous book. Because they all started to take on war form or whatever. Like, they started to open themselves up to the new songs. When, like, before, I'm pretty sure they'd closed all that stuff off so that they couldn't take on the powers of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is it maybe some psychological thing? That's where my head goes, where
That would make sense.
no matter, like, he still feels like an outsider, even though he is part of Bridge 4.
Maybe
kind
he's
of like Kaladin
afraid-
and his slave brand.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you're saying. Why is Relane not a squire?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the holdup?
That was what I was not understanding there.
Maybe he's afraid to open himself up because then he can become tainted.
Hmm.
Because becoming a fused is kind of not well explained. We know how it works, but we don't know how it works.
I mean, we see
Right?
it pretty much firsthand with Vinley, where she, like, doesn't become a fused, and that's weird, and that one Void Sprint gets scared for. It's like, run, run, run. These guys are not okay, run. And, like, it seems like it's just, you just do what you would have done with the High Storm, but with the Everstorm. That's what it kind of feels like, but you are totally subsumed by whatever you take in.
Right.
So
It removes the listener's identity.
So maybe he's scared that is that would happen,
Yeah.
right? And he doesn't want to open himself up to accidentally harming his newfound family.
Possibly.
Why? This is a question I'm genuinely asking. They changed, obviously, in their personality with storm form. What's the difference between these fused and storm form?
That's
Leshwi comes back, doesn't she?
Well, yeah, all of the fused do. All of the fused come back
Mhm.
to life after they've died.
It seems like that. I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess they're more susceptible to
So is
being
there-
taken over by the fused.
Yeah. Is there something different between the Void Spren and the Fused? Yeah, I'm not sure
I
there.
don't know.
Because while they're in storm form, I believe they are bonded, or they have a Void Spren in their gem heart.
Uh-huh.
But then, how is that different from one of the Fused taking over their bodies?
Yeah.
Because the Fused is not the Void Spren.
No, the fused is a fuse.
It could be
Right.
just as simple as, but like, what is a void sprint in that case? It could just be as simple as the fused is like this goes heady. This is all stuff that I do not know. So hold on to your butts. Maybe like there's this idea where a fully realized radiant, big air quotes there, becomes the spren that gets bonded to a radiant. Like, and it's just this cyclical Ouroboros where, and we see with the fused, they're in the middle of this Ouroboros.
Interesting.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's wrong. That's an interesting idea. I can't say it's wrong because I don't know if it's wrong.
Yeah.
I like the idea, though. That the connection between a human and their spren is so strong that they actually DNA digivolve into a single
Or hell,
being.
maybe that's what the honor blade is.
Hmm.
Like, they literally, their partnership, their bond, is no longer something outside themselves. They become the ultimate, representation of their bond in that they are now an honor blade.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Okay.
Or maybe just I don't know. It's all supposition.
Yeah.